Hello, 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 mic check. Hello, 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 mic check. Hello, 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 hello. Hey, hey, hey. Hello, hello, mic check. Hello, hello.
Hello, 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 hello. Okay.
Hello, 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 hello. Hello.
back. Nothing is working. Working. Great. The coffee, it's not good today. And we're checking. Good morning, everyone. Welcome back to day 2 of the Founders. Ireland, the super cold. Great, done.
क्वेश्चन माइक ऑन कर। हले 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 इधर इधर हले मतलब बंदे इंज ही बढ़ते ने ਕੀ ਕਹਿ ਰਹੇ ਅਨੀ ਸੈਂਟਰ 'ਚ ਰੱਖੋ ਮੈਂ ਕਿੱਥੇ ਕਰਕੇ ਮਿਡਲ 'ਚ ਕਰਕੇ ਹਾਂ ਤੇ ਮਿਡਲ 'ਚ ਆਇਆ ਇਹ ਮਿਡਲ ਹੀ ਹੋਰ ਪਿੱਛੇ ਨਹੀਂ ਕੀ ਕਹਿ ਰਹੇ हले 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 माइक अप करो हेलो हाँ 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 और ओके 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 क्लियर हले डाउन कर दिया आपने हले हले ओके हले 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 अच्छा इसको टेप लेके गिरा रहना
Hello. 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 Mic check. Hello. 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 Check. Check. Hello. Hello. Mic check. Hello. Hello. Mic check. Mic check. Hello. 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 Mic check.
Very good morning, everyone. Let's begin the session and the second day. I'm happy to see the familiar faces from yesterday and the new ones. I believe people are thinking that we started at 9 or 8:45, so we will start and the rest will come. If someone feel cold, I already notified the hotel that they will adapt the temperature, so don't worry about that because it was really freezing so much. So yesterday was really intense and super interesting. Like this morning I was driving back here, I was like thinking how many insights even I got it, so I don't even talk about the rest of the people. And before we begin, we have to take a moment to speak about our sponsors, because otherwise we won't be here with all this support and great people around. So our bronze sponsor is Abundance Foundation, Theo Sim Corporation, ArtX on Glass AG. Our bronze and lanyard sponsor Abundance, it is Foundation, and our bronze and merchandise sponsor is Abella Global. So now quick reminder, I know you guys all gather and chit chat, but do not forget to connect also in the social media. We are in LinkedIn, Instagram, and Facebook. There is a hashtag founders2conf. So let's begin and dive to our first conversation. And our first panel for today is the early adopter problem, how to cross the chasm to mainstream the success. And I'm pleased to welcome our panelists. Correct me if I'm wrong with the names, but I try really my best. Venkatesh Arunchalam, founder and CEO and title guard, Accelerate Digital. Let's give a round of applause, even we're not so many, but let's support each other. Welcome. Good morning. Take a seat, please. Then we're going to Brigadier Sushil Bhasib, GSP, military-inspired leadership expert, SB Consulting. I was very impressed from our last conversation yesterday. It was really, really strong. Welcome back and very good morning. Then we're going to Dr. Jerome Koechlin, CEO and founder, Swiss Who is Who Leadership Management International and JK Consulting. Very welcome on stage, Doctor. Maurice Soni, co-founder and CEO, Beta Craft. Maurice, are you in the room? I guess he is running late. And the moderator of this panel is Samina Chowdhury, partner and top producer, Bob Lucido, team of Keller Williams Lucido Agency. Mics. Let's check if the mic is working. Should on engage, right, guys?
One. Yeah.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Good morning.
How's everybody doing? Can everybody hear us? Yes, awesome. Okay, we're going to start this panel. 1 second. Brigadier Basin, I'm going to start with you.
Oh my, okay, go ahead.
Leadership mindset shift. Let's talk about that. Like founders must transform from innovators to leaders. So what is your take on that?
So my take on this is that when a person has a business idea and he can organize money for it, he becomes a business owner or a founder or a startup, whatever you call him. But as you go along, there's something more important, and that is to become a leader. A business owner must become a business leader. Reason that to start up, it's easy. The early problems are not many because what is happening is that you were so fascinated with your idea, you have that idea very clearly in your mind, and you start working on it, and very soon your main clients, your focused clients diminish because you're all starting with people who know you, they trust you and all that. But in any business, there should be a continuous flow of more leads coming in. And that doesn't happen. So to grow, you need to now have a team. You have to scale up. You must have more clients. You must have more visibility. And for all that now, you have to be a leader. You have to get work done out of a team. So you then don't do things, you get things done. That in that process, unless you become a leader, which means that you have a vision, you know what you want to achieve, and then you know the way of how to do it, where you adapt to the environment. A leader has to be very adaptive. So here now, as you move along, the water flows in its own direction. If you understand that and keep guiding people according to that, so that means your communication, your trust, your team building, all that comes in. And that is where I think the main issue lies, where early adopters have a problem of how to get out of that sphere of the few people you knew, the great idea you had, you didn't test it properly, it was not a proven idea, and you jump into the market. So that's my take on it.
Yes, and that's where leaders also thrive, in the sense that you know how to form the team, not only form the team, but how to guide them to the goal or the mission you have that you want to achieve.
Yeah, so very simply put, I say how to build and lead high-performing teams. So first you should know how to build them, get the right people in the right place.
Well.
And once you got the right people in the right place, now it is important for you to lead them in a way to get the best out of them. And that is something which, in my own experience of 21 years in the corporate world, after 34 years in the army, I felt that this is one place where people are not really good. You have a person who can, you employ a person means you buy his 8 hours of time. But he's only working 4 hours effectively, and 4 hours he's unproductive. So now a good leader should be able to make that team more productive, which means everyone should give the maximum, because you can trace out your balance sheet for every other loss, but this loss is never traceable. That the 4 hours if a person worked, the 4 hours of the salary you gave him has actually gone waste, and that loss is not traceable, not trackable.
Brigadier, I'll share a story that I once heard from one of the soldiers in the US Army who was leading a team. And he said that, we went for a mission, and I guided every soldier in my team what each of their role was. And when one did not do what he was asked to do, I never blamed that person. I blamed myself, that I did not guide them good enough, that there was a gap in communication. So that is what a leader does, that they take the blame on themselves, that why is my team not performing to the level I am expecting them to do? Where is the gap between my communication with them? So that is what a true leader does.
Yeah, and now the two gentlemen on my sides have not spoken, and I do feel guilty.
No, we'll give everybody their chance.
But I just add something to that, when I was doing the staff college in Wellington in 83, we had a commandant who said this exactly like what you're saying. He said that because you're taught staff work. So he says if you send out an instruction, which means your communication, and there is somebody at the other end who asks you a question. For example, you're given all instructions about an event, and he says, sir, but what dress are we to wear? That means you forgot one element of it, that you forgot one particular part of the instruction which is incomplete. He says, just look at yourself and say, I did not communicate well enough.
Yes.
And the communication has to be so complete. So I've done a complete LinkedIn post which went viral. I mean, that's the only viral post I have on LinkedIn on communications where I said this. Thank you.
My next question is to Dr. Koslin. And the question is, what type of leadership is needed to go fast?
Thank you, Amina. One thing is very clear, is that you are not born a leader. Nobody will tell you, please be a smart leader, a transformational leader, a 360 leader, a total leader, like we say at Leadership Management International. And we've trained more than 2 million leaders around the world in the last 40 years. So you are not born a leader. You need to have, what Boyatzis call the intention to change your behaviors. You need courage, you need determination, you need a clear vision, and you need to be self-aware of the different steps that will be needed to build your leadership. In any organizations, you have usually 10% of positive actors, 80% of spectators, and 10% of negative actors. So the challenge, because not everybody wants to become a leader. You need to take the decision to grow your skills, to put your activities in perspective, especially if you are in a startup business. And we've incubated, I've worked in private banks for many years, we've incubated many startup companies in digital banking, in impact investing. And the CEO we hired were very young professionals, but not all of them had the global quality to build their leadership. So of course some of these companies failed, but some others, a minority, were very successful. Why? Because the CEO took the decision, and the board, to build their leadership skills. And how do you do that? There's a clear methodology to build your leadership skills. First, as I said, you need to have the intention and the will to build it and to develop these skills. First, you focus on your personal productivity. What are you really able to deliver as a professional? Good question. The second is your personal leadership. Are you doing something which is close to your values, to your purpose, that fits your life mission and purpose? The third is the motivational leadership. Are you able to build great teams, to motivate the teams around you and the C-suite, but not just the C-suite members, also, the N-1, -5, etc. What are you doing in terms of what I called the communication leadership? Are you a good communicator? Are you able to share your values, your mission on a very repetitive way, redundant way? Redundancy is a key ingredient of communication. And the fourth steps to build your leadership is the strategic leadership. Do you have a long-term vision, not a 2 or 4 years? Do you have a 5, 10, 15 years vision to build your leadership? Are you able to share and to convince investors that you're going to develop the company thanks to cross-border various type of investments with a clear strategy? And the strategy, we say, is 5% of your time. The rest is implementation, execution, and you better do it right, and you better have this flexible type of leadership to adapt and to be very agile, to adapt your leadership in a fast-changing environment.
So while Samina is looking for the next question or something, I'll just add a little to this. I totally agree with Jerome. Jerome. Yeah. So only one thing I'd like to add is that in military leadership, I understood one thing, that the first thing you start with is self-leadership. Because if you can't lead yourself, if you don't understand what I am, and leadership is also a very it's a great psychological game, which means you must know your mind and your heart, because I feel that the transformation happens in the heart and not in the mind. So I always say, am I able to shift your heart set more than mindset? So one is your own mind, and second is, can you read the mind of the other person so that you can mold? All the words that he used are so important: agility, adaptability, flexibility. These are very, very important, and each one of them matters. Thank you.
So my question now is to Mr. Arunachalam. How do you balance rapid growth and global 360 leadership?
Okay, that's an interesting question. For me, rapid growth is a consequence, right? So it's not something, it's not a target. Speed is not a target, right? What we want is, when we talk about growth, we want to essentially reach the outcome. And one of the things that 90% of the products, great products with product market fit, actually fail. And the reason they fail is your first 10 customers want outcomes. Then the rest of the 10,000 actually want reliability. So speed actually has to result in that reliability. So all the 360-degree feedback, and when we talk about that, whether it is coming from employees, coming from customers, coming from your suppliers, the intention has to be the same, right? Is it going to help me with the outcome? And any speed that does not help me with the outcome is essentially chaos. So it has to line up well with where I'm going. It has to be a consequence. And one of the responsibility of a leader in that regard is going to be I clear the blockers, right? I set the target and I clear the blockers. So my team essentially knows where they are going and what's the next step that they need to achieve in order for me to go there. And my responsibility, once they know that, is to ensure that there aren't any blockers. And those blockers could be from outside or sometimes could be from within inside. You have to make those tough calls and keep moving on, because that includes the founder, right? The founder who is great at innovation and setup is not going to be the person who can run the company when it scales. So we need to all learn to actually find the right people for the job and keep moving on, because yeah, it's like I said, the speed it will come if we have all those things set up in your company.
The right people in the team that, you know, when you give instructions, they can just take off with it and run with it, right, basically.
Yeah, see, organization is no different from what we see in the society, right? If you don't evolve, you perish. 99% of the species that we found around us don't exist anymore. So same holds good for the company. The people who are there with you when you found it may not be the people you need or can manage when you scale up. So if you're going global, you need people who understand the nuances of different cultures. You need to be able to set direction, but I can't for example, I'm sitting out of Sydney. I have no idea of how the company needs to be run, the nuances of the culture that are there in UAE or in US or somewhere in Germany, right? You need people who can understand that, and what you're going to do is, your job as a leader is to set that direction so that the company moves forward, not just the fact that I can micromanage them from that distance. So that's the way we operate. It's, again, different companies have different ways to do it. This is what we feel as early adopters, and when you're trying to scale up in the market, something that will work.
My next question, I'm going to start with you.
Okay.
And we'll the same question to all three of you. How to balance performance and smart behaviors?
Okay. Firstly, I don't think it's a dichotomy, because one without the performance, what was the other part? Behaviors. Performance without behavior is going to result in a bad outcome, and great performance in poor behavior is going to result in your company going down. And great behavior without performance is going to result in a bad product. So for me, it's a balance of the two. And one thing that when I started the company, one thing I always knew was I need to make the tough calls when it comes to that. So if there are people for whom, if I have to put it in the order, the behaviors don't line up, that's the first thing to go, right? Because you cannot have bad behavior. That's going to ruin the rest of the company. Performance can be managed to a certain extent, but after that, it is horses for courses.
And you know, for me, coming from the real estate world and working in a team, if you're not a team player, that also has a heavy hit, you know, if you're not a team player. you're trying to do things your own way, you're not gathering the people who can help you get further in life or get further in your mission, then that also affects big time.
See, at the risk of sounding like I'm from a B school, culture eats strategy for breakfast, right? So if you have wrong people in your company, or if you don't have the right people, or if you are not strong enough to remove the wrong people from your company, in many instances, you are not going to succeed. That's the reality of it. Because if you don't do that, what you're going to do is encourage behaviors that are not going to be conducive for the rest of the company to perform well, and you're going to, as an organization, we are going to feel the pinch.
Brigadier, your turn on
Okay,
how
so
to
firstly,
balance performance.
we don't have anything called right people or wrong people. So the moment my friend Arun, I'll call him Arun. Huh? Well, you know, the moment you say right and wrong, it is with a particular perspective. And therefore, I'll say we are not right or wrong people, we are different people, and we need to understand each other and coexist despite our differences. That is what a real good team is. Now, I'll bring another aspect of what we are talking about and actually compare your performance with trust, one of the behaviors, to give you a real example. So, if you draw a graph with performance on the vertical axis and trust on the x-axis, you will find that the left quadrant, which is low trust and low performance, nobody wants. Cut it out. On the top right is a quadrant which is high trust, high performance. Everyone wants that. But in the corporate world, there is no way of, in your recruitment, you don't have trust or you don't have behavioral performance or, sorry, a behavioral indicator. All your recruitment processes are only based on performance and nothing else. So therefore, you mostly hire people for skill and not for will. You don't know how good this person will be in the behavior. And here I qualify that when you say good, I mean a person whose behavior fits into the organizational culture. And that's another subject, organizational culture. Everything happens in a company because of the culture that has been established. So a little difference in the army is that when we hire people, we don't have just an interview and a resume. We have something else. We have a 5-day selection process. And in that 5-day selection process, you go through a psychologist, you go through a group test. All that is going to build up your behavior more than your performance. And therefore, in the army, we'll rather take a person with low performance and high trust than to take the other way around, a person with high performance and low trust. So the trust part of it, as one of the behavior patterns, is one of the very important things that keeps the team together. It is a glue, it is that force, it's that Fevicol which keeps the team together. And that is one thing that when it takes years to build it up, but it takes just a few seconds to break it. And once it's broken, very difficult to get it back to the same place. Thank you.
Thank
Dr.
you.
Koshin, your turn.
I totally agree. I think, we shouldn't split performance and behaviors. They are very closely linked together. Performance is really focusing on hard skills and behavior on soft skills. And how do you find the right balance in terms of leadership? The issue is that 70% of companies are experiencing a leadership gap and leadership difficulties and leadership deficiencies. And by the way, the two major topics we all in this room and around the world are going to deal with in the coming 10 or 15 years is the first one, everything which is AI related, and the second, everything which is related to personal development, which has to do with how you adapt and change your behaviors. There's a great book, probably you've read it, from James Clear, called Atomic Habits. We all have good and bad habits, And the challenge is how to move your bad habits to positive habits. But to do that, you need to transform yourself and to change your behaviors and to adapt your behaviors. As I said before, you need to have the deep desire and the deep intention to change your behaviors and to adapt to a very fast changing environment. And I just want to share with you what I usually call the 3 E's. You know, to develop smart leadership, you need the 3 E's. The first E is energy. What level of energy do you have as a person, as an individual, as a leader, every day, day in, day out? You know, if you're a CEO, you can't go to the office being depressed. So energy. The second E is energize. How do you motivate your team? But not just your team, your shareholders as well, and convince them to invest in a specific program. And your stakeholders. So the second E is energize. But all these, the first 2 E is related to behaviors. And the third E is related to hard skills and performance, is execute. Are you able to deliver the financial results which are expected by the company? So the 3 E, energy, energize, execute, is a good way to encapsulate, you know, smart, transformative, and 360 type of leadership today.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Dr. Kochlan. So at this point, I'm going to open the stage to the audience and see if anybody has any questions in this topic. We have about 5 minutes, so we can just discuss. So anybody wants to ask, please come to the mic and ask your question to our 3 panelists.
Good morning, panelists. Hello, am I audible? I think I'm audible.
Yeah, you are audible. Go ahead.
So, morning, panelists. Just had a couple of questions, related questions. First, thank you for the insights because they're really eye-opening, I must say. Each one of you gave us some very sharp insights. One thing that I wanted to ask was, we were speaking about the early adopter curve, which means the business is launched, people have adopted. We know there is success at the end of the tunnel. That being said, you spoke about right fit, wrong fit, which Brigadier said that it's all people and we need to figure out how to balance. And so you gave the E3 model, which is very easy as it sounds, but not easy to implement. So how do we communicate if someone is really the right fit for a particular role when we are growing, and if they are not and the trust is falling? How do we communicate all this to ensure that the rhythm of the organization doesn't suffer when we are growing?
I'll start. Yeah. Yeah, sure. See, very valid question, right? Because we have all been there. You start something, you are the only person with the knowledge, you are the only person with the idea, you have probably got the next 25 steps sorted out in your head. It's also not the time where you can afford, I'll avoid upsetting the brigadier, so I'll say person who is not fit, right? So you need, not the wrong person, because you can't put a salesperson into a developer role and expect that person to perform, right? It's ridiculous. So what you are going to do at that time is find the right person for the job, and for a person who will be able to get through to the first stage of this, right? Because there are people who will be excellent at that. And I know founders who are excellent till the product gets, or till the company gets out of the startup mode, post which they want to exit. So you always will have to find the right person who can do that, right? So that's one. So you identify the right person who can take this plunge, because that stage 2 product market fit is always both exciting and extremely chaotic. So the role of a leader there is very different. You are going to you need people who can adapt, and also at the same time, you need people who will be able to take the instructions. You should also be able to communicate this very clearly, because otherwise it's going around in circles, right? So that leadership, the leadership that you exhibit at that point is very different from once you get there and you start to look at scaling, where you, like I said, the next 10,000 want reliable service. At that time, what you need to do is build a team around you that can take this forward, right? Essentially, you are trying to create not clones, but people who are able to do the same thing with their own flair and their own flavor. So that's how I look at each of these. It's not the same problem or the same approach, but it comes to the same point. Are you hiring? Are you looking for the right skills and performance and measures and behaviors in the team members for that particular role?
Yeah, so I want to add this that as an agile military leader, I will agree with him now that in this context, in this context, the right and the wrong could be very well used. So you want to put the right person in the right place. And a very small story will tell you what I'm wanting to express here. There are some instruments. So when I got out of the army and I came into the corporate world, somebody asked me, which instruments do you use? So I said, what? I'm neither a carpenter nor a gardener. I don't use instruments. And then I got to know that there were some behavioral instruments which are called your psychometric tests. And I learned one of them and we used it. And this is called extended disk. So we have an individual report and a team report there. So we did it for a company and then we were giving the presentation. When I say we, there's a lady called Nanda Dave who I learnt it all from. So she was with me and we did it together. And now she's giving a presentation to the CEO and saying, this is your team report. And these are not the people who fit in here, they fit in better here. So you put this person in finance under this chap, she is not going to be able to match up with this person. Her behavior doesn't match here. You must do this. And you know what this man did? So, oh my God. I wish you told me 2 or 3 weeks earlier, this lady has just left us. She said, I can tell you I am not an astrologer, but I can tell you that these two people cannot work together. So today, with the type of, I won't say instruments, I'll say with the type of technology, with the type of human behavior studies available, we must use these more than just our instinct and use them to the best of your knowledge, because what will happen here is, for example, for all my leadership programs, I won't say insist, but I influence a company to take this extended disk before they come to me for leadership and team building, because then I know that this person is a C-type person. He's a compliance person. He will not take initiative. He will go by numbers. He will not go by emotions. So therefore, you have to understand the behavior of the other people and also understand your behavior. So if you know answer to why am I doing what I'm doing and what is this person doing, what they are doing, you will not be able to get this right mix. And this is one of the best ways I learned after coming from the army. In the army, we had different ways. Okay, but not going into all that, I just thought I'll bring this perspective, use these type of psychometric tests. You'll get a very accurate way of knowing which behavior is fitting into which scene, and you put them in the right place. Thank you.
Thank you. When you're a CEO incubator and that you are hiring people, you can either choose loyalty or competencies, right? Try always to pick up competent people. You don't need loyal people around you. A smart, a transformational leader will ask to be challenged every day. He will ask for feedback, not just for feedback, because feedback, we talk a bit about feedback, but feedback is about, is regarding the past. So we talk very much in our leadership development programs on feedback and feed forward. What are we building all together? And maybe you've read this very interesting article of Jim Collins in the Harvard Business Review about level 5 type of leaders. They've studied 1,500 leaders around the world. What are the differentiating factors of these level 5 type of leaders? First, they have a very long-term vision. They've been in office not just for 2 or 4 years, like most of the CEOs, but for 10 years, 15 years. The second, they have a high level of determination in what they do. They know they're going to be crises. They know they're going to be hurdles to go through. You know, I had to manage the Madoff crisis for 5 years. That's why I have some gray hair now in a private bank. And the third is humility. They are very humble people. Humble, modest, which means that they are very open to get challenged. So they're going to look for competent people rather than loyal people. So when you enter into an organization and that you see that around the CEO, you have a lot of loyalty, it's a wrong governance. You should have competent people challenging yourself day in, day out, which doesn't mean that they cannot become friends at the end of the journey. And a last comment on communication, because I come from marketing and communication world, and I've been a journalist and a war reporter for 10 years. Communication is in everything, and everything is in communication. You know, I often ask the question to our clients, why do we communicate? Why do we communicate? Well, we communicate because we want to share information. We communicate because we want to convince the others, the clients, the market, the shareholders, the stakeholders. And we communicate, this is the soft skills and the behaviors, because we want to seduce. Share, convince, and seduce. And this is what we call performative communication. It's a performance. So a good CEO should be a great communicator or should work on his communication skills, because every day he will need to share and convince and explain what's the purpose. And he will need to be very redundant, once again, in the way he communicates, because he wants to convince as many people as possible. And that's why in marketing, we talk a lot about love mark in branding. You know, what these love mark create, all the great brands we know. Well, they create loyalty beyond reason. Loyalty which is beyond reason, which makes you automatically, you know, follow up these great brands.
So I like to really take on this beautiful way he's explained, and I resonate entirely with that. John C. Maxwell said that leadership is influence, nothing more, nothing less. So he said seduce, and I normally use the word influence, and I normally would say there's a difference between convincing and influencing, and I would go for the shade of influencing as a leader more than convincing. Because that is long-lasting. It brings you, when you're influenced, it becomes an inspiration instead of a motivation. Motivation is external, inspiration is internal. It's internally driven. So in communication, I want to say one thing. When I communicate with you, which means there is some thought, some idea, some experience that I want to share with you, so I tell it out. And when I do that, if I am able to do it in a way that you got the complete sense of it, you understand exactly what I said, and not what a child tells a mother, Mama, I thought you meant this. So what you say is not what you mean, and what you mean is not what you say, then you are not a good communicator. But more importantly, am I a good influencer? So if I am, let's say, on the stage talking about yoga, and each one of you understand yoga very well, just the way I did, but only 5 of you took up the yoga mat next morning and started doing yoga. So for those 5 people, I'm an influencer. For the others, you were only a communicator. So as a professional speaker, when I stand on the stage, I look at what do I want my audience to think, feel, and do after this session. And if I look at that and concentrate on that, and that's what I learned when I unlearned my military type of thinking when I used to go on the stage because I spoke to a captive audience. I never had to care about whether they will listen to me or not. They had to. But when I now became a professional speaker, I know people start walking out so audience became the king. And I realized that when I stand on the stage, and so as a leader, you are not the hero, your story is. You are not the hero, your ideas are. Focus on the content and not on the author, right? That makes a lot of difference. So I'll come to something which I did in a communication workshop recently. And I said, see, now I'm saying the idea I had, I communicated to you, which means I passed it on to you, right? But where did that idea come from? That came from something called the inner voice, the inner communication, which is saying, should I say this or should I not say this? Will I say something which will annoy him? Oh, I shouldn't say that. All that tussle that went out in your mind was the noise that is created in your mind until you first silence that, bring your mind to a stability, form that communication, that message, and then transmit it. Till then, you're going to be confused. So, brings to clarity. That communication has to be clarity. Clarity has to be that firstly, internal communication has to be good before it becomes a good external communication. And when I'm talking of clarity, it is all about eradicating the unwanted. Right? I think we have a little time. I'll tell you this. I wanted to buy a very good camera, or a phone with a good camera. So I asked my son, and he gave me a model. I bought that, very good camera. And then when I started taking pictures, I was not finding them as clear as his pictures were. And he takes a picture from the same phone, which is much better than mine. And I said, how do you do that? And he says, Dad, when did you clean the lens? I said, never do it. So he said, that's the problem. So then when he cleaned the lens and showed me, the results were very good. So he says, there is dust on your lens, you will not get a clear picture. Similarly, when there's a dust, there's a fog in my mind, my communication cannot be clear. So eradicate that first. And I'll end by saying that a sculptor has a very clear image of a statue that he wants. So what he's doing, he's scraping the unwanted and that statue emerges. So if you eradicate all the unwanted stuff, you will get the real clarity. And it is for all leaders to go 1 inch wide and 1 mile deep. And many of us, like I was always 1 inch deep and 1 mile wide. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else have any questions? Okay, so we'll wrap up today. Thank you.
I would just say one thing. We're talking so much about communication. If you get a chance, just go and see my LinkedIn little post on just this part of clarity in communication. Thank you.
May I
And-
just...
And from
may I
my
ju-
end, I will say that I did a TED Talk, and my TED Talk was the 3 principles of communication that connects the world. So I would like you to go and see that on YouTube.
I just would like to add something, as we have a few minutes. You know, we talk about, 360 leaders, transformational leaders, global leaders. And I think, to be a smart leader is really a mindset, to develop your mindset. Smart leaders are very often unsatisfied, but they're never dissatisfied. So there is a distinguo, when you are unsatisfied is that you are challenging yourself. You ask others to challenge you. You want to be challenged. And you, once again, there are going to be some tough times, some questions that you're going to have. But be unsatisfied is a very dynamic mindset, without being dissatisfied, because when you are dissatisfied, it means that you are a bit depressed, your blackjack, etc. So there's a distinguo. This to say that it's a mindset, and you work on this mindset, and you decide to be a global leader, and then you accept that you will be very often unsatisfied, but that's fine. It brings also a lot of joy in your professional activity because you are building great teams, great projects, and great business.
Thank you, Dr. Kosmik. Thank you.
Wow, what a powerful start of the day. And look at the room we're filled. Bravo. Thank you so much for our moderators and panelists. Very beautiful speech. I'm really impressed. And, you know, I just would like to say that in my generation, there are so many leaders, they are pointing fingers like, oh, these employees, they made a mistake. But what I listened today from this great panelist and moderator, it's vice versa, it's completely different. And I wish more people will hear such a speech that we had today, because it's completely changing the whole picture of the leadership and how the companies have to work. I'm really impressed. Thank you so much. So we're gonna keep going with this great energy that we kept up, and I'm glad that we are on time today. So we are moving on to our next keynote, which named Fail Forward, Turning Setbacks into Strategy and Success. And guiding you through this theme is someone who knows exactly what this means to rebuild, rethink, and rise stronger. So before we clean the stage, I see a beautiful lady scrolling up to the stage. I would like to say a little bit about next speaker. She is a founder and chief executive, owner of a Next Level Recovery Associate, leader who has turned experience into expertise and challenges into real transformation. So let's give a round of warm and welcoming applause to Amanda Marina.
Good morning, good morning. Day 2. I'm Amanda Marino. It is both an honor and a pleasure to be here with all of you today from all around the world. I am born and raised in South Florida, and I came all the way from Miami to be here with you all in Dubai. I've learned so much. Yesterday, I think my brain was a little fried by about noon because I met so many incredible people and had so many incredible conversations. And so I just want to thank all of you that I've connected with. And if I haven't connected with you yet, I would love to after this, because I believe in connection. Okay. Is this is the first? Okay. Okay, so I opened my company at the end of 2019. Do you know what that means? COVID. Okay, so I was scared and I thought, what the heck am I going to do? I had a massive business plan with my business partner and all these strategies and all the things that I had learned working under others that did what I was doing for my company, but I planned to do it better because I learned what was incredible that my mentors taught me. And I also learned what could be done better. So while my mother is calling me and telling me that all these people are losing their jobs, they're losing their homes, businesses are closing. I am thriving and abundant. So while I had that fear, there was a bigger, greater plan for me. I own a concierge mental health company called Next Level Recovery Associates. And because of the pandemic, I was able to build an international brand within a year, which is pretty incredible. I started my company with $100 US. So I would have never been able to afford to market myself in-person conferences. So I pivoted. I started having events, Zoom events and networking things with people. People were lonely, especially my clinician friends, you know, and that they're doing therapy on Zoom all by themselves all day. They love to come to the group Zooms. So while it seemed in the moment like it was a really challenging and difficult, awful thing, I am now like way far ahead in behavioral health as far as social media and my online brand. So purpose met the moment. Like I said, well, so many organizations were shifted to fully remote. I leaned into it and I got the support. The people I work with were facing crisis, trauma, mental health struggles, and mental health is always a shh, you know, not in my family. Not me. Addiction. No, not my family, not my kid. However, this affects people from, you know, Park Place to the park bench. Okay, this mental health, eating disorders, substance use disorders are not, no one is immune to this. This can happen to any family. So I felt like I needed to be a voice and an advocate at that time. So I was on LinkedIn. On LinkedIn, I was telling my story, and back in the day, I don't know if you guys remember LinkedIn in the beginning, you could get 1,000 new connections in one day. So I jumped in there early, thankfully, and it's been a blessing. Am I clicking at this or here? It's not working. It's okay. Oh, that's why it's. Here, I think it's dead. It's okay, I can keep talking. I'm good with going with the flow. That's what happens when you open a company in the pandemic. So I've done, I never in my wildest dreams thought that the creator, we all have our own version of what we believe in, and I love that in this room, had a much bigger purpose and passion for me. So this is me. Thank you. Is it working? Yes? Okay. Thank you so much. Okay, this is me. So I am an international speaker, which is a blessing. I never thought that would happen. I was on a TV show that is in the United States called Intervention. It's been on for 20 years. Basically, I was brought on as an expert to work with families and individuals that were suffering with substance use disorder. And while my clientele is extremely high-end and high-net-worth families and people in entertainment that want discreet services, I was put in positions where I was helping serve clients that were living in tents and trap houses and things that I had never seen before. And it was quite the experience. And I remember telling the casting directors, because I had heard a lot of noise about this show over the years, like, is it okay? Are they doing the right thing? You know, so I had told the casting directors, like, if I accept this position, I need to know that I can be myself, how I am with my team, with all my clients, with these same clients on the show. And I actually was talking to one of the sisters this morning of one of the clients. So they did allow me to be myself, which was amazing. Vulnerability has become the greatest superpower for me. I have no shame in the things I've done, the things I've been through, the poor choices I've made. Listen, I'm still human, and I definitely fall short many times. However, I come from an extremely traumatic childhood. I was abused as a child, and in many ways. I won't get into some of the specifics to be mindful of the room. My sister, once my mother got us away from our abuser, my sister was abducted in front of me. I was 7 years old, she was 1, and her father, who was, you know, the abuser, I thought he was my father at the time, he was such a sociopath. He was Mr. Church-going guy by day and drug dealer and woman abuser by night. So my trust for people, you know, kind of went out the window. And he got my sister and took her to Canada for an entire month. So I wouldn't go outside. I was scared of people. I didn't trust adults. So many things. And then I found out this other man was my father, so I was extremely confused. So as this topic of failing forward or falling forward, you know, in that time, and then my mother put me in therapy at 7 years old, thank God. And I'm still in it today, I'm proud to say. It did bring me down a dark path for a number of years, but at 26, I had an 18-month-old little boy, and he's now 20. So he changed my life when he was born. Oh, I also this year did my first TEDx, and there's a gentleman in the room that did the TEDx with me. We saw each other in the hallway, and we were like, how do I know you? And we were just in Philippines together back in September doing a TEDx. That's a very hard thing to do. I'm used to like coming up with an idea and making it happen pretty quickly, not with a TED Talk. That takes a lot of work, and it's a whole nother element. So I talked a little bit about this, before COVID, I just feel like nobody talked about mental health openly. I mean, I did, but I was trying to make people feel like I have been for 15 years, I've been in behavioral health. So I have been trying to break down the stigma and help people feel comfortable with asking for help. And I want to be in rooms, I hope that there's somebody in this room that is never told someone something that they're really struggling with, and they feel safe coming to me. Because I'll meet you with non-judgment, and I can point you in the right direction. For years, I was speaking at all behavioral health conferences. I heard this on one of the panels yesterday. Get outside of your field. Like, that's why I'm here. Thank you, Naitha, for bringing me here. So, I made a decision, in the pandemic, not only to have to continuously pivot. I could have said, no, I can't do this. This is not what we have planned. I don't know how I'm going to help people. It's dangerous to go out. I remember if anyone's been to the States and been to Atlanta Airport, it is one of the largest airports in the States. I was there when there was not one person in the entire airport, and that was scary. However, all of my mentors and my teachers, they had, they were in their 60s, and a lot of them had health complications, and they could not do in-person interventions or do in-person work. So I chose to make myself a first responder at that time, take that responsibility on. And, people were in crisis and struggling. People that were teetering went over the edge. People that were doing kind of well, they also were struggling. We're still dealing with the after effects. I deal with so many families and women, particularly, some men too, that have agoraphobia. So just a little bit about me, if you want to find me after. I have cards and brochures and such. So I was able to build all of this because of the pandemic. I don't think I would have leaned online if I didn't have to at that moment. So, who in this room has tried something and failed? Raise your hand. Congratulations. You're a winner. Because when we try and we fail, we learn. And then we also, I don't see failures as failures. I learn from failure. I learn from my mistakes. I try again, or I pivot. I'm somebody that has way too many ideas. This brain is a big overthinker, and I want to do everything. And I have to, my team, I have a team, thank God. They keep me grounded. No, Amanda. There's a few questions I ask myself, is there a need for this? Is this going to be time manageable with all the other things I have on my plate? And is this going to bring revenue? Those are my questions. So let's all fail forward, turning setbacks into strategy and success. For me, I believe that there's a massive percentage of people that have a dream, something they've always wanted to do, and they can't. Oh, well, they think they can't, right? Because of what? Because of fear. Fear holds so many of us back from following our dreams and following our heart and going after all the things. Don't let fear stop you. The only difference between me and anyone else is I'm scared, but I do it anyways. I see a hand. Yeah, you're feeling me on that one. So this is the thing. Every founder gets setbacks, but winners process them into progress. So all those things I learned by opening my business right before the pandemic and really launching it, like actually on paper, the business, it was March 1st, 2020 was on paper. I was on my own from August of 2019, but my first day of actual like on paper for my S Corp was March 1st, 2020. And like, we just decided, hey, we're just gonna go with it and just continue to pivot. We had to continue to pivot. And now if you've gone through that, I know there's a couple other people I've met that have opened the business, right, Naitha, that have opened their business at the same time. And those of us that like muscled through it and kept pivoting and changing and going with whatever happened, ended up thriving. You know, I could have, like I said, I could have said, forget it, this isn't gonna work. However, all the things I learned from my mentors, I had to tweak so many things. The reality, founders often make decisions based on incomplete information and proceed regardless. Walking through is the way. Sit with it. Sitting with it is one of the greatest things I've learned. Actually, if you watch my TEDx, I sit on the red carpet at the end, which is something I don't know if many people have done, because I've learned in my mental health healing journey if there is a problem, there is a solution. And so I learned that problem solution mentality. Sometimes there isn't an answer and there's not a solution. We have to just sit with it uncomfortably and feel it. It's icky. It stinks. However, it is something that has helped me in so many ways. I no longer react to something that upsets me or bothers me. I sit with it, I process it, because I know if I react out of emotion or respond out of emotion, that's not going to be my authentic self. So when I sit with it, I thrive. So, you know, that's at the time, you know, I've also heard a number of people talk about mentors and support system. I'll tell you, as I've grown over the past decade, my circle's become small. And guess what? That's okay. I don't need all the friends in the world. I want people that are happy for me, that aren't sad that I bought a second home or that I started a second business or feel like my light takes away from theirs. All of us in this room, my light and your light together, all we do is shine brighter. So I'm a lover. I love to learn from people and have mentors. And I also love to have people that reach out to me that I lift up. I've had many people that I've lifted up, you know, completely do me wrong, but guess what? I did my part of leadership. So today's commitment, you'll leave with a simple system to make failure useful. That's my goal for you. The power mindset. I mean, how many of us have heard about mindset, okay? How many of us implement that into our personal and professional life? Okay, lots of people. And listen, this is a tricky thing. I mean, I wake up some days and I am not ready to life or human or mother or travel or all the things, right? But I show up and do it anyways. And so for myself, starting my morning with like a reading of some sort, something that puts me in a positive direction, starting off with meditation, moving my body, thinking of all the things I'm grateful for. People that went through the things I went through, some of them are in long-term psychiatric units for the rest of their lives. So God has blessed me beyond. So the mindset refers to the collection of principles that you rely on when faced with pressure. It serves as the mental framework that directs your thoughts, your choices, behaviors, particularly in challenging situations. So say my mindset today was, oh man, my presentation changed a few times. What am I gonna do? Forget it, it's gonna be terrible. Or, oh, nobody's gonna be here because it's so early and everyone's tired. Like if I had that mindset coming in here, it would be terrible. I got up at sunrise, because you can't miss a sunrise here in Dubai. It is stunning. So I got up at sunrise, you know, tweaked my presentation, did my prayer, did my meditation, connected with family because they're 9 hours behind us, so they were going to bed. And I got myself in a good mindset. Like, this isn't about me. This is about a message that's meant to flow through me from my creator. I never make speaking about me anymore. And like, I remember at the TEDx, I had to coach a couple of the people that were about to hop on stage going, don't be worried, don't be stressed. This isn't about you. This is about the message that you are meant to share and help maybe one person in the audience and one person on YouTube. And of course, you'll impact more than that, but if you do just those, then you're winning. So the growth mindset. This perspective views challenges as opportunities for learning and development. Like all the things that we go through, we grow through. If we run from them, we're not going to grow. We're not going to expand. As leaders, we have to be okay with falling short. We have to be okay with pivoting. We can't predict certain things. So fear and commitment. Bravery is commitment even when fear is present. I've talked about that, you know. God, there's so many things I'm scared of. I just don't let it win. I'm more scared of not trying than I am of trying and failing. Is there anyone in this room that when I asked the question of, you know, have you failed, or I've asked a number of questions, is there anyone in here who has a dream that they're scared to do and fear is keeping them stuck? Okay, see, I see like, don't be shameful, don't be shameful. That doesn't mean that anyone else is in any better. Listen, it's not easy. And fear is powerful, and it's that negative narrative in our mind, and we all have it. But I'm gonna, you know, stay in touch with you and follow through and make sure you go after that dream, girl. So this is a little, let me move. So here we have fail forward. Fail forward means extract the lesson, change the system, and shift again. It says ship again, which it also could be ship. So system setback, you know, initial failure, disruption. Then you recognize it, identifying setbacks as a signal. System reevaluation, analyzing and redefining strategies. Adaptive course, steering towards a resilient path. And then successful voyage. System achieves desired outcomes. And now this pattern goes over and over and over as business owners. Grit is persistence with learning, not stubbornness or ego. Grit so I wanted to do the topic, founder's mindset, grit, growth, and getting it done, because I feel like that's literally my story. And I'm grateful that this is my topic too, because I love talking about failing, because failing isn't failing. Failing is trying and trying again and trying again and trying again, and being okay with failing. But grit is something you have to have as a leader. If you're a founder of a business, who in here is a founder? Oh, heck yes. You all are bad mamma jammas. So here, we always have, I mean, I feel like this is in personal, professional, family, we always have the two paths, you know, and the wrong action, you know, I don't judge myself on that. If I make a mistake and go down the wrong road, then I course correct. But this is, you know, your job is to separate what's hard from what's wrong. So there's hard tasks, and then there's things that we make mistakes that can set us back. We can learn from them and move forward. I trust my gut today. That took me a long time. I had a nonprofit before I had my business, and I didn't trust my gut with this one person that was on my board. And she ended up running away with the money, and it was like one of those things that were afterwards like, how did I not know better? I know, I know I trust, but it made me really sad for a while, heartbroken. And then I turned it into, okay, what can I learn from this opportunity? I will always trust my gut when it comes to business. Energy as an infrastructure. Okay, like I said, how do we start our day? How is our sleep hygiene? How are we showing up in our relationships? How are our boundaries? Who in this room as a founder has trouble with boundaries? Who has like a time frame that they make themselves available via phone? Okay, and you don't respond up. Okay, I love that. So that's taken time. And so I've crossed my own boundaries plenty of times, and I catch myself and I always end up getting, the bad end of the stick. So, myself and my business partner, we're always like, okay, back to boundaries, no responding to things, unless it's 9 to 5, unless it's a crisis, of course. I'm dealing with crisis mental health, crisis addiction situations. So I have a form now that I send to families when they hire my agency and want to work with my psychiatrists, psychologists, dietitians, coaches, companions. This is what defines as an emergency. If your daughter is in a residential program and someone stole her shampoo, that is not an emergency. We do not need to be called on a Sunday morning about that. So if your daughter is trying to leave or is having a serious problem, or maybe, for emergencies, yes, I make myself available. But for business things, if someone invites me to a networking event at 9 p.m. on a Wednesday, they are not getting a response from me. I do accept emails 24/7. I may not respond. An experiment needs a hypothesis, metrics, time box, and decision rule. So here you go. Decision rule outlines criteria for making informed decision based on results. Metric provides you with a measurable to evaluate success and failure. And again, success and failure go hand in hand. Failure can be success. Time box establishes a fixed period for tasks ensuring progress. And then what you learn from it, your hypothesis, of what you think you're going to have, and then what ends up happening may not be the same thing. So this is great. This is, how do we improve performance and productivity? We keep what works, we stop what does not, and we start new things. So that's why I say, I have all these ideas. It's both a blessing and a curse. My mind always has a new thing it wants to do. So now I've learned to ask myself those questions I said. Do I have the bandwidth? Is there a need for this? Is this going to bring revenue and income into my life? Is this going to make my life unmanageable? And I run it by people. I run it by my team psychologist, Dr. Jeffrey Huttman. I run it by my business partner, Sarah Frias. As far as collaboration, I love to collaborate. As a founder, I love to delegate. I know my skill set. I am not good at administrative work. I am not good behind the scenes. I am an out there girl. I create something, I have an idea, and I can make it happen. However, I know that I need people to help me keep it in order. Because I'll go rogue and be all over the place. It's just my personality. And I'm okay with that. I don't want to learn the admin work, 7 years in. So now, next, never. Focus on these elements to shield your week from interruptions. So as we look at our week ahead, I try not to get the Sunday scaries. Does anyone get the Sunday scaries? Okay, I think that starts for me, it started for me in school. Before, oh God, I have school tomorrow. I still kind of get that. So I've learned how to do a little work on Sundays, do something fun, make sure I take self-care, and take care of myself. So, what needs to be done now? What can be tabled? And then what are we not going to do? So I was thinking I was going to travel to 7 countries from September to now, which I've never done in my entire life. And I was going to host a retreat in February in Costa Rica. So reality hit a month ago, and I said, okay, I'm pushing it back. So I'm not giving up on it. It's my dream. So I'm going to still do it, just not now. Shift and navigate through adversity and be able to pivot. We have to be able to pivot. We cannot predict things that are personal, I'm in the sandwich generation, so I'm taking care of my mom, I'm still raising kids, I'm running a business, I deal with absolutely insane things every day, and then I get a text from my mother at midday, this page. So we can't predict things like this, right? I thought my mother, she's 73, I thought she'd be healthy a lot longer. She's not. I have to have one of my employees take care of my mother and check on her when I'm gone. So we can't predict the adversities and challenges in life. We just can't. We just have to be able to pivot. And if we don't know how to pivot alone, reach out to someone who does. Meetings that matter. You know, I used to do so many lunches, like go out to lunch for meetings. I can't do that today. I don't have the time, energy. If it's somebody that I've built a relationship with, then yes. Quality relationships that are where we have a working business relationship, I will go to lunch with them while I'm home. If it's just some group random lunch that's gonna bring me no business, I'm not doing it. I start with a Zoom or a call, make sure I kind of qualify and make sure it's worth my time. Our time is our most valuable asset as founders, especially if we have families and we're taking care of our parents. Delegate, delegate, delegate. I know we all can do it the best in our company. We can. We're the best. But guess what? Knowing your skill sets and getting more tuned into your skill sets and having others do what they're great at has been the best thing I've ever done. I love to delegate. Safety and accountability. Psychological safety brings issues to light promptly, while accountability transforms those issues into actionable steps. So I also provide free therapy to my professionals that are on a long-term job. So say somebody is living with a client for a month as a professional, and then there's also a psychiatrist, a psychologist, and this team. I make sure that the professional that's living in this situation, because it's not always an easy one, I make sure that they get their own therapy and their own support. So I take care of my team. So this is me. It says she, but it's me. Instead of shrinking, I built systems, partnerships, a brand presence. During chaos, proving the company wasn't just viable, but my company was needed. I was needed. There was a need for, I saw people trying to do these things on Zoom, which some of the things can be, and some things can't be. I had to go, meet a woman that was a severe alcoholic on the 3rd floor of her apartment. Her family were both high risk in prime COVID. I had mom on Zoom on one phone, dad on another device, and I knocked on her door rogue. Because this woman if she would have fallen down her stairs, she could have died. And she was so bad, but that's what I had to do. Is that the standard, the way we do things? No. But you have to do what you have to do in crisis situations. She's actually sober today and doing really well. She's amazing. Okay, I just have a question for you all. What is one thing that you will take action in the next 7 days that will make everything else easier? And I'm gonna start over here because I know you have a dream. Can you stand up and tell me what action you can take? Yeah, I mean, whatever you believe in or whatever there's books, more daily readings on anything. Or if you just want something random positive, so start with a daily reading, start with your grounding, start with, the things you're grateful for, even if you're in we're women, sometimes we wake up moody. Thank you. I'm gonna hold you to that. I'm gonna stay in touch with you. I wanna leave it open for questions because there's a minute left and I wanna be mindful that we stay on time. I've been watching that clock Is there anyone else that would like to share something that they would like to take action in the next 7 days that maybe they've been holding? There's Mike right there if you want to hop up on the mic so we can hear you. I love your red jacket. You're a vibe.
The action I would like to take in the next 7 days that I've been hesitating on for 10 years is to finish my book.
Amen to that. All right, everybody get this man's contact and let's hold him accountable. Okay? Let's support one another. Let's lift one another. Remember, our shine is brighter together. Anything there's something, I don't know if this is in any of the countries that you all are from, but there's something in America with women that are, intimidated by strong, powerful, beautiful women. I want to know all of them. They're who I want to get around. Like, I am not intimidated by that. Even my own sister is like that. She hates my success and my shine, and she hates that I'm happy, thinks I'm fake. And it's a sad thing, but that's not my stuff. My stuff is how I show up in the world and how I continue to love, lift, and empower others. So if you failed at something, let's remove that word. You're moving forward. You're pushing through. I saw somebody else that did want to say what they were accountable to. Get on the mic, lovely.
So the one thing I'm doing immediately is apply the now, next, and never for my life. Is I've been piling a lot of things on my plate, and I realized that, okay, it's just about, not about knowing, but doing the prioritization. So that was a very, very strong and powerful takeaway for me.
I'm so proud of you. Well, we're going to keep you accountable too, girl. Yes, hi. If you want to go on the mic, just because it's so hard to hear. If not, thank you so much.
Hi, Amanda. I'm Emmanuel Williams. I'm a coach mentor, and I've loved your personal story. So this is not an accountability statement, but it's a personal question to you. At what point in your life did you decide to tell your story out there so transparently, like you did this morning?
I gave you the kid version. Okay, so if my TED Talk is The Unstoppable Power of Believing in Yourself on YouTube. So if you want to look it up, that's my very raw, vulnerable story. And I was comfortable doing that at the time, but when I knew it was going to come out on YouTube, I was like, oh, can it go away now, please? Can it please go away? I don't want anyone, I felt naked and like exposed. I've been talking about my story because I've been in therapy since I was 7 years old. So I've been talking about it even on LinkedIn for 15 years because I know that people can judge me. I get some side comments, but I know that I'm doing it as a purpose to help at least one person. That's always my goal. I just want to reach one person. So I've been talking about it for an extremely long time. To me, sometimes the things I share make other people feel uncomfortable, but they don't make me feel uncomfortable.
Because as founders, we want to show that strong strength of ours every morning when we wake up. There's a lot of times we don't show the vulnerability, which you did this morning. I think that's kudos to you for showing that out, and that we all have our weak moments. So appreciative of what you've done this morning, but I just want more and more people to come out and say, yes, we have a vulnerable side to us, and you shared a very personal story to all of us out here, so well done on you. Yeah.
Thank you so much. I try to pass it on to my children. I have a 20-year-old son that I had at 24 years old. I have a 13-year-old daughter who's in the hardest time. She's in middle school. I actually took off 6 months of traveling for her. I just want to be an example of vulnerability is strength. That was almost my talk. Actually, in the magazine, that's my topic. Vulnerability is a superpower, or that is a strength. So I just think that you'll be surprised when you're vulnerable how much it will elevate you and bring really amazing people in your life. Hi, how are you?
Hi, Amanda. I'm Nicola. I'm good, thanks. How are you?
I'm doing amazing.
Thank you. So I'm taking you up on a challenge because I've had the same problem as you, and that is being a bright, shining light. And women don't respond correctly to us. And you're a bright, shining light, and I see myself in you, and I definitely want to connect with you. And you know what made the biggest connection for me? It was your vulnerability, because we can be powerful. We're very powerful. I'm powerful inside, and I'm powerful on the outside, and I know it. And I'm powerful up here and way beyond. And so are you, and there are many of us. But the world today has not made the space for brilliant women to rise without limitation. But it's the time for that now. And it's us who hold hands and who come together. This is my vulnerability. I didn't actually know I was going to say this, but God knows. Anyways,
I'm so proud of you.
So thank you. Yeah, but we are peers.
Yes, absolutely.
I'm a keynote speaker, I'm a leader, I'm a founder, I'm changing the world. So,
you're going to make me cry. See, stronger together. Spread the love. And I'm sorry, whoever you've spent your time around, you have to change your circle. Drop them all. Okay, absolutely. Yes.
no, come on, we need
Absolutely,
to lead.
yes. Vulnerability is a superpower. Thank you. Thank you so much. I'm so proud of you. Thank you. Thank you all so much for your time, energy. Sorry I went over. I was really trying to be mindful of the time. Please connect with me, Amanda Marino Official, on Instagram and TikTok. You can find me easily on LinkedIn, and I would love to have coffee, just chit chat with any of you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Amanda. That was an incredible session. Like, I literally shared my tear with the last one. And, it's the second day of the conference. And after each panelist or moderator that we have, or a speaker, I write a quote. And, my script is full of the notes. So I think I decided after each speaker, I'll share what I write down. So after Amanda, the number one first quote is, vulnerability has no shame. I really love that. This world really need to remember this. And the second one for me is failure can be a success, which is amazing because we are in the world of Instagram. I'm a kid of Instagram or Facebook, so we're just all the time afraid to be imperfect, which is actually so wrong. Moving on, I'm so happy to see many people back and our audience is full, so let's move forward. And the next one is Startup for Good, solving the world's toughest problem with the innovation. And honestly, the people who will come up on stage will definitely surprise you, because they're already doing that, using the creativity, tech, and bold ideas to tackle the challenges, and the most people even not know where they begin. So before they're preparing the stage, I'll just name our moderator and panelists, the staters who is coming up on stage. So the first panelist is Vaibhav Ram, the founder and CEO CATV, Dr. Neelam Bhardwaj, founder and managing director Help Life Global, Mufon J. Uva, CTO and founder of Yielded Technologies. That's a bit tough. Vyajayanti Sankar, founder and executive director CCL Global. Suhil Sharma, Managing Director, Cognitive Health Technologies Private Limited. Dr. Nicola Middleton, Founder and President, God Brands. And our moderator of today is Alan Leroy, Founder and Managing Director, Ventures Philanthropy Blueprint. Please welcome on stage to our moderators and panelists. Guys, wake up. We need more coffee, maybe.
I don't know if you could hear me. Is the mic, do we have microphones? Good evening. Good morning, everyone. Yeah. And so it's a pleasure for us to be here this morning. This is a really hot topic. Startups for good. Solving the world's toughest problems with innovation. My name is Alan Leroy. I traveled from New York City to Dubai for this conference. My background is in consulting strategy, and technology. I have a keynote later today actually speaking about this topic, which is what I call impact ventures, building and scaling profit with purpose. So this is a very, I really was looking forward to being able to moderate this panel. We have a very highly esteemed group of people here today. 7 people, 45 minutes, including Q&A. So we're going to go through this pretty fast and also leave time for Q&A, because I think it's important for everyone to kind of really be engaged. Now, can a startup be both profitable and purpose-driven? Founders are proving that innovation can drive both business success and meaningful change. At this summit, leaders will our panel will reveal how we will create scalable solutions to pressing challenges like sustainability and social impact. So that said, I'm going to just give everyone 1 minute to provide a brief introduction, and then we'll get into the Q&A. Sound good? Awesome.
Okay, good morning, everyone. Giving your own introduction is the most difficult thing on earth, I think, for most of us. But since we have been asked to do it, so I will have to briefly tell you about myself. My journey has been a little exceptional. It wasn't planned, as we listen most of the time in the rooms. It was always by default. I was living in a very comfortable zone, living in upper middle class society of India, never seen a girl with disability on wheelchair, very comfortable life. But I don't know why God kept pushing me and kicking me around. But things kept happening for good, because I was very resilient. I did not give up. I embraced failures. And 26 years down the line, I have this help life, which became the cause and passion for my living rest of my life. It's a beautiful journey with 20 years of beautiful United Nations, exceptional jobs all over the world. I've lived in Sierra Leone, I lived in Uganda, I lived in Sudan, in Malawi, in Indonesia, all during conflicts, including Darfur's, and then retired from New York. You can imagine the diversity of my life. I'm sure nobody can plan it. It just happened. So I don't really want to give too much of introduction of myself. I'm a medical doctor. I'm a public health specialist, designer, programmer, author, and now a healer for all my girls with disability. So that's my introduction for now, and you can connect with me on LinkedIn. Should I stop for the introduction and then later on for the question, right?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Please, over to you.
Yeah. Hi, I'm Vajanti Shankar. I'm the founder and executive director for Center for Science of Student Learning. We work on the science of learning. So we are known for expertise and experience in building what we call as large-scale, psychometrically validated diagnostic assessments. And we work in the area of not only academic achievement, but social skills, emotional skills, future readiness, and so on. And the domain sectors are K-12, career readiness, or even talent acquisition. So these are the people who usually come to us for our assessments. Clients are, it could be large national governments or state governments, or multilaterals like the World Bank or UNICEF, and also, corporates and school groups. Whoever is doing an education intervention comes to us to understand the impact, diagnose, and so on, what is the issue, and so on. And so far, we might have covered about 16 countries, about 12 million students, 130,000, adults, and so 30+ partners. So that is what we are.
Good morning. Mfon is my name. I'm a software engineer. I'm the founder of ELD. At ELD, we use precision agriculture to help farmers grow smarter and scale food security.
Hi everyone, my name is Vaibhav. I'm from India. I'm the founder and CEO of SETVI. At least that's what they call me, because they use me for everything that's there in the company. And we work in healthcare artificial intelligence, something that you have heard throughout the day, AI, so let me keep that word aside. We help medical professionals as well as medical institutions make guided decisions. So if you want to know more about us, I would just say how Palantir work for defense, we work for healthcare. So yeah.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Dr. Nicola Middleton. I'm founder and president of a company called God Brands, and we share messages to humanity to help humanity evolve and go higher. I'm also the managing director of Nicola Brands, which is me in, I think it's 6 brands now, to show the multifaceted nature of our humanity. We've been very linear, and it's time to become holistic. And I'm also a founding trustee of the Love Wins Foundation. My life mission is change the world. Love wins. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. So just to quickly summarize, very cross-sector perspective on stage. We talked healthcare, AI, agriculture, education, social enterprise, venture philanthropy. So our first question is, what role does innovation play in solving the toughest global challenges in your sector? And I'll ask Dr. Nicola to answer that one.
Thank you. I really, really love the topic of innovation and connecting it to problem solving. I love being a business person because I just see business as a can-do tool. So we do have problems. I don't like to use the word problems. I like to say challenges and opportunities because it's just a positive spin, and why not make it positive? So we have to have innovation. We have to. And we are creative beings. I say that we are made by the Creator in His image. He created and we create. And that's what innovation is. It is applying new thinking, new ideas, new inspiration, new technology, lots of new things. There's always new arriving. And we take that, we see a problem, a challenge, an opportunity, and we solve it, we fix it, we get rid of it. And then we're going to get a new problem at a higher level. Thank you.
Awesome. So keeping on that theme of innovation, I'm going to ask Mufan, how has innovation personally helped your startup?
Okay, for us, innovation has always been the engine of growth. And without innovation, you should know that solutions stay small and local. So for us at ELD, we use precision agriculture, bringing in remote sensing, IoT, to monitor crops and soil, and this help farmers improve their production. So the same solution is used by government to make decisions. So one solution scaled through the entire ecosystem.
That's amazing. And Sankar, could you answer that as well?
Yeah, so let me talk about the toughest problem and how innovation is helping it. So when it comes to education across the world, you're aware of the Millennium Development Goals and the Sustainable Development Goals and all of that. The toughest problem has been, how do we provide universal quality education? So that is what we started with. And so we built, from our expertise, we said that can we build diagnostic assessments, which gives you a full-fledged, blueprint of what is happening in terms of the quality of learning so that people can remedy. So we work with governments, we work with intervention players, and that's how we started. But in 2015, when we started an organization, the Sustainable Development Goals came in, and they spoke about not only quality education in terms of literacy, numeracy, but also creativity, higher order thinking, and also interpersonal social skills. Very soon we saw in our environment that we were working, people in schools and colleges, etc., they started saying, oh, we are teaching social emotional skills and so on. But what we realized is that there's no definition of what these social skills are and what are these emotional skills. And very soon, if you teach something, you are going to measure it. So for example, how do you measure? People may say that I'm teaching empathy, but how do you measure empathy? I may be empathetic in the morning, but as the day goes by, I am not empathetic. I may be empathetic to your young child, but not to your old person, you know. So it's a very moving thing. So therefore, how do you define, how do you construct these things so that you can measure accurately what these people have? So that's where we got into a large study where we conducted and looked at attitudes, values, empathy, social emotional skills, and so on. Then we came to a juncture 5 years back that, innovation is speeding up. The world every day is changing. So in education, how do I teach a child now that 10 years from now, he's going to be useful or relevant, you know? Then we started looking into joining about 18 plus partners. We created a life skill collaborative, and along with them, as an assessment partner, we decided, okay, these are the future ready skills, like for example, aspects of thinking skills, relationship skills, or leadership skills, and so on. And then how do you measure that? So the other partners were doing the interventions. We ended up figuring out how to measure. Again, measurement is very, very difficult. For example, if I ask somebody as a leader, as founders, do you always take the initiative? You're going to say, of course, yes. But sometimes you may, sometimes you may not. But how do I measure it in a way that you would not be able to guess the answer or give me a socially desirable answer? So that is, again, innovation, new methods, and new techniques. Now the challenges that we are looking at is that now AI, ChatGPT, and various things have come in. Now people are outsourcing even thinking. So how do you ensure that the humans retain thinking and metacognition, and something which is very, very unique to humans, you know, the ability to care and have compassion, that is, have the cognitive ability to understand another person's mental state. So how do you cultivate and ensure that these don't get, you know, eroded, or these are the areas that we are working on. So innovation has always been the step which has helped us expand or grow. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. And before we leave that theme, I want to ask Ram, what about technology? What technology model or mindset will shape the future of impact?
Maybe I can answer with that with, trying to debunk some myths over here. First, the term innovation is right now very misused. A lot of people use the term innovation to satisfy their ego on the failures that have taken place out there, while telling I had tried different things, it didn't work, but I have learned something new. It doesn't work that way. And the second thing is, any particular thing that we build, and because we are in social enterprise, or any particular thing that we build, it is very important that technology needs to have some meaning. I have built an artificial intelligence, it is doing that, it is doing this, that guy is earning $1 billion, I'm not earning anything else, what is happening around me? It's basically, it needs to have a meaning. So when you ask me how technology is supposed to be taken as a perspective of this, I would say purposeful, lean, strategic, disciplined, and growing with the need. It's basically, you're supposed to just try to see anything that happens around anything you want to build is about solving a problem. Simple. You don't create problems and then solve them. That's what 99% of the people do. So you just try to solve the need, and whatever technology is needed for that, you can do. Today it's called AI, tomorrow it will be called AGI, the next day it will be called SI, the next day it will be called Web3, the next day it will be called something else. Let people use the jargons. We are businesses, we need to mint the money, we need to give the impact. So technology is simply satisfying the need. So yeah.
Thanks. And let's talk about profitability. Mufan, can a startup be both profitable and purpose-driven?
In my own opinion, yes. When you're solving real problem, you're creating value. And that value drives profit. Yeah, and that's exactly like for us at ELD in our case, we are helping farmers to improve their income. And certainly that translates to making our business profitable. Yes.
And what have been some of the challenges to that?
Okay, the challenges could be like when we started, farmers don't really like technology, but we're able to have a way around. And what we do was to give them input, support them with inputs, and use the technology, to help them scale. Yeah.
Okay. So this is a good question I'm going to ask Dr. Neelam. What is a myth about purpose-driven entrepreneurship that needs to be debunked?
Wow. It's a difficult question, not a good question. But anyway, the biggest myth is that, there are, in India, at least there are 50 million people suffering from disability. We don't even have the real data. And we all think that they cannot do anything. They don't get jobs. The perception that we have about people with disability is so fixed and stigmatized, people around them, not the person with disability, that they are living a life worse than an animal also. Sad to say, talking about poverty and disability and other diseases on top of that. So the biggest myth that I want to debunk today on this stage is that they are better than us if provided with the enabling environment that each one of us got. We got the opportunities, whether we got them by default or we planned. But there are people left behind who have not been able to get these opportunities. So this is the idea I want to debunk today, and this myth must vanish. I have 200 plus stories from zero to hero of girls with disability who never had wheelchair, who were never healed, who were 20 years sitting at home, caged, parents even neglecting them, are the heroes, are running my organization today. So I have enough evidence to debunk, to get rid of this myth. Please embrace them, give them the environment. Even if one person with disability, you can touch the heart of that person, you've done your job in this life. That's what I would say. So thank you. Is that the right answer?
It's always the right answer. And I'm going to ask God Brands. That's a powerful name. When I saw that, I thought you misspelled, I thought you forgot an O. And I said, no, it's actually God Brands. That's a very powerful brand. And I'm going to ask you a question. How can founders stay true to their mission while growing a financially strong company?
I actually asked to be asked that question, and I'm going to give a founder's answer. Thank you, by the way, for the compliment on the name. I didn't come up with it. I'm walking in obedience. God, the creator, however we know him, the universe, source, higher power, everyone's on their own journey, gave it to me and said, that's the name of the company. And I'm kind of like, yes, sir. And then I put it into the world. So this is just a quick side story. And I was like, what are people going to think? Like, am I being forward? Do I have a right to do this? I have to say, I think Facebook won't even accept it. The other social media does, but it's like, no, you can't have your name. I'm like, I do have my name. It's registered. So anyway, that's some of our problem solving is, because obviously it can cause conflict, but it's actually supposed to cause love, which is the heart of all of my messages. Anyways, your question about how can you stay true to your mission and grow a financially successful company. As a founder, as a visionary, I am seeing, so I'm going to talk about it for myself, I'm seeing, I've been given vision about what needs to come to earth. Okay, that's what vision is. And in the good word, it says, write the vision, make it plain, run with it. Though it tarries, wait for it will surely come to pass at the appointed time. This is a thing of faith. So I, as a founder in the business world with a company, I know how business rolls. I mean, I've got a financial background, merchant banking, serial entrepreneur. It's like make money. If you don't make money, you're not running a business. Here's the catch. So this is how I'm going to share it, is God is re-architecturing, this new architecture, new masterminding coming to the business world. If I want to make money today, I cannot be God's instrument for this work that I'm doing. So I've had to learn that if God wants a thing on this earth, Allah, the creator, Yahweh, I just want to respect everybody here so that we don't get caught up on the God word, but please honor my space as well. He needs people who are willing to have long-term vision. And so I've had to understand that God will bring the money into my business and I do have it, I mean loans and investments and things. I think other companies like Uber and Airbnb, you know, start small, and everything isn't an overnight success. Sometimes my first company that I started was an overnight success. I mean, I was a millionaire in a couple of months. So, you know, that also can happen. But with this particular vision, because it is about solving the world's toughest problems, it takes a bit longer. And the challenge that we're working with is it's messages, it's branding to humanity, but we're really going into the human spirit, the human psyche, and picking us up from, I want to say, humanity 1.0 and taking us to humanity 2.0, or humanity infinity. I mean, this is just a starting note as far as I'm concerned, and all the generations to come can take this ball and go higher with it. But in the business plan and in the business vision that I'm carrying, it is huge profitability that sits in my vision, because I understand the seed I'm holding. But in the short term, I've had to personally invest some more, and do it by faith. But because I'm willing to invest, and because I'm willing to walk that walk, knowing that all around me it's all about revenue, profitability, and it's like, yes, it's coming. I have to build the pipeline before the water can flow like that. So in a founders conference, the way I want to answer this is, you've got to do your mission. You've got to do your vision, because if you walk off that, you have nothing. So if you want to have gratification today, if you want a great balance sheet or income statement today, that's fine. If that's the business you're holding, go for it. If it's not the business you're holding, which is not the business that I'm holding serving humanity and taking as long as it takes and dedicating my life to it, then the finances will come. They will come in loans, they will come in investments, they will come in profitability, they will come in whatever way, and they will come at the appointed time, and you have to believe it. Thank you.
Thank you for that. That reminds me of a slogan that I say a lot is, you don't need money, money needs your ideas. And I think that is exactly what you just explained. There's an element of almost spirituality, but also you have to focus on your ideas. Because if you require resources from anybody, they're going to want to know that you're the person to bet on to solve a problem that they could connect with. So you have to focus on your ideas. Sometimes people just chase the capital raising, and when I ask you, what problem are you solving? They can't even answer it. So I think it's really important to focus on the idea, and and have a growth mindset and positive mindset. And before you know it, you'll be at one of these conferences on stage on a panel. So let me ask the next question. Back to challenges. What are some major challenges that you have faced, and how did innovation help to solve it? I'll pass the mic to Ryan.
Thank you. But you know, before answering this question, I have to tell something to Nicola. I didn't know that you're so wealthy. I would have asked you a check before for investing in a startup of mine. So yeah, thanks for that. That's good. Okay. So when we say about challenges and how it goes about, innovation doesn't only talk about technology but other things around. And I would say, with respect to solving the challenges in my company, the first thing is kill the God complex. So when you're in healthcare, right, I want to solve everything. I want to save everyone. I want to become the guy that they're going to come and they'll be like, oh, you saved my life, I'm really happy for it. That's not going to work, because there are a lot of things and a lot of complications. And we have to focus on one set place that I will start from here, and then slowly, maybe I will grow. And the second thing is, major inspiration is from my mom. She's a housewife. She's not that much educated, so a lot of people talk a lot behind her back. I don't really care. But whenever I have any major business challenges, right, it's basically home science is the best science, okay? I think all the women over here will agree. Home science is the best science. I just listen to my mom. She doesn't, you know, understand that much of business, but she'll be like, why don't you just do this and do that? And then the thing gets solved. Like, one of the biggest challenges at one time we had was, so in AI you have something called as GPUs, and then you use GPUs to run a model and try to get something as a good output. And we didn't have that much resource, and I was not going to ask my father for it. So I went to my mom and I was just sitting, I was very dull and I was like, what do I do? Because without GPU, my company won't run. It won't run at all. So she was like, why don't you try renting a GPU for some time, and the moment someone stops using it, just shut down your application and keep it, and the moment someone opens it, again try to, make it run time to time so that you can go with the least price. And I was just looking at her, I was like, what just happened? It's like, I didn't expect her to give an answer like that. And she told, it's just like changing my gas cylinders at home. So in the same way, I have seen people bleeding a lot of money, which is very unnecessary. If you have got a lot of money, invest in Setvi though. But apart from that, I would say for every single problem that we have got, it was the most simplest answers. Like founders usually go on an overdrive of thoughts. I will do this, I will do that. If this happens, this will happen. If this happens, this will happen. You never know. You just got to first take a plunge into it and then see what's going to happen. So the biggest challenges I faced with respect to my mind and with respect to the way of simplicity that the business could be run with, except that I really didn't face that much challenges because I have got a good team.
Thank you. And Dr. Neelam, would you like to respond as well to that?
About the challenges?
Yes.
First of all, there are no challenges in my life. I'm too positive a person to be liked. Practiced appreciative inquiry for 16 years, 15 years with the UNICEF. That's the skill I got from there, and I practiced, and I know many people did not practice. But the tools that we get in these organizations, if we tend to really practice them, mostly we won't see challenges, we would see opportunities. So as I said that girls with disability, I had never seen them, and when somebody said that this is a challenge and we must address it, and you're being an obstetrician and also a public health specialist, why won't you take this up? So I took this challenge, and the first hurdle, and when you can use the word challenge for partner, right, my husband, he said, oh, so you want to keep adolescent girls and girls with disability, so you're taking the responsibility of these girls. What if this happens and that happens? So that was the first challenge in the house. And then the challenge for my children, my two grown-up sons said, oh, so you will carry this girl with disability with you to the donors and ask for money? It would be a shameful thing to do. You cannot do that. So many challenges at home, and then challenges with the parents of the girls, then challenges with the stakeholders, challenges with the policymakers, challenges with so many people around you who have so many notions about people with disability. So if I had counted the challenges, I wouldn't have come through this tunnel that had at the end of the day, but I just took all these as opportunities. The first internship program that I started with girls with disability, I studied for 15 years. 15 years longitudinal study on 50 girls in my own place without any warden, empowered them, studied them. I know disability in and out now. And this is not about their problem. It's problem in us and all the founders here, that minute we see a person with disability, we try to, have an opinion, and obviously cannot perform like other people. But that's the myth that I want to break today. Please embrace people with disability. So what I've done after COVID came, which was the biggest disruptor, people are talking about innovation as disruptors. No, the biggest disruptor was COVID. And that's the best thing that has happened to this world, okay? I redesigned my program. I was very comfortable with running this program of girls with disability, getting them higher education, getting them good jobs, placements, but they left their parents at home dying with COVID. So that really shocked me and moved me out of my comfort zone. So I redesigned the whole program. So the program that I have now is a very innovative, sustainable livelihood program for girls with disability. So this is an integrated, comprehensive minimum package that runs with mental health, physical health, social health, and lastly, financial health. Let us not put finances as number one. As my other panelist, Nicole, said, money is not going to bring anything. It's not going to multiply. Life is not transactional. So if people tell me what have I earned, because I never practiced as a medical doctor, I've earned so many souls, so many good human beings, so many things that I have got in this world that I really don't need any platform. But I came here just because people told me you have to voice. You have to tell, you have so many stories to tell people that unless you treat the emotional health, unless you treat the traumas of people they have gone through, you cannot skill anyone. And this applies to everybody. sitting on this platform, we all have disabilities. Somebody is having mental disability, somebody is having some personality disorder disability, somebody has disability that it doesn't know. So let us not disgrace this word disability. So I really don't know how to really answer this question. I'm saying embrace the model. We are collecting now data for 6 months, going to the government of India and many other governments to embrace that model. Don't give them pensions. Teach those people. Give them the opportunities to learn than any other person. We have embraced the technology. All the girls with disability are using computers in their local language. Has anybody heard about it? All the girls are doing yoga and wellness online. Has anybody heard about it? I have number of innovations and number of innovative programs all over the world, even when I was with United Nations. But now I am doing it on my own, through my own platforms. One is Help Life Global in New York, and second is in India, 26-year-old Help Life. So I don't think there are any challenges, but there is only a lot of love stories, and a lot of our panel is bringing a lot of love and energy in the room, right? Isn't that great? Thank you. Thank you.
Maybe I'll just add one point over there. I was actually thinking about it for a while when you were speaking. You're making the journey of girls from disability to beautiful ability, right? That's the journey that's happening over there, so that's great.
I like this beautiful. I never used that word before. Thank you. Thank you for that.
So one thing I just recognize, I think, in a lot of the responses here, the theme of this is solving the world's toughest problems with innovation. It seems like a big source of that innovation comes from within. If you get that, it takes a strong character, personality, level of confidence to seek out to create a business in this world that is seeking to make a profit with purpose. It's not easy. So a big part of that innovation is coming from within. And I'll ask our last question, and then we'll have opportunity for Q&A to Sankar. What does scaling impact look like in your sector, and what capabilities are needed?
Yeah. There was talk of innovation, there was talk of money and no money, etc. I would say that as a founder, you have already founded something. That means it's based on certain ideas and certain goals and missions that you want to solve. It's basically you've taken up a problem to solve. However, to scale, the definite thing is you need capital or you need funding, right? Now, if you look at an education sector, at least in the countries in which I work in, there are only two types of models that exist. One is that you go totally non-profit, raise philanthropic money, and make everything and anything free service sort of a thing. The second model is that go the VC way, venture capital, and then you raise series of fundings, and then you find that most companies I know in education which went the VC route, very few, I don't even know or name one or two which reached the IPO stage, getting into the positive cash flow state, etc. But then there's a third model, companies like us, we follow. So we are hybrids. We have a foundation arm, and we also have a business arm. So the foundation arm tries to get the philanthropic grants, because research and innovation, as far as I know in education, research and innovation is never funded. If you go and say that you're going to teach somebody something in a school and make them learn something, you will get funded. But if you say that, no, I want to research, I want to figure out how to measure this, I want to figure out how to build this program to teach something, etc., you don't get funded. So you need philanthropic money. You also need a business arm, because constantly you cannot be looking for dolouts, because you have to become sustainable at some point or the other. So then what is that we need? We need organizations or for funders who are looking at something like what is called social good. And again, when you come to social good, we have been constantly struggling with that word, social good, because education itself is a social good. You're trying to improve learning outcomes on various fronts. It's a social good. You're trying to give somebody a skill set in their social skills or emotional skills or values or attitudes or academic achievement. It's a social good. But when you say that as an organization, you build something, but you put out all that IP for free, and so that constantly somebody walks away with the research, and it becomes irrelevant and you will never reach sustainability. That is not social good. Social good would mean funders and philanthropic organizations needs to understand, how do I help this organization solve a social problem? How do I support them with funding? And not only funding, mentorship, markets, distribution channels. How do I give all those supports? As founders, most of us are always lonely. The previous session was talking about that. So how do you support all those things, strengthen the founder to ensure that the social good is achieved by helping them serve a social cause? And these are the things that are the needs in the education in any company you start.
It's amazing. So I have another a term for that. I'm going to test it on you.
Yeah.
Venture philanthropy.
Yeah.
You like it?
Yeah.
I wrote a book about it.
Okay, lovely.
I just sold a book at the panel, but I'm giving a talk about that in
Yes.
30 minutes.
Okay.
You have to go upstairs to the CXO main
Yeah,
stage.
yeah.
Venture philanthropy blueprint.
Yeah.
And I think what you're saying is exactly part of the solution. Is
Sure.
Traditional venture capital isn't designed for a social enterprise or social impact organization. Philanthropy could be okay in the beginning, but it's not going to allow you to create a sustainable business.
Yes.
So what do? Something in the middle. So these two words combined together.
Yeah, I'll be
Venture
there for the
philanthropy.
session.
Awesome, thank
Yeah.
you. So I'm going to ask everyone to give a closing statement, and then we'll have time for Q&A. So thank you. Would you like to begin?
Okay, so the closing statement for me is more like call to action. I want everybody to join hands, especially the young people who are the future of this world, to come together and mainstream disability. That's the closing statement for me. Thank you.
Yeah, support innovation. So if organizations and individuals forget innovation, because problems keep coming up, new problems, new challenges, etc. If you don't support innovation, we will be at a stage where we will not be able to handle the challenge.
Thank you.
I want to ask, how many are in agricultural sector?
Agriculture.
Okay. Agriculture. Okay, I think the world needs us more now. United Union says the world population will be growing more than 10 billion in few years, and we need to produce more food, 70% more. So we need guys, we just need to collaborate and try to do that and save global food security. Thank you.
Maybe I'll just put in some points, okay, like around 4 to 5 points. I'm not sure about the count though. I'll give it a try. So the first point, simple things first. The second point is going to be fastest approach is the wrong approach. Third thing, don't follow the trend, try to make the trend. Fourth thing, never listen to someone who hasn't done what you are going to do. And the fifth thing is that just stay calm, have something as a hobby for yourself, explore it well, do well, have something called as good work-life balance. I'm not saying just work for 5-6 hours and then take rest. You have your own narrative for that. I'm not going to go there. And then the last point is never assume anything that is around you. You want to know what is happening, just get in there. You get beaten up, get beaten up. But when you come back, you know that you're not going to get in there because you're going to get beaten up. So stop assuming and everything else will go good. And best of luck to all of you.
Thank you. I think what I want to say is, I've been at the CXO conference last year, and it was in marketing, and now I'm actually registered for, not the 2.0 conferences. I went to marketing, now CXO, and I'm in founders because I'm on a couple of panels here. And, the energy and the spirit of each of the rooms is different because obviously we focused on different things. And this to me is a very special room. So I want to hold up a mirror. We're all founders or want to be founders or have been founders, but we're being drawn to that. You're carrying something incredibly special inside of you. And yes, it's lonely, not everyone. It's not like we're in a classroom and the teacher says, well done, or the parent or the whatever. It's kind of like we have to do that for ourselves. We're grown-ups. We're the adults on the planet. So This is a special room. This is a special group of people, and this is a very special time on the earth. I definitely want to talk to you about it, this venture philanthropy. We need to put new ideas together or old ideas together in new ways. Because we, to me, in business and founders, entrepreneurs, pioneers, initiators, whatever words you want to use, we're taking this world. We actually have this world in our hands. That's so exciting. We have it in our hands. It's us. It's not like the government, the parents. It's like, oh, we're the parents, the adults. Oh, we're the adults. It's us. And so I just want to do one thing, is I do have an anointing from God, and I just want to release into this room and into all the founders on the earth your superhero anointing, because we are superheroes. I'm into pop culture. I'm into Disneyland and movies and kids stuff, because we are all children at heart. But the person you're looking for is inside of you. It's what you said as well. It's not about profitability. It can be about the idea, and they're in us. And when it's hard, who carries on with the idea? Who won't let the idea die? It's us. That's my closing statement. Thank you.
Thank you. So thanks, everyone. We're going to open this up for Q&A. My last thing I'll just say is just echoing what I just said, which is you don't need money. Money needs your ideas. So if you have a burning passion, if you're roaming this earth because you want to solve this problem, and it's probably a very personal reason why you want to solve that problem. Something happened to you. You have a growth mindset, and you're seeking to not let that happen to anybody else. Focus on the idea. Focus on the idea. The resources will get there. Focus on the idea. So is there a microphone? Does anybody have any questions?
Good morning, everyone. I have a question. I have an association that hosts over 17 girls in full-time residential programs. So many of whom come from emotionally complex background. So my question is, what innovative solution would you suggest to help address their emotional needs? Because I don't know how can I help more, because I didn't understand many things about emotional health. So if you can give me one advance about it, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay. This is a question to whom?
I'll say one thing, and then I'll let. I'm a big advocate for technology. I started my career as a software engineer a long time ago when the internet first came out. So I think that what's a challenge for, I think, social impact ventures is to understand how to be scalable. It may be a very human-to-human thing, but you have to understand that if I have to be in the room to deliver my solution, that's limiting. So is there a way to create a solution, maybe using technology, that allows your voice, your insight, and your perspective to reach not just one room, but a country, a globe? And you could do that with technology. And especially when you're dealing with changing human behavior, you have to be in touch with these people very frequently. It probably is going to happen on their phone. So I think these are some things that I would start to think about. How to productize your solution in a way, first get it to the point where it's validated, you have enough feedback from customers that, oh wow, I think I'm onto something. Now let me see how I could reach not just 100 people, but 1,000, 10,000, 100,000. So that's my take. Can somebody else?
Yeah, sure. So the sustainable business model for livelihood for girls with disability that I've created, one of the component is addressing your question, is the mental health. And nowadays we know we are talking a lot about yoga, wellness, so spiritual health is there, a part of mental health also currently, but will be separate very soon. So the point here is that if I start telling you that everybody is an institution in itself, like all of us here, founders, everybody's very, very unique. Not only on this forum, but everybody in the hall is very unique, right? Our needs, our emotions change every minute. Our thoughts change every minute, right? So what do you want to do with these 50 girls or 70 girls or 100 girls? It's not going to happen with one blanket approach, right? That's generally what we follow. So what you need to do is you have to make individual assessments. We do have the assessment tools. You can get in touch with me and I can guide you. So we have assessment tools. You assess these people before and after, and they should do their own assessment. And they'll be online with you. So that's what we do. They're all online with you. You have to have a rigorous follow-up online. We have great technology tools. We also have AI now that we can integrate into our programs. So it is much, much easier now than it was in earlier days that we had to have one-on-one conversations. So I think treating mental health has become much easier now if we take that commitment that we are going to do it. You need that commitment and perseverance. Everything can be done. And then after they do the small task and the changes that they see, then they will have another assessment by themselves that, oh, so these are the changes they made. So that empowers them and heals them. It's very simple. It's not that difficult as it looks, okay? So rather than sending them to the counselors and others, you teach them how to heal themselves in their mental health, okay? So that's my small cent in this conversation. Thank you.
I would like to add to what Neelam said. So when we do a lot of measurements on emotional learning, emotional intelligence. So emotions are basically learnable. Think of it as a skill. Okay, it's not like a personality trait which you're born with. And when you look at emotions are the ones which gives you the energy to pursue any rational idea, right? And you can actually break it out into what we call as emotional concept attainment and then emotional regulation. So when you say emotional concept attainment, it is basically about having the awareness of, what we call as, do you understand what are the emotions that you are undergoing? Do you understand what are the emotions the other person is undergoing? And here also we sort of break it into two things, what we call as affect and emotion. So what do we mean by affect? Affect is how good or bad you feel. But emotion may be, for example, when we tested children, there are many children even in the top private schools in our country, where if you give them a particular context, they will be able to say whether they felt angry or sad or happy. But if you ask them, did you feel good or bad about it? They are unable to say. So that is what we call as affect. Affect is the first and foremost thing. So many of us as founders, that rationally you will know certain decisions, but your mind is telling you that is the path to go, but then you sleep over it and the next morning you get up and say, oh, I don't think I want to go ahead with this, right? Rationality will tell you, no, you should go with that. But something in you says that, no, you would not go with that. And that is the affect part. So therefore, learning how to understand and listen to that affect in yourself and recognizing that in the others. So these are what you call as emotional concept attainment. So there are specific ways in which these skills could be taught and measured. And similarly then when you look at emotional regulation, we again would have something called as a behavior regulation and an affect regulation. So behavior regulation is like, for example, when you're angry, you have often been taught, no, take a deep breath, drink a glass of water, go take a walk and come back. And you will do all of those things and you'll get through the meeting. But are you stopping feeling angry? So that is the affect. So the affect is that I may learn a behavior to understand because I know what the consequences are going to be. But internally, I am not able to give up that anger. And the more you hold on to what we call as these negative aspects of emotions, they are the ones which affect you, your health, your motivation, and various other things. So learning all these things, whether it's emotional regulation or emotional concept attainment, these are learnable skills, and these are very, very solvable. All you need is to have a scientific approach and a scientific measurement which gives you feedback so that you're able to intervene and so on.
Okay. Thank you. I think we're good? Time? All right. Thanks, everyone, again. This was amazing.
Thank you. Thank you.
Is that a wrap?
Here I am, yes. You're doing so well, I don't need to give to ask for a warm round of applause, but please, let's give one more time a big round of applause for our panelists and moderator. That was such an inspiring conversation, and I think I would say the quote after this talk is simplicity is the best, and talk to your mom. I think the mom is the most inspiring for all of us, right, isn't it? And I'll remind again, please make a hashtag, go to the social medias, let's take the memorable pictures for these 3 days, and let's take the most of it. And now let's talk about something every founder in this room has probably lost sleep over: people, especially for the startups, for the small businesses. How do you find those talents and convince them to join your company? But before we're gonna go up to that, and because we're really sitting a lot, I would like to ask you everyone just to stand up. Please stand up, don't be lazy. I know maybe you didn't speak to all people next to it, but just turn to any people next to you, give high five, say from which country you are, and welcome each other, right? Let's give more of networking. Let's take some energy. We are all here to connect. Oh, I love it. How are you doing, guys? Thank you so much. Super. Thank you for the music. Love it. Love it, love it, love it. Yeah, we really need to move a little bit because we're sitting all day long. So yeah, thank you so much. We can be seated. So our next session is to explore becoming an employer of the choice, attracting talent to a smaller businesses. And I would like to invite on our next panel discussion, moderator Katarzyna Kwiatkowska. I remember you from yesterday, a lady from Poland. Welcome, welcome back. Good morning. How are you doing? Please take a stage. You are going to be here, right? Or you want to stand? Okay, then. Yeah. So you can have a sit, and I will give you the mic. And the next panelists are coming up on stage. Stefania Kimino, if I'm correct. Simino, Executive Advisor, LMI Executive, welcome. Have a seat. Mustafa El Hadidi, Founder and CEO, KAWS. Welcome. Hosts, thank you so much. Satish Pedada, CEO, Strategy Stack Consulting Private Limited. Welcome. Marco Game, no here. Okay. Joanna Purdy, CEO, Jet Delivers. Welcome, please, on stage. And the moderator, Katrina. Nirali? It's not I do apologize. Welcome. So, Katrina, you would like to take a stage with the microphone where I am, or Katarzyna, you're going to be here or there? Yeah, whenever you're comfortable. Take over.
Hi. Can you hear me? Yes. Okay, so let's move from innovation to people. So there is no innovation without people and without leadership. So who of you, all of you are founders, so who has challenges with people, with attracting the right people to your companies? Wow. Not too many people. That's great. But anyway, we will talk about that a little bit. So let us introduce let's introduce our team a little bit, so you know who is talking and who is discussing for you. So my name is Kasia. That's easier than my long complicated name and surname. I'm from Poland. I'm founder and CEO of Smart People, and I'm helping companies to find niche resources and to manage the operating processes in the company. I'm working globally. At this moment, I've got customers all over Europe and Australia, and I can grab people from all over the world. So based on my talent to attract people, I created that company, and I want to help companies with people resources. Stefania.
Thank you. I'm Stefania Cimino, and I am a founder of LMI Executive. With my company, I provide support to boards, top management, companies, and leaders in especially moment of the company life, so expansion, international growth, reorganization, M&A, IPOs, etc. I have more than 25 years experience in top management roles in international organizations, and very passionate about leadership and people, and that's I managed many teams, international teams in my career, so I'm happy to share my experience today.
Great, thank you.
So my name is Mustafa Al-Hadidi. I've been in the HR for the past 20-ish years. I am the co-founder and CEO of Qaws, which is specialized in recruitment specifically in Saudi Arabia. This is my 4th startup. I had 2 successful exits and 1 amazing shutdown and failure. That's how I got the experience. I'm specialized when it comes to HR into company transformation, from transforming the company into a family-owned business, into a corporate, with all the hardship and the problems and the crying late at night that we all face running a family business. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Satish Pedara, founder and CEO of Strategy Stack Consulting. We are a company that's based in US and India. We have about 20-25 employees right now, growing, and we have clients in US, Europe, and India. We are a global transformation partner. We help companies transform from level 1 to level 2 or level 2 to level 3, improve their profitability, and help them in organic and inorganic growth, especially on the M&A side, dealing with large mergers. Looking forward to this panel.
Hi everyone, I'm Nirali. I'm the founder of White Glove Consulting, and I deal with a lot of founders and MSMEs and startups and help them deal with not just brand strategy, but also people growth.
Hi everyone, I'm Joanna Purdy. I'm the founder and CEO of Jet Delivers, and I actually help any company to be able to work with leaders, to grow, to reach their potential, and actually to help them to have synergy with their own teams. As a founder myself, I'm really passionate about people, and I'm really happy to be here today to talk about how can you not only attract them, but let's hold on to them when you have them.
Yeah, thank you very much. Nice to be with you here on the stage, and nice to discuss the leadership topic. So at the last panel, we talked about innovations. We talked about how to put innovations in the world, and everybody of us, because we are on Founders Conference, probably has some vision and want to implement that vision into the world. So vision is not possible to be implemented without people. So the question to our panelists, so how to attract and how to make the vision part of the leadership and part of managing people in the company?
See, the challenge that founders always face when it comes to having people in your same vision, it's very hard. Most of the founders, they're having a challenge forming their own vision of what they want to do. Yeah, we are solving a problem, we're disturbing the norm, but what is our vision? One of the challenges that we always face when hiring someone, getting someone on board, is that they haven't worked in a startup ecosystem. They're used to structured companies, process, policies, and everything. In a startup, it's firefighting. It's crazy. Every day you're running behind something. You could change the direction within 2 days, 3 days, different markets, different things. So you always have to find someone who is somehow crazy enough to be with you on this roller coaster going up and down. Yeah. But don't go for someone who worked in a corporate full-time. Someone in a corporate full-time, he is skilled, he is beneficial, but he will be in the wrong place. Always seek someone who is hungry for something. They want to make a change in something. They want to make a dent in the universe. They don't like this. We're going to need to change it. And you have to meet expectations. You have to let them know that today you're going to be doing business development. Tomorrow you're going to be doing marketing. You're going to be doing finance. You're going to be meeting people. You're going to be talking. Get someone crazy enough to be with you on this crazy journey.
So we need multi-skilling people, yeah?
Yes, yes. Get the person who your mother warned you about when you were small. That's the only person that will help you grow.
Fully agree, yeah.
Yeah, so because when you're joining a smaller business, you as a founder plays a very big role, right? You don't have a big brand behind you. So you are the brand. And a lot of people join today, especially millennials, who think that, this is the person who can make a difference. This is why their company exists, or this is how they're going to achieve the goal, right? So what are their values? What are their ethics? And these are getting really more and more important, especially with the younger generation. They want success, but not at any cost, right? So that is important. And it also is the foundation of the culture that you build. You are closer because you're a smaller team, you're a smaller business, and therefore the culture you build is very, very important. It's almost like you're living that behavior. It's not just something you've printed out, stuck in your, across your office, but it's what you walk, what you talk, what you breathe every day. Yeah, so that's for me, that is pretty important.
Yeah, and that's connected to our next question, because we know now that we need really multi-skilling people, but people can also feel that they have possibility for personal development and for growing themselves. So how do you help people to grow themselves? Because they are helping you to grow your organization. So how do you help them to have win-win situation? Joanna?
I think it's so important as founders, we are very caught up in growing the business, and we want to make sure the business is a success. And maybe we've got the team to have bought into the vision, but they also want something for themselves. And it's so important that you actually put in place some learning and development for them. It could be mentoring, could be coaching, of course, training. And I've worked with a client who just had all of their staff were like, but what about me? What am I getting from this? What am I learning? I want to add value to your company, but I also want to know that I have the opportunity to keep learning and growing. And actually, they often join a smaller company because they think they're going to learn more or be more involved with things. And so it's so important that you have that in place, not just, hey, we've got to get the results or get success, but we're also thinking about each individual and how we can grow them as well.
Yeah, and just on that, the most important thing as someone joining a small business is exposure, right? So like Joanna mentioned, coaching, mentoring, also direct access to leadership. When you work in large corporates, you don't really get the benefit of that. So what are the senior leaders talking about? What are they thinking? What are their problems? How can you solve the problem? And that gives you a lot of behavioral insights that you would never get in a larger corporation because you're so far down, yeah? The decision making, the C-suite, whatever we call it. The other thing is wearing many hats, and I think Mustafa touched upon that. So there is no structure, but that also gives you a lot of opportunity to say, hey, you know what, I can call the client, I can do a sales pitch, I can probably lead the team, I can help you solve a problem. And therefore, as a founder, having an open culture where anyone can come up to you and say, hey, I think this is my idea, or this is my feedback, and that gives them a lot of learning. So you learn a lot of intangible skills, accountability, ownership, which you normally don't get in large setups.
Yeah, thank you, Nirali, for that. Joanna mentioned about mentoring, coaching the people, but are we really listening to the people we have in the organization? Are we using their ideas? Because as a founder, I know that I can have many ideas in my head, but if I do not listen to the people and do not use their ideas, support me, I will fail. So, do you really listen to your people, and do you really use their ideas to support you in the organization?
Yes, so that's one of the key things for any organization to succeed. And I've heard in other panels where feedback is very important. As a founder, we have to be open to the feedback from the employees and also give feedback because people are looking for feedback and growth. They join small startups or organizations because they feel that they can grow faster here and they feel that there are more opportunities. And those opportunities only come if if we are listening to what they're feeling.
And I'll add on to that, and also it links to what Nirali was saying as well, is that they actually think that if they're in a smaller organization, they can add value. So they're actually hoping that you're going to listen to their innovations and their ideas. So whether it's as feedback or whether it's simply sharing, they've chosen to be part of this because they believe in what the startup's doing or what the smaller company's doing, but they think that they can add value. And if they're not heard and they're not given that opportunity to add that value and share their ideas and feel that they're part of the growth of the organization as well as the growth of themselves, you will have difficulty keeping hold of them.
Yeah, and that is my next question, because we want to move smoothly to the sustaining people in the organization. So founders are usually visionaries, and they really need multi-skilling people. We need support them, they need support us, but sometimes it doesn't work. We have different generation also in the company. So how to sustain people in the organization, how to sustain people and let them be with us, for example, not only a few months or 1 year, but longer. So do you have any ideas how to do it?
See, you said something very important, that we have different generations in our companies. Whether it's a startup just starting, you have, which is people who are born in the 90s, early 2000s, people who are in the 60s, and it's a big variety. See, having to retain the talent within your startup for a minimum of 1 year, it takes many factors. First factor is that you always have to listen to them. Okay, you always have to feel the empathy that they have. They could be hating what they're doing at this moment. They could be saying that it's too chaotic. So you just have to give a good listening ear to them. Link with them as much as possible, even if your generation is different and you're convinced that what they're doing is, come on, you're too soft. We used to walk 5 kilometers in the snow and in the rain to go to our schools. You have all the luxuries. Don't be so soft. No, you have to listen to them. You have to always keep them aligned with you. Do a 1 weekly meeting. Tell them, guys, we're planning to do this. What is your feedback? Listen to them. They have a different perspective. It's like what you said. Being a founder, you have so many ideas running through your head. You're running after clients, running after the software people, investors are running after you, asking for their ROIs. You're going to events, you're going to that. You'll always miss an important link. So have sessions with them, listen to them, link with them, give them responsibilities, and tell them what are your expectations. You can't just go and tell them you are responsible for the marketing and I need results. That doesn't make any sense to them, especially in a non-structured environment. Having these 3 things, that will give them learning growth, that will give them good exposure, that will always keep them hungry for more. So they'll always be more aligned with you, more cooperative with you.
I fully agree with you, Mustafa, and I think that it's important also to discover their talents and really ability to do what they like to do, yeah?
Exactly.
Stefania, do you want to add something?
Well, yes, I wanted to add that based on my experience, there are very different things that attract or retain junior from senior talent. Because, for example, in my experience, when I had to retain or attract senior talents, I faced more in front of aspects which are very different from later on you can talk with junior. Like an influence leadership is very important for senior. A strong commitment and a strong sense of belonging to the big picture is very important for senior. For the fact that they need to be or to feel a sense of autonomy, independency in the same part that they participate to the bigger picture. The package compensation many times is much more important for senior instead than for junior. On the opposite side, junior are very much more sensitive to mentoring, growing, training, and long-term possibilities. So they maybe have less needs in terms of leadership roles, for example, but they need more space for their life, no? And the work-life balance is something that we many times, I personally many times was in front of when I was keeping talents 25 years old or 50 years old. From my generation, where we were used to work until 9 o'clock in the evening, never leaving the company. And if you left the company at 5 o'clock in the afternoon, nobody will look at you, and some new role could be there as a possibility to growth. No? Today is completely different. The 25 years old people, they need their life. It doesn't mean that they are less smart than us. Maybe better. Maybe they are
Maybe
more.
better. That's
no?
right.
Because they keep their discipline to balance life and work. But we need to hear their needs. This is very important. It's our responsibility as leaders, I think, to get the best out of it, to get the best values from these different generations. And we need to understand these needs.
Yeah, and that's how we move to the next thing, which is now very, very important in our firms, that we have different generations, senior and Gen Z, for example, or millennials, which are sometimes very challenging, and I know that a lot of people are afraid of them. But I have a lot of experience with Gen Z, really, and in my company now, I have a lot of Gen Z people, and they are really, really great. You can't imagine how creative they are if you attract them in the right way. So can you share your experiences with Gen Z or with senior generations in your companies?
Yeah, sure. In our company, we have all generations of people, right from, I would say, even older than 60 years old. They've joined us with a different, they're looking for ownership. They don't want office politics. So they come from corporate structures into our startups just because they don't want to deal with politics, right? So they're looking for more ownership, accountability. So that's the senior mentality. Coming to the junior or Gen Z, they're looking for more accelerated growth, more learning. They want to learn faster. How can I do more with less time? People are joining startups because of that factor, because you get the opportunities of doing a lot of things in a very short time, and you can become a jack of all and master of some as well in that certain time. As Mustafa was saying, basically playing different roles will give you exposure to different things. You might fail, but they're okay. We as founders need to be okay for them to fail, for them to learn. So it's that balance that we have to bring in.
Yes, that's true. And they very often expect some changes, They are bored about doing all the time the same thing, yeah?
Yes.
So if we organize ourselves this way, that we are giving them the chance to change their role or to change their duties, it really helps to manage them, and it causes their creativity. So yeah, that's great, yeah.
Can I just add, I guess it links back to what we were talking about right at the beginning as well about the learning. The Gen Z, they're there to discover something new, so they want to add their value. But if they're not learning anything new anymore, they'll go and learn it from somewhere else. And they're not about longevity and loyalty in a company anymore. They're really there about saying, what do I gain from this, and what have I added to this? They must have purpose, and they might start with you for the purpose. I have a 25-year-old of my own who literally just says to me, we're building a robot, it's fantastic, I love it. But I think I'm almost at the point that I've learned everything I can from this company. I'm like, how could you possibly say that? He's like, yep, because there's other things out there for me to learn. Yeah. So unless you're really keeping them interested and excited that there's something else for them, it's hard to retain them.
Yes, that's true. And that's how we go to people. Young generation means Gen Z, new technologies, and AI. So AI is a hot topic now, so you know that, because everybody is talking about that. So how to connect these two challenges, things in our businesses, AI and Gen Z? Do you have any experiences with that?
Yeah, I got rid of the marketing department over the AI as a start. Okay, but see, let's be frank about something. AI, it's a big hype. Everybody's talking AI, pushing the word AI into something which could be not even AI. It could be just a simple decision tree. It's yes, no, but we're propaganding it as AI. A lot of pressure is going on with the companies for them to have AI implemented, even if they don't really need it. Just to be on the scene that we are also AI enabled, we are also doing this, so they invest a lot of money in it. And then they're facing the challenge that AI is not showing on their P&L. We don't know how much it saved us. What is this ROI? What is that? To use an AI, you have to really think. Break it down into a task base. Is this something, task frequent? Do I really need someone to do it or not? Do I need someone just to review it? Is it consuming too much of time? If it is, then I will automate it using AI. But you don't expect AI to run for you the full company. You might disagree with me on that. A lot of people will disagree eventually. But it's not going to run for you. It's not going to be your CFO. It's not going to be your marketing director. It's not going to be your sales team. It's not going to do for you the magic and the wonders. If you are not sure what you want to do with it, you built it wrong, total disaster, you will be going back to point zero. Yes, AI, people are running around in the human resource community. It's going to replace jobs. It's going to replace people, this and this and that. But for every 10 jobs it eliminates, it's taking out 7 new jobs. We are revolutionizing. It's being modernized. There's a lot of things. Yes, some jobs will be killed, unfortunately, eventually by AI, but not 100% because we still need human factors. It's not yet that mature level where we can depend on it.
Yeah, just to add to that, so I feel AI is a threat to the companies that don't prepare their people. I don't see it as a threat to the people itself. I see it as a threat to the companies that don't prepare their people or train their people. So AI is definitely coming in, and every company wants to brand it AI enabled, and that's one of the things that people are looking to join as well. So if it's a startup, they are looking for AI enabled. That's like a branding now. But just to add to that, I would say Gen Z especially, they are moving towards more AI. At least my generation is still in the old, I would say. We're not moving into the AI yet, but I would say in 5 years, it'll probably be more AI-driven tasks, as he was saying. But what it is enabling is a lot of the low-level tasks are being automated. People are elevating themselves to do more of creative, strategic, or relationship building. That's where, if people focus on the next level, which is relationship building or more strategic work, AI will take care of all the transactional work. That's my belief.
Well, I always laugh that every generation had something that came in that people said, oh, we're going to lose jobs because of it. Even as far back as when suddenly the transportation changed and we had trains, and then, oh my goodness, they went from coal to steam, and there's always, oh, we're going to lose jobs, and what are people going to do? And of course, there have been over the years that jobs have gone because of a change, but there's always something new that comes along that it means there's another job. And I love what Satish is saying is we have to actually say, let's embrace it. It's coming. Let's make it part of our business. Let's also help people to know they're not going to lose their jobs because of it. Let's help them to understand what value they can add because of it and embrace bringing it together. And as Mustafa said, you might lose 10 and then you gain 7. There's going to be changes, of course, and the changes are getting faster and faster every single year. It's how do we really look at it in a different way and say, our people are important, our people are going to drive this, our people are the ones that can make a difference still for our business. And I think that that's why we're all here, believing that we can help you say, keep your people, make sure that they're your asset.
Yes, true. So we know what kind of challenges we've got. We have AI, Gen Z, millennials, different generations at work. We have to manage all of that things. Not only, that's only from people perspective and from business growth perspective, but we have also other challenges as leaders of businesses. So the question to our expert is, what is the role of leader in the small organization, small business?
Well, I will try to answer this question. Very interesting question and very important. I think that we saw a lot of pieces in this puzzle. It's a very challenging puzzle that every day more is becoming more important and more complex. But in my experience, if I go back in many situations where I managed team, I had I learned one lesson. People most of the time, they don't leave the company. They leave the leader. And this because the leadership is something that really have an impact on a daily life of people, of workers, of employees. And I've seen many times, unfortunately, working as advisor or even as CEO, people leading other people that were able to make people leave or to elevate the level of the entire team. So when we talk about leaders, I don't necessarily only refer to the top leader of the entire organization. In a small organization, maybe we have only one or maybe two. But in any case, I want to refer to everybody who has the responsibility to lead a team, no matter what, if it is small or big. It's so important, from my point of view, that the behaviors of the leaders can really be consistent and can really pass a message that goes for different aspects. For example, if I think of the behaviors that a leader needs to play in his role, first of all, we heard before in the previous panel, empathy is essential today across the generation, especially with X generation. Empathy is not saying yes every time or smiling. It's put together the human needs with the company needs and targets and make them being combined in a common goal, right? But then transparency is also another point, another behavior very important for leader. And especially with younger generation, they expect us as leaders to be very transparent with them. Talent, careful talent, they are not worried about how complicated can be a challenge. They love challenge, but they need clarity, they need transparency. They need to understand the sense of what we are asking them. Now we can ask them whatever thing it may appear impossible. Trustable, accountability, we talked about before. I've always tried to be that kind of person that people can say, if she said, she will do. We need to be like that. We need to be accountable for our team. And inclusion is another very important point for young generation, especially. I've been for many years the only woman CEO in a big international company, so I know very well what it is to be the different person in the room. we need to protect the teams inside the companies, inside our companies, in front of these conditions, because we need to feel them safe, not judged, not prejudice, but support any kind of situation. So I think there are some behaviors that as leaders, not only we need to represent, but also we need to have the responsibility to spread down inside the entire level of the organization. This should be our mission, to create an environment where the company itself is able to attract and retain people and create a branding of attracting senior or younger generation, whatever. Talent is the key.
Yes, I fully agree with you, Stefania, especially that we are in global organization very often, and you realize that how world is changing, and accept generation, accept all these things we are talking already about. We also facing the challenge to have people from different nations and different cultures. And that's the role of the leader, to attract and to sustain all the people. Doesn't matter what age they are, what culture, what country, but to manage their competences and skills which are important to them, to us as founders. So I think that leader, now the role of the leader is very, very important, because we have to take into consideration really, really a lot of aspects, social aspects, empathy, culture aspects, and also skill which we need to grow and to put our vision into the market and follow the innovation we want to deliver. Okay, so let's try to summarize and to ramp up a little bit our discussion. So all of us are founders and leaders. So what will be the best advice for our audience from you to take away from that discussion?
I would say love your team. Treat your team as you would like to be treated. Look at your people in the same way that you would love to be looked at, to be seen and to be felt.
I fully agree with that, Stefania. Yeah, that's what I am really trying to do in my team, you know. Treat them as I would like to be treated. And that's the most important thing, because if you treat yourself well and your people well, they really stay with you for a long time.
See, you have to accept the fact that your people will do things differently than what you are used to it. Don't put your standards of performance, imply it on them. Give them the end goal, let them do it the way they do, and just look at the results. That's it.
So as a leader, I would say there are two big things that we have to do. One is providing clarity to all the employees and building leaders, the next set of leaders within the company, so that we as founders can transition to finding other companies. Second, founders give the values to the companies, but then employees actually create the culture. So we have to make sure that they're creating they're doing the behaviors, you know, based on the values, that we create that environment where they're able to create that culture. The culture is not created by the founder, it's created by the employees within the team. So we have to create the environment for them to act accordingly and create that culture. So I would say this is how I would summarize. Small companies definitely can attract greater talent, not just by salaries, but by providing clarity and the vision.
I would say active listening, whether it's your employees, your teams, your customers, your partners. So always listen, not to respond, but to understand, because in there are the hidden problems, the hidden discontent, the hidden ideas that could take you forward.
And I guess I'd like to sort of summarize all of that up. If we start at the beginning where we talk about really making sure that you're looking after others the way you like to be looked after. It used to be called the golden rule: treat others the way you want to be treated. And you must start with that. If you're then going to build the culture that you're talking about, it's also saying, now I think we've got to actually look at the platinum rule. And the platinum rule is treat others the way they want to be treated. So we start with ourselves, we start making sure we're looking after us and looking after others, but with all the generations and the changes and the culture we want to create, we actually then have to do the active listening and truly understand what the different people who've come into your organization are looking for. Is it learning? Is it value? Is it purpose? Have we got a culture that they believe in? If we do all of that, we start with us, we then follow through with them, then you're creating a company that people want to be a part of and want to stay with you and want to drive forward. So go from the golden rule all the way through to the platinum rule and really retain your talent.
Okay, thank you, Joanna. And you are also founders, so maybe you have some comments you can add what we can take from that session to our businesses. Do you have any ideas? We can't hear you.
Hello. Yeah, thanks. Good morning, everyone. Brilliant session. Thank you so much. I think we have tons of experience from across the globe. I just want the panel to address the elephant in the room. Am I audible? Yeah. When I hear or when I read the subject, it says employer of choice and smaller business. In my mind, these two don't go hand in hand. Okay, if I'm a smaller business, what is the parameter of calling me small? Is it revenue or people? So I'm taking yardstick of people. So let's say I'm a 20 to 50 people company, I'm a smaller business. To become an employer of choice means people outside who are yet not my employees, they want to come and work for me. So what, in your experience, have people done? Because all that you summarize, it fits very well when I have people inside, when they're my employees. I can do all of that to them. And to give you a quick example, none of my interviews end up in the first discussion. First hour with any candidate I spend explaining what I'm doing. People go back home, they do their research, come back next time to talk to me what have they understood, because I'm not out there as an employer of choice yet, right? So what's the real thing that founders you help finding talent do to attract people? So that's the dilemma that I have as a small company, because people don't know I'm not out there for them to research about me. There are not enough ambassadors. There are not enough employees who have left me out there where people can go and meet them. Like Satish, you have 25, 30 people, right? So if somebody wants to join you, he doesn't have any avenue outside to go and know about you as a company. Yes. So all that you're doing, it fits the mold of a big corporation. But a small company, 5, 10, 20 people, what do they do?
Yes, a great question, because I started alone myself, and then I started to recruit. My first employee was a big challenge, because who would join me? I'm only the single guy, right? My first employee was a big challenge. Second one was okay, because he brought the second one, right? So the first employee brought the second one. Finding that first employee was very, very key for me, because he's going to be my next, if I'm out, he's going to take care, right? So I searched within my network first. Who is that person that can fit in? I couldn't find within my network. So I expanded the search. I didn't put a job description or anything out there, but we don't actually put job descriptions. We actually look within our network, and all of my hires so far, so both ways, I look at the clients that I got and the people that I got is within my network. When I say within my network, maybe not immediate network, but the network referred. You know, the clients that I got is my immediate network, and I'm now extending that. The people that I got is within my network. So the first employee was someone who worked at my past company. That manager said, he's a great guy, he's looking for something, maybe he's of help. So we had discussions. It was not a first discussion, it was like multiple discussions, because he's taking a risk, leaving a big company, joining me as the first employee. And there's a lot of uncertainty, you know, whether this company will sustain or not, How long will this be? So there's a lot of sustainability, there's a lot of uncertainty. And I would give the credit to him that he joined. And then all the other guys or girls, both, they joined trusting me that they have the opportunities to join. They'll get the opportunities to grow, right? Because as a small startup or a small company, people won't leave big companies and join. So my pitch to them is, okay, I come from McKinsey and Deloitte, so they believed in me that I can do bigger things. So that's a good thing that they believed in me. But I was under pressure to perform for them. Now I am working for them. They're not working for me. I am trying to search, okay, where can I please? Okay, I don't want to let go of anyone. I have to keep them busy, and I am finding opportunities for them. So that's how this is working, at least for me.
And I also recommend interns and being a mentor of younger generation. Because if you're very small, you need to get your brand out there, your name out there to people as well. And I do find that by taking on an intern, they then talk to other people, and you're spreading, it's about spreading the word. So absolutely that first employee, but it's also about getting your name out there that you support and help people. So being a mentor and taking on interns is a nice way as well, and the intern helps your business at the same time.
I fully agree with Satish and with Joanna. I did exactly the same. So at first I attract 1-2 people I really know from my network, and then I started to support students. They are looking for some development because they do not want only to have knowledge from school. They want to have to practice what they learn. And if you give them opportunity to learn new things and to give them more and more tasks, they are really accountable, reliable for that. So it really, really helps. Yeah, fully agree. Yeah, do we have somebody else? Yeah? Can you use the microphone, please?
Yeah, hi. Can you hear me? Yeah.
Yes.
A follow-up question on the earlier one. While you attract senior talent to businesses, what is your perspective on dilution of equity, which is very close to founders?
Okay, see, if you're talking about which is the vesting schedule and the shares which you keep for the employees, which is the ESOP and all that, that is different. There are so many variables going into it. Like, for example, how many rounds are you going to do? What is the ticket size of the rounds? What is the original dilution rate? What are the investors' expectation? Most investors, for example, will come and tell you, okay, I will give you 3 million. I want to take 20%, and I want my dilution to be so much with a capping of 3 million, for example. Another investor will tell you, okay, I will give you 100,000, and I want 8%, zero dilution. So it depends on these kind of different factors. It's what your investment you're going after, what are the investor approach that you're going, are you going after angel investors, venture capital, venture studios, what are the theses, what are the requirements? It's crazy. You have to determine it in the beginning and take it case by case with every investor.
If I get your question, it's if as we are hiring people, are we giving away equity, right? So, great question. So in my model, I didn't give out equity. I gave out performance bonuses, much more than what was actually in the offer letter. So that's how I was able to keep them. So every year we give out a big bonus because I didn't want to dilute. And right now with this strength, now we are going the ESOPs route. Initially, the person that joined us and the people that joined after us, because there was uncertainty in both ways, we were very good enough that the relationship was good. The partnership was good, that I didn't have to dilute a lot. Okay, now we are in the process of giving out ESOPs, and we are coming up with a structure, working with finance and legal teams to see how the dilution will happen. As of now, though, I was not able to dilute a lot. So I hope I answered the question.
By the way, I think if I can add something. I think that one of the things that have been changed in recent years is the approach to this variable salary for the younger generations. They are very much more open to this. It's a kind of win-win maybe with quality life. So I think this is a great opportunity where you can really put in place such a kind of part from the compensation, because it only brings value to the entire organization, and it's an important tool to align automatically the goals, the focus, and the targets.
Okay, thank you.
Hello, everyone. I'll just keep it short. I have one small take-home for everyone sitting in this room and including the panelists. It was a wonderful session. I'm a marketer myself. My name is Tushar. And one of the core business problems that we have helped brands solve is hiring. And a lot of brands would come to us, smaller businesses, SMEs, and they would say, we're not able to hire people despite giving ESOPs and higher salaries. And one of the ways we have helped them solve is by creating a nice digital footprint, right? Talking about the founder's story on Instagram, LinkedIn, TikTok, if you're from the US, is very important. Putting yourself out there is very important. And if your story is genuine, it's stories that move people and people move the world. So you will definitely find someone to work with you, irrespective of the pay. You might even pay less, but if someone resonates with your vision, you might even find a really good co-founder online. So I think that's a small take home I have for everyone.
Yep.
Thank you.
That is really good, yes.
So, thank you very much. So big applause for our great panelists.
I really appreciate that you're very punctual, because I don't want to repeat the story of yesterday and then people coming and being angry and putting everything. All right. Why my microphone doesn't work? Yeah, it is. All right. So one more round of great applause for our panelists. Thank you so much. I will remind you again, go to your LinkedIn, Instagram, TikTok, what kind of social media you're using, hashtag Founders to Conference, share the memories, videos, and pictures all together. So we are behind like 30 minutes, and I don't want you to be late for a delicious lunch and recognition session. So, yeah, guys, you can clear up the stage. So the upcoming keynote explores how the relationship between universities and industries is engaging. So how they're changing, because they all teach first, hire later, it doesn't really work anymore, and we need a new solution and new innovations for that. So today, talent and innovation need to be built together, not separate spaces as it was before, and maybe some of the people or founders or company are still using it. And I would like to invite on stage Dr. Pradipta Kumar Nanda, Vice Chancellor of Shiksha O Anusandhan, an education leader known for driving bold institutional transformation. He will walk us through how to be in the new phase and how to change the old methods. Just one more second and we're ready. So welcome on stage Dr. Pradipta Kumar with a great round of applause. Keep it. Let's keep it with him.
Thank you. Thank you. So, it's already good morning and good noon to all of you. So, I think the last session was quite vibrant. So, this is a different kind of the story I'll share, that the universities we have been creating an atmosphere ecosystem of not only the talent creation, and also the innovation now has peeped in. So therefore, there is a different ecosystem now in the university. And as you know that the problems in this generation is more complex, is different from the problems of 2-3 decades before. And it is well conceived, well understood in the university arena or the entire world that we need a synergistic effort to address the issues rather than a segregated approach. So therefore the team building, therefore the partnership, and there is also a buzzword that industry and academia bridge should actually, there should not be any gap between this. This should be actually matched, the gap should be reduced. And how do you do that? And why should you do that? Because the problems which are existing, yes, no more actually is just the problem of the earlier days. So it needs a different disciplines, approach, ways to do that. So the founders, the startups, we are just listening, and now there is also ecosystem happening in the university, also has startup ecosystem. So how do you join together to strengthen this and solve the issues? That's the goal. So the universities earlier was created, yes, thus for the creating the human resource, talent creation, creating new knowledge, disseminating to the society. But nevertheless, I think it has a change now. So it is in fact helping in the nation building where it is, and also the regional, also cooperation, prosperity, and we create the human resource. That's the kind of new knowledge we create and also disseminate. But then this time has come that we join hands with industry, co-create things, and also join together to address the issue in a different way. And therefore, that's the sustainable joint value you'll have if you join hands with industry. And the gap between the industry and the academia will be reduced. That's how the vision we should have. We should align, we should accelerate, I think, the joint ventures with the industry problems should be there in the university should also, the faculty, students should be there in the industry, learn about the issues, problems, feel it, and then innovate, do research on that. So that's how the things will move. Now, why for the next decade, why you are reinventing? Already we have been doing it, but there is I think we have been talking all the time that there is a trust deficit between industry and academia. The industry feels that academia is not ready. Academia feels the industry is a different kind of footprint. So this trust deficit has to be actually bridged together, should be reduced. And the reason together, now we have to do together because there is a paradigm shift in the problems and issues which have already been talked about. Say for any example, any disciplines, now we are coming to a new paradigm, new dimensions in the different kind of the arena. Say for example, the artificial intelligence is now immersive, is pervasive across the disciplines. So therefore now every discipline wants this. If you look at the healthcare, I think arena, then biotech has now emerged. It needs more of computer science, more of AI for the final analysis to understand the intricate or the complexities of the issues. Now, if I give an example, this year's Nobel laureate in chemistry is the kind of metal organic framework which they have developed for they have struggled for last 30 years to find out a solution for reducing the kind of air pollution. And that's happening great in the universities. And the recent buzzword is the quantum computing. If you look at the quantum science and technology, not the computing only, quantum communication, quantum sensing, quantum, I think there is a stall in quantum energy. You can feel it. So there is a big kind of paradigm shift in this. Really that quantum computing comes in actually to the real scalable things and real into the society, the entire paradigm shift will be there in the computer science arena. The entire journey, the learning, things will change. So therefore, similarly, things is climate technology, which there is a threat. Now we have felt the pinch of it, how we have intervened, and the entire COP 30 just went on in November. So therefore, it has been felt that the different problems have evolved, and techniques have evolved, tools have evolved. So therefore, we should join together. And there is another kind of shift in the dimensional aspect of the research in the university. Earlier it was just publishing and creating new knowledge, but now translational research is the go of the world, and therefore how the research is impacting the society. That's become the challenge for the university, and that's the clarion call for the university. So that needs kind of the investment, risk, as you have been talking about. Any innovation, any kind of the research never happens in one go. There are failures. So we need investors, we need risk management, and therefore we must prepare the talent, prepare the students, prepare the kind of the faculty members or the entire stakeholders of the university for continuous learning, because every discipline is evolving, the world is changing. Therefore, these are the aspects which will face in the next decade. Therefore, the partnership should be stronger, and there should be cohesive kind of the goal and synergy between industry and university to address more of the complex issue. Now, we had been collaborating. It's not that we are collaborating for the new time, but we have to revisit it, have a relook it. So we have to co-create the mindset, so a joint problem sharing, framing the problem jointly, and we should join together, think about the problem, understand each other, and then involve industry right from the day one to address the problem. So what is their mindset and how the university mindset, the professors and the students from university and the industry personnel should join together. And yes, there is a risk involved, which the industry doesn't want to take a risk because of the kind of the viability, but yes, any research, any innovation has a risk. So therefore, that blended funding should be from the university, from the government agencies, and from also from the industry, all together should join, so that there should be a risk will be shared between them. And yes, the skills now is a talk about it has to be reskilled, and it is not that the same skill will be used, and upskilling also is necessary because of the issues and the problems which are evolving over the years. And the experience and the industry immersion also should be there. Kind of the university also people should be there immersed in the industry. And because of the trust deficit, there should be ethics and joint sharing of IPs and clarity in thinking, understanding. Just signing a MOU will not actually work, but you have to have a very clarity, data ethics, and governance of a particular joint venture also to be clear. And there should be measurable impact. There should be metrics defining the KPIs. So we should have cases, continuous learning, dashboards, and also how do we impact? What is the measurable impact we want to create on that? So this is how we have to redefine our joint venture collaboration with the industry. So the talent creation have been the usual kind of the go of the university. University, we induct people and yes, train them in a different kind of the disciplines or different kind of the subjects, and then create talent. So now is the issue or the problem of the multidisciplinary approach to a particular problem. No single discipline will solve it. So therefore, that's also the kind of the demand of the industry. So this multidisciplinary curricula should be designed together with the suggestion comments from the industry, or taking the views from the industry, and then internship programs, kind of the live projects should also be shared with the students, and so the students will have a confidence to work on that with mentorship by the faculty members, and that will help us the employability, career readiness, and the confidence. It will instill a sense of confidence among the students that yes, I have worked on this. Industry will have a confidence that the students who are trained well, because there is a kind of a demand that the students are not industry ready. This will also help them to be little industry ready. And lifelong learning is another goal, that we should have a micro credentials. Nowadays, there are a lot of kind of the issues, because everybody has to be trained in industry in different kind of technology, the AI, the other aspects, quantum. So that should be micro credentials offered by the university to train the people from the industry, and also the executive programs from the industry, and so also the faculty and the students would, they are in the industry to be part of the industry problems. So there should be joint R&D labs which are already been happening, and yes, industry now is coming forward that you will establish a joint research labs, and where the kind of the researchers from the university, the scholars, the students will participate there, and we should have a kind of the shared ventures, should identify the issues, problems, and therefore develop labs, and yes, funded by the industry, government agencies or any other agencies, and the university itself. And the challenges of the industry should be shared with the university students and the faculty members. They should know, they should be aware of the challenges, and then use the research or the innovation to address those issues. And there should be a kind of the feedback from the industry and from the academia in a loop, so that the problem statement becomes clear, and back and forth we should move such that there will be clarity in the problem statement, what we are addressing, and the tools you'll use, the risk involved, the funding, everything should go together, so that the people in the university will not feel isolated from the industry, and industry will not feel isolated from the academia. So these are the market access, the customers, the pilot customers, the co-development contracts. Now, the model we will think of that talent creation was actually the earlier kind of the thought, the mindset. Now you have to have a apprenticeship skills, and also entrepreneurship is also in the part of the kind of the curriculum. And we should have innovation partnership, where we have co-created the programs, the governance should be in the university. We should have a kind of the special designated cell who will jointly connect with the industry. Now, the policies must be clearly defined. It's not a paper of MOU, but it should be beyond that. And then we should have clarity in kind of doing the things. So that will help us in engaging industry with us. And investment should be jointly should happen, and there should be confidence of the industry in the academia. Academia also should have confidence, and then the investment will happen. And then clarity in the ethical part, there should be ethical part, and the compliance office that should be responsible to actually bring confidence, instill confidence the industry personnel in the academia that yes, this academia actually can deliver. We should have a joint team from industry as well as academia who will look into this, because the mindsets are different. So jointly we should sit together, and the joint committee, the university leaders as well as the industry, both should come together and decide. And then funding models should be discussed, there should be transparency, and the KPIs also should be defined, the metrics should be defined properly. And yes, the incentives and should be also aligned with the co-created outcomes. So who have actually what is the contribution, from where we have actually contributed, and who are the kind of the top-notch innovators involved. And then the privacy, ethical standards we must maintain, because the industry will have faith in academia. Academia also will be now kind of piercing into the industry issues. So these are the some of the so this is what we can think of the panels in the ways we have to go through. This is what industry challenge-led research with university resources. University has some resources, and yes, there's some talent with the professors and as well the scholars and the students. And industry challenge problems, industry problems should be there with the university. And then it should be a co-innovation platform, and data sharing should be well kind of the taken by both industry and academia. And exchange programs are more important in the sense that the scholars and the faculty members should be there in the industry, and industry professional also should come to the academia. And the industry should fund actually the fellowships through which the scholars will work on the industry problems. The research will be driven on the industry problems, and there should be sabbaticals of the faculty members and the research scholars to be there in the industry to do that. And some spin-out and corporate ventures also you can think of, aligned IP and revenue sharing, that also should be clearly defined in the policy and all. Joint proof of concept, you can share the risk, funding with milestone, gates, that we should have a joint proof of concept, and where both the industry as well as the academia should join together. This is what for the next decade we can think. One can think of the funding models. If we create a joint lab, I think the joint group, the university should also fund, the industry also should invest, and the other public funding agencies also should fund. And then the outcomes should be based on the outcomes are should be milestones, based disbursement based on the outcomes. It is not kind of the free hand. So that will be industry also have a kind of a goal and objective. So also the academia, that there are some milestones to be achieved, and revenue sharing should be well framed, and sustainable partnership should be thought of, because otherwise it should not that in one issue we should actually pursue and then disconnect. And then there is a alumni which is actually part of the university. They contribute well. They are also in the industry. Maybe it could be in the industry or the corporate. And that ecosystem, actually they should join together to fund the leveraging the capital of this. So this should help us to financing the joint models, joint laboratories, joint research problems. So you should have some metrics, otherwise if there is no tangible outcome, then yes, the model will fail. We should have a metric of the students who are working on the industry problems must be employable. The new roles must be created, and the skill certification should happen, because the students or the scholars who will work on this, that should be certification. And there should be more number of co-developed projects and to be created, because new projects should be developed, so that the students will have opportunity to work on the live projects, the live industry problems. And as an innovative metrics, we should have patents, licenses, spin-outs, and speed to the market, like kind of the translational research, the research into the impact or commercialization of the kind of the innovation. So, and also the social regional impact metrics, the jobs, and what about the SMEs capacity building. These are some of the kind of regional aspect, but there should be some metric, otherwise the industry will have again the kind of the false start of this trust deficit will happen. So this is what the risk we should also, there is a risk in doing this. Yes, industry always feels that is a risk to have a lab in the university, and university feels that yes, since the deliverable, the milestones are there, difficult to do research. But then jointly one can think of the aligning the risk together, and clear policy for the transferring the IPs and the licensing policies. If there is a misalignment in the kind of the, it may happen, a research never without fail will succeed. Therefore, it should take care of the risk. And data privacy is another thing. The trust should be there on the maintaining the privacy of the data, because many times often the industry doesn't want to share the data, all the data, so therefore there should be ethical kind of the governance, and the sharing the data privacy must be maintained. And the scalability is another one. The industry wants scalability, so the pilots, whatever will be developed in the university may not be the goal of the industry, but nevertheless the scalable aspects also have to be deliberated and also should be thought of. There are some examples one can think of, that you should have a joint labs, can have dictate translations. Now we are talking about the technology, AI, and all the quantum we are thinking of. So therefore, we can think of such kind of models. And then we can think of fellowships, which already has been happening. The industry is shepherding fellowship. to the students who will work on the industry problems. So that will be motivated. Students will be motivated to work, and the professor also will be motivated to take up industry problems. So that would be second one. So third one would be regional innovation corridors. We should have also think of what are the problems existing for the region, and then you should take up those problems instead of taking any problem of the globe. So that also should be aspect of this. And we should have a measurable impact of whatever we do want to create, and that has to be sustainable between the industry and academia. So for the next decade, you can think of co-created talent and innovation pipeline. Now that should not be a isolated kind of a sport, isolated kind of a discipline. It should be multidisciplinary. It should be joint venture by the industry and academia. And there should be transition from the research ideas to the market-ready solutions. Now, the university was engaged in conducting research, high-quality research, disseminating, but now research with impact, translational research is the goal, and that should be, therefore, industry will also join looking at the impact of the university research. And then collaboration, equitable access for the benefits, both faculties and also regions. And the scalable model is necessary because industry needs that and the society also needs that. So therefore, I think in the next decade, if we can do that, then there should be immersion of the academia in the industry immersion also in the academia, and they will be joined together, address these complex issues of the society. This is how you can think of for the short-term goal, can establish a clear governance, policy, and then you can think of talent creation hub, innovation partnership office in the university itself. There should be a dedicated kind of a cell to take care of this university and academia collaboration and taking it forward, monitoring it, and then scaling the pilots, whatever you develop, and IP, licensing, everything should be clear. And then we can start the partnership and address or to co-create things. And industry also has some advantage by joining together because the co-create problem statement are handy agendas for the industry. And industry also will participate in the sponsored labs, student internship also will happen, and fellowship. And yes, governance, advisory boards, industry people can participate in that, already happening, but it can happen in a more rigorous way. And talent upskilling also can happen. Industry personnel can join with academia so that there will be upskilling of the talent. And joint venture in the corporate venture arms, that should be industry also participate in this. So that is a benefit for both industry as well as academia. This is what the need to establish. Join as a founding partner for the next decade. We both join together. Industry academia should join now because of the issues coming up, because the innovation also is now an ecosystem in the university and also is also in the industry. Both should join together and should have joint labs. And co-funded labs, fellowships for the scholars who will work on the problems. Pilot programs we should actually establish. We should collaborate, and shared IP must be there, both industry and academia. And students should work in the real life problems, and micro credentials should be a kind of the sponsored so that people can earn those credits in the new technology which is upcoming in the future. That's what is all about joining, reinventing the collaborative effort of industry and academia. Thank you. Yeah, question, yeah.
Thank you so much. Once again, let's give a big round of applause for Dr. Nanda for an opening eye session. Thank you so much. And we're gonna move forward for our recognition session. I know many of you are here and waiting for it, and I've got a long list. So if we have someone to prepare the stage, please, just for posing for 2 minutes before they clean up the stage. Wow, there are so many people to take the award. It's quite a time. So before we proceed, I'll have a very interesting gentleman from yesterday, Gary Young. I think everyone knows you already by today. And thank you for helping me again with this honorable thing. So, welcome on stage, Gary Young, the guy with the black box. Round of applause for Gary and for all recognition people of this session. And I will remind again, please take a moment for pictures with our professional photographers. You have 1 minute of speech if you would like to say something after you will receive your award. Do not shy, take your moment of success and victory. Gary, if you could please join me on stage. Thank you. I'll give you the mic. Yeah? All right. And we start, we proceed, we're ready? Anap, we're ready? I guess we are. I'm gonna start with the first nominee. It's Cal Jordi. Cal Jordi, are you in the audience? Yes? Yes, he is. He's the founder of the Phoenicical Academy. Cal Jordi empowers leaders and organizations to achieve measurable growth through authenticity, emotional intelligence, and purpose. He is globally recognized executive coach, transformational trainer, and author of Self Without Selling Out, the Phoenicical Sale Method. Interesting.
Thank you, everybody. I would like to start by, asking a quick question for the crowd. By show of hands, how many of you ever felt frustrated with the sales process? Wait, as a leader or as a customer? Okay, I'm not alone then. All right. How many of you have ever felt frustrated with your team not being able to pull their own weight? Great, thank you. Now I feel really home here. So I want to thank the organizers for putting this nice conference here. Thank you, Anubhav. Thank you for having me. I want to thank the publisher, Authority Publishing, for publishing my book. I want to thank my beautiful wife and daughter for spending countless hours in the office and away from them. And more importantly, I want to thank you for being here today. I know what it takes for you to travel, leave your businesses, leave your teams behind, and your families, investing time and energy and money for being here. So in the 1 minute, Anubhav promised me 3, I promise to do the best that I can to give you some value that you can walk away with. How many of you would like that? Yeah? Okay, thank you. So I come from a lineage that once changed the world. I was born in Riyadh. I was raised in Lebanon. And it took me 22 years in the United States to get rebuilt. Unlearning, relearning, and then figuring out who I destined to become. So my ancestors, the Phoenicians, once spread the alphabets all across continents, not through force, not through conquer, but through presence, through trade, through communication, and through connection and trust. they used to come to a port and they used to use smoke signals to announce that they're there. And now when they, let's just finish. Thank you, Anubha. So when they used to come to the port, they announced that they're there, but they used to always make sure they are welcome back. And that's what sales for me is all about. For the past 2 decades, I learned what happens when leaders get realigned with themselves. Teams heal, cultures rise, and businesses transform. And because buyers don't buy when they understand you, buyers buy when they feel understood. How many of you would agree with that? Yes? Thank you. Because skills can get you in the room, but authenticity is what keeps you in it. So if anything I said here resonates, there's a QR code here behind me that I created for this event, and where you will receive 2 VIP tickets to a private small group briefing on Zoom so that we can explore some of your sales and leadership challenges and walk away with a 90 days plan that's going to help you overcome it. So for the first 20 people who scan the code, I'll make sure to give you a signed copy of my book up at the booth, and love to hear your story and shake your hand. So Dubai, thank you for your warmth, for
Thank
your
you so much,
generosity,
Cole.
and be well.
Congratulations once again. And the next one is Dr. Amit Srivastav. With over 2 decades of deep tech experience and multiple patents on his name, Dr. Amit is now charting his journey as a founder and MD of Arsh Jian. He blends 25 years of engineering leadership with forward-thinking leans on emerging technologies, from scalable software design to data sciences and ethical, responsible AI. Congratulations, Doctor. Round of applause for Doctor.
Well, thank you, Conf 2.0, for giving this opportunity for us to collaborate and meet each other. It was a really awesome experience. So quick journey for me. 25 years of corporate experience. I experienced working in aerospace to industrial 4.0 to automotive. And then after COVID, healthcare is something which has attracted me a lot. So I'm a newbie in healthcare, but learning fast. And I decided that I will quit my corporate journey and start my own company. It's doing pretty well. We delivered first product of a healthcare thing where AI. So we treat AI as our companion, not something which is going to rule. We stay away from prompt, where everyone gets sucked into. And the decision was well supported by my family. It was not an easy thing. And we are doing good now. And I hope that what we do in healthcare add value to society for betterment and also for making them more healthy. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next up on stage, Waqas Piracha. Waqas is the founder and CEO of CDOX, a technology consultancy and development company specializing in AI. Waqas, are you here? No, he's not. We're moving on forward. Alan Leray. Alan Leray is not also here. Abdul Qiyam bin Alidin. Yes, here we go. Thank you so much, your lovely audience. I don't need to tell you about the applauses. Thank you so much. Abdul is advisor at ICATS University College, Sarawak. Innovation Hub is a Malaysian innovator, author, ecosystem builder driving Southeast Asia transformation, aerospace, green technology, the digital economy, and sustainable innovation. His book, Defining Gravity and Tradition, Stories and Insight of SAVEC's Transformation 2030. Wow, that's impressive. Can you tell us a little bit more?
All right, thank you very much. Our MC of Master of Ceremony, and thank you very much to the organizer today. So yeah, so I am here today and very appreciate to have this award. And we are now transforming a lot of innovation and also economy in Malaysia, Sarawak. So of course, inclusivity, especially among the youth, is a key factor to enable this transformation. So we are looking at enabling, training, educating the young, especially the youth, into this new digital economy and space economy. So with the youth involved in this development and transformation, our country and our people can grow and can enable them to transition into these high value and high technology sectors. So hopefully my initiatives and contribution can also help the rest other countries, so especially in here in the Middle East and Dubai. Thank you very much.
Absolutely, Abdul. Thank you so much and congratulations once again. Next up on stage, Alexander Grossman. Alexander, are you? Yes, you're here. As we remember from yesterday, Alexander is a CEO and founder of Grossman and Partners GmbH. He's a visionary leader and award-winning innovator with over 20 years of leadership in global leading companies, managing P&L up to 9-digit revenues. Congratulations, Alexander. Applauses for Alexander, please. Thank you.
So it's a great honor to be nominated for this award and in the Hall of Fame of Founders 2.0 conference with all of you. I saw the last 2 days, I saw amazing entrepreneurs here sharing stories, and it's a great pleasure to be here. My journey is a long journey, but I started to develop a program called the Clarity Code, and I bring deep consciousness, wisdom, knowledge into leadership to help organizations and leaders not to optimize yesterday, to generate tomorrow. And if you are interested, I'm happy to share with you more. It's a great pleasure. Everybody has his vision. My vision is that the human in itself is so broad, deep, and you all have a lot of potential in you to leave a mark in this world, in this body-mind concept you are in for this timeline. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Alexander. Next up on stage, Amit Parija. Amit, are you in the room? Yay. If you could wave me maybe when you're coming, that will be so nice. Thank you. Amit is a president and CEO of White Clay. He's a data and AI entrepreneur with a deep expertise in modern data architectures, real-time analytics, and AI-led automation. With a strong focus on telecom, banking, and enterprise sectors, he brings practical innovation in data lakes, lakehouses, and ETL execution frameworks. Congratulations.
Thank you to Founders 2.0 conference team, and thank you all. This has been a very pleasant and tip-top journey till here. And thanks to the little dragon that Gary showed yesterday on the founder's gene. But excellence is never a single man's journey. Excellence is a team journey. So here's to the team, White Clay. Thank you.
Thank you, Amit. Do we have in the room Andre Macon? Yay, I like the waving. Yay, come on stage. Charles Macken's entrepreneurial drive became clear early when he founded OptiForce, a business focused on automation for web-based ventures. He's a co-founder of these tech solutions GmbH and then Bretton Woods Digital AG, which focus on development in the blockchain space and fully golden baked token, respectively. He is a founder and CEO of Flowcon AI UH, helping companies successfully adopt AI.
Thank you so much. I feel honored to be here receiving this award. And I want to say we are living in times of unprecedented change with the rise of AI technology, and both on the scale of time and the scale of the changes, it is really massive. And at Flowcon AI, it's not just about doing business, but about learning and educating and helping people manage this transitionary time, so there's not so much disruption and we can successfully navigate to a bright and beautiful future. And this is the core of our mission. Thank you very much,
Thank you, Andrea. Congratulations. Anup Sivanandan. Yes. Welcome, Anup. Anup is a CEO and founder of Fares Analytics Lab. He's a seasoned entrepreneur with over 15 years of experience in executing operational processes, developing products, and organizational competence. He brings hand-on data science experience with 21 years plus of experience in analytics, business intelligence, and digital transformation.
Thanks everybody. Thanks for having me here. It's a great honor, and I'm humbled to be here in front of all of you. There's awards like this that enrich this difficult journey that we're on as entrepreneurs. So I really thank Founders 2.0 for making this happen. Right? It allows me to do the things that I love doing. It allows all of us to do the things that we love doing. Thank you.
Thank you, Anup, and congratulations. Do we have Charles Vincent? Yes, yay. It's written in my script that widely you are known as Uncle Charles. I'm curious, what is it about? So Charles is a CEO and founder at CH Investment Pty. He's a visionary entrepreneur, author, and multifamily investor with the Masters of Clinical Nursing. Charles, could you please say a little bit more about yourself? Uncle Charles.
Myself?
No, why you are Uncle Charles? Maybe like so many of us we don't know.
Okay. Why I'm called Uncle Charles? Because everywhere I go, I give wisdom to the young ones, to the adults, even to the seniors. That's why they call me Uncle Charles. Yeah. So thank you very much. 2WO Founders Conference. You have been very special. This is my third time to appear here, because you always call me because you have I have some qualities that I can give to the community where I stay and where I work, and I have brought a lot of people in development and investment procedures. So I am very ready to help the young ones and the people in the community, especially those who come from Africa. They have the fear to start any business here. I've been their example. So I'm very proud of this award. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Charles. Dr. Irina Saito, are you with us? Yes, she is. Super. Dr. Irina Saito is a co-founder and chief strategy officer of Splat, communications design company using sports and culture to drive businesses' growth in the social progress. As a professor and a board member, she nurtured future talent and promotes strategic broader inclusion and sustainability, refining leadership for brands that move society forward. Congratulations, Miss Dr. Irina. Round of applause, guys. It's still halfway to go. Thank you. And then we're gonna have lunch to be more fueled with power, I believe.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I'm really great honor to have this wonderful awards. Thank you very much. And I really wanted to celebrate this moment with amazing my partner and team members. Anyway, so that I really want to realize our vision to drive the positive change in companies and social and society by leveraging the value of sports. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Irina, and congratulations. Do we have Florian Schnabel? Yes. Tell me please if I pronounce your name correct. That's so important for me. I'm really trying my best. Florian Schnabel is a co-founder and chief executive officer of Invisio Clinical Studies Consulting GmbH and leading provider of decentralized clinical trial services across Europe with a strong background in clinical research. He has transformed Invisio from a startup into a pan-European company offering innovating solutions such as flying study nurses to enhance that was too much talking. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. So you pronounced it perfectly. Very good. Thanks a lot. Thank you very much for this award. It's an honor to be here. I will leave you quickly to lunch, and I hope I see you all again after lunch when I will have my keynote. I'm looking forward to seeing you all again.
Thank you so much, Florian. Ganesh, yes, you're here. Such a strong name. I know a lot about Hindu religion, so it's very meaningful. Wow. If somebody doesn't know, Ganesh means someone who will remove the interruptions and problems on your way. Am I right? Yes? Ganesh is the founder and CEO of Declare Technologies. He's a seasoned technology entrepreneur and investor with a proven track record of building, deploying, and operating distributed systems at the scale in the B2B spaces. Ganesh, would you like to tell us something?
Sure, thank you. First of all, thanks to Founders 2.0 conference, fantastic arrangements. Privilege and honor to be here with co-founders and people who are doing great stuff. At the same time, I couldn't but not think of my spouse. Without her, this could not have been possible. So, a lot goes into a
That's
founders.
so touching. Thank you so much. Let's give applause for each woman in this room.
Absolutely. And I think for me, right, the journey of a founder is not an end, it's being. You're always a founder, right? And the biggest thing that I've learned is, as a founder, to challenge myself and my beliefs, right? And that's what is the finding journey in a founder. So thank you once again. Lovely to be here.
Thank you so much, Ganesh, and congratulations. Greeny Devayanti. No. Dr. Gustavo Di Fiori dos Santos. That's so Spanish. Come on stage, please, por favor. Dr. Gustavo is a founder of Iromina, is a C-level executive and entrepreneur with a strong background as a mechanical aeronautical engineer with 27 years of global experience. That's huge. How old are you? I'm sorry for such a question. 27 years of experience, gosh, that is a lot.
Thank you. Thank you, the Lord, for being here. Thank Anubhav for having, for your patience and for having insisted so much for my participation here. I am 52 years old.
Wow, that's...
Perhaps my wife says I look a lot older than what I am. So yes, and it's a pleasure to be here. Thanks the organization. Congratulations, the organization, for such a nice event. And it's my first participation here. After leaving the company, my corporate career, beginning of the year, started at Aromina. It's only 7 months old, and we already have customers in Europe, in South America, and here in the UAE. So you see, and it's a pleasure for me to contribute to the growth of every space in the UAE. So thank you. And I am Brazilian, so it sounds Spanish, yes.
That's
and
great.
Your
Thank you
por
so much.
favor was perfect.
I learned some Spanish, so
Thank you.
yeah. Thank you so much and congratulations. Do we have Harshit Kiasia? Yes. Harshit is currently the founder and CEO of VIBHUT Corporate Advisory Consultant LLP, where he serves as a trusted advisor on financial investment, legal and taxation matters to a wide range of corporate clients and business entities across sectors. Congratulations, Harshit.
Thank you. Thanks to the team, Founders 2.0 Conference, for inviting all of us. And it's a pleasure meeting all of you friends. I'm Harshit, a chartered accountant from Bangalore, India. So I have my firm called as Vibhuti Consultants. So it caters fractional CFO services. So as we all know, friends, generally, whenever we start something of our own, we want to focus on our product, we want to focus on our subject, we want to focus on our marketing, our growth. Then comes in compliances aspect, be it finance, compliance, taxation, GST, all other things. That's wherein Vibhuti Consultants pitches in, so that we take care of all those finance and compliance aspect, where the founders and the companies can actually focus on their growth, their spread, their market, their customer base, all of these things. That's wherein we come from. I thank all of you here. It's a pleasure meeting all of you. We have met multiple, substantially great entrepreneurs here. Seeing you to meet all again. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Harshit. Next up on stage, Manav Lalotra. Yeah? Yes, you're here. Super. Manav Lalotra is the founder and CEO of Prodigy Global. Manav champions employability and career readiness for young professionals through Thriversity, an academy focused on bringing the corporate academic up. Manav, tell us a little bit about that.
Thank you. Thanks, Gary. Thanks, Founder 2.0. So my story is I come from a very small town in India. Right? We were not privileged when we were studying. I could achieve in last 2 decades what I could with a lot of support from family, from my mentors, and from the corporates I worked. But I always had that spark in me to go back and give back to the community. That is where Thriversity is born. What we're doing with Thriversity is that we are picking these smaller town kids who have immense talent, but they are devoid of the ecosystem which tier 1 cities or tier 1 colleges have. So we are taking the ecosystem back to them, to ensure that when they start on the starting line on day 1 in their career, be it job or be it the business they want to start, they do not lose just because they were not exposed to few of the things there. So that's our quest. And as earlier panel members in some of the panels said, that even if we can touch one life, we think that our purpose is solved. But yes, we want to go out and reach everybody possible in our lifetime. So that's the quest of Thriversity, and that's what we're trying to do. Lovely to be here. Lovely to meet so many of you. A pleasure. Thank you. Conference
Thank you
2.0.
so much, Manav. You know, they're so lucky. I think they just got an award and then run to the lunch. But please do not do that. Let's make a picture all together in the end, okay? We need to have this memorable picture. All right. What's going on next to room? There is a lottery or something, or what is happening there? Next one is Marco Gam. Or Gam. Yeah, he's here. Super. Let's applause for Marco Gam. He's a founder and CEO of Comedia, the first growing creative company known for its strong culture rooted in passion, friendship, and growth. He's an award-winning entrepreneur, speaker, and business leader committed to shaping the future of work and leadership. Congratulations, Marco.
Thank you. When we founded the company 9 years ago, when I was only 20 years old, we didn't really knew what we did back in time. Today we know that our vision is changing the future of work. We're trying to do things differently, and we're trying to build a company based on friendships and personal relationships. So that's basically the vision we have today, and we generally believe that the future belongs to those who build it. Thank you.
Thank you, Marco. Marcus Barros. Yeah, Marcus Barros, super. Is the CEO and the founder of Oxford Business Masters UK and a best-selling author and a keynote speaker at international events including WorkPath Germany, Expo Judge at the University of Lisbon and Expo Jude in Brazil. As an advisor and a mentor, he is supposed in the launch and growth of over 20 new businesses. And you know, I have been taking a lot of notes from your speech yesterday. Wait for my tags on LinkedIn. That was very inspiring. I'm literally thrilled. Amazing. And congratulations.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, Founders 2.0. And I dragged my wife to the platform because
because there is nothing without a woman in this world.
This award is at least half hers because we had a business and the business failed during the lockdown. And she started a business cooking and delivering food so we could pay the bills.
Wow, I have a
And
goosebumps.
then-
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Wow.
And then God opened a door for us for a new business. And we are now market leaders. We are doing very well, thank God. And we help companies, organizations, and the public sector to cover the gap between planning and doing, planning and execution through a framework called Objectives and Key Results. If you like a book for free, I have one here for you, okay? Thank you so much. My clients, our clients, are the real heroes. They are the ones creating impact for the population and making a difference in the world. So thank you very much, clients.
Thank you so much. Let's give a microphone to your wife. I would like to hear, like, how is it to support the man and just start from zero?
It's very good. The process it's not easy, but it's good. Thank you, God, and well done, babe.
Thank you so much. Bravo. Very inspiring, guys. The next one is Mfon Uwa. Yes. Wave to me more. I did not see you guys, so. As a CTO and a founder of Yield Technologies, Mfon Uwa works closely with the farmers in Nigeria, empowering them to embrace technology and boost their profitability. He's a software engineer and entrepreneur dedicated to advancing agriculture through sustainable practices and innovating solutions across Africa. Mfon Uwa, you are the one who said that we need more food. Is it correct? You were in the previous panel, but me personally, I think we have a lot of food already. I mean, why do we need more? You have a microphone?
He tells me he has to run to another appointment.
Sorry.
So no speech. How about applause? How about we do that?
Gary, I think you're late for lunch, right? You're trying to cut me off quickly. All right, got that. Nina Alagsuri. Yes, she's here. Nina is a founder and CEO of XOPA AI. As an accomplished entrepreneur embarked on her entrepreneurial journey in her mid-20s, she's transformed her small one-woman venture, Nastra Group, into a multi-million-dollar global enterprise spanning 5 continents. In 2017, she transitioned her company into a tech platform, XOPA AI, which now operates globally and was recently named as one of 30 first fastest growing companies in Singapore.
Thank you, organizers, Founders 2.0. Thank you, Anubhav. It's a pleasure to be here and to share this event with so many founders. I do believe it takes a lot of courage for all of us to do what we do. I'm sure, just like myself, you get up in the morning and say, why am I doing this? But, you know, you are not going to do anything else. So this is my 30th year as a founder and my 3rd startup. 2 startups survived, 1 failed. So I'm on my thriving startup now, already thinking of my 4th one. I just couldn't do the corporate role. I did my engineering and I just couldn't handle a job description. I couldn't handle being put in a box. And I was just too chaotic to do anything but to be a founder. So I'm so glad I do what I do and I love what I do. Zopa is committed to offer, using AI, ethical AI for equitable and bias-free hiring and selections for universities and enterprise. And I think I just love what I do. So thank you for my team and thank you once again, organizers.
Thank
for
you,
this
Nina, and
honor.
congratulations. Do we have Pankaj Sehgal? This is yes. Yes, this is yes. Mr. Pankaj Sehgal is a co-founder and a director at Innovis Consulting Private Limited. He has been a C-suite leader with more than 35 years of working experience with American, European, Korean, and Indian multinational companies, covering various industrial sectors like automotive, electrical, electronics, consumer goods, appliances. Congratulations, Pankaj.
Good afternoon, everybody. So it's been great pleasure being here at the Founders Conference, and all the credit goes to the organizers, how they've been able to get so many founders out here from different places in the world. I see a lot of female here. The gender equality is fantastic, I should say. And also, I'm very thrilled to see from an age perspective, I yesterday met founders as young as 18 years and as old as 65 years. So that's very great about being here. About me, I run a company. I am founder of a company called Innovis Consulting in New Delhi in India. Primarily what we do, along with my consultants, my complete team, we try to provide services to the small and medium enterprises because we believe that if the complete ecosystem of industries, of companies who are providing services in India, they have to grow. The complete ecosystem has to grow, not only the large conglomerates. So unfortunately, these small and medium enterprises are not so strong in terms of professionalism, in terms of processes, in terms of systems, and they need hand-holding. Me, coming from a corporate environment last 35 years, I have lived in China for 5 years. I have worked in corporate roles, global roles, traveled around the world, so I could understand how China became so strong and what India needs to do to come to that level. At the same time, what we are trying to do in our company is to bring overseas global companies to India. We are trying to do matchmaking here. So with our knowledge, we could help some of the companies to, get technology partners in India. And we are also doing global sourcing. That is why I was in touch with Gary. That's about us, and I think it's a great honor to get this award. I thank 2.0 conferences for getting this particular thing from you all, and I accept this on behalf of my family and my team in Innovis. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Paul Barrett. Are you in the room? Ah, this is a vibing gentleman in the red jacket. Here you are. Let's say a little bit about you. Paul Barrett is a visionary leader, transformational strategist, and a chairman, founder, and CEO of Barrett Enterprises, dynamical global holding company empowering people and reshaping communities. With over 39 years of experience, Paul brings bold insights and innovative leadership to business consulting, real estate, media, and the personal development. Congratulations, Paul. So silent, guys. Let's give some applauses. Or I will start to shout like a lady in the next room, and then you're just gonna all run away from here. I believe so.
Thank you. As I sit here and listen to all the founders that came up, I had a reflection back to when I was 16 in junior achievement. And that's when I first learned about being a founder. Starting a company in junior achievement, selling stock, getting investors, and coming up with a project and service. And here I am years later with 7 companies under Barrett Enterprise that I founded, and I'm so happy for my team, my family, and the ecosystem that we've created. And my mission, my goal, is to help anybody that I come in contact with escape the gravitational pull of impossibility. Thank you.
Super. Congratulations. Rashid Maliki. No. No. Radhika Niranjan. Yes, beautiful lady in orange. She's the founder and the CEO of R&I Associates and a boutique HR transformation firm helping MSME scale with the soul. With over 19 years of corporate HR leadership experience across telecom, fintech, media, and MI, she has refined her businesses, allied people, performance, and purpose.
Thank you so much, Founders 2.0. It's indeed an honor, and I'm humbled and oddly gratified to be on this stage in front of so many leaders from across the globe. And, all of us here are business owners. Everyone understands business. Everyone understands to run business, you need people. Somewhere down the line, over a period of time, the essence of people become resources. What R&I does is bring the human element back into the business, make sure your businesses are more humanized, your people are treated as one instead of assets or resources, and when they are treated well, they give you many-fold results. So as R&I Associates, we provide strategic HR services across segments. We target SMEs, the small medium enterprises, which is close to about 85% of the contributing economy, although left hidden in an organization. So we try to organize them, bring them up to global scale, and ensure you scale with soul. So thank you so much for the recognition. My journey is dependent on entirely my parents, my gurus, my God, and of course support of all peers, business learning experts from you. It's an awesome experience. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Radhika. Rajat Gelrab, are you in the room? No. Dr. Rashid Pardiwala. Yes. Dr. Rashid Pardiwala, founder and director of the Center for Environmental Research and Education, is an ecologist, at the University of Edinburgh, specializing in climate change. Dr. Perdivala is a recent and a numerous award. She has been featured in the books for her contribution to environmental sustainability and always serves as subject expert. Wow, such a meaningful thing you're doing. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. It is indeed an honor. And I'm extremely grateful to the selection committee for recognizing the endeavors of my organization, CERE, for the past 23 years in the field of environmental protection and sustainability. And we work across many sectors: afforestation, renewable energy, rainwater harvesting, carbon management systems. And as the founder and director, the journey has been lonely, frustrating, but at the end of the day, extremely soul-satisfying. So in this room of founders, as you go forward, we've spoken about AI, we've spoken about employees, we've spoken about many issues, but I hope you give a thought to our planet. I hope you try to integrate environmental sustainability in all your businesses, because finally, we can't do business on a dead planet. So as we think about finances, as we think about growth, do lend a thought to this planet and the environment. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Doctor. Indeed, we need to protect our planet Earth where we're living. Indeed. Next one is Rohim Yudin. Rohim, wave higher, I do not see. Yay, you're here, super. Rohim is the founder, global CTO, and COO of IT Card Private Limited, is a pioneer force in AI-driven enterprise transformation with over 20 years of experience across 30-plus industries and 150-plus solutions. He is a cross-functional technocrat known for blending innovations with ethics. He is also the architect of the AIX Hub frameworks.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Gary. I'm extremely thankful to the Founders 2.0 for recognizing the work we have been doing. Actually, it started with the vision of Mr. Abdurrahman Ajmal, who hails from the Ajmal conglomerate. The vision was how to make a digital twin of his father, Mr. Maulana Badruddin Ajmal, who has been recognized across the world almost like 13th, 14th year ago. He is a visionary, global leader, a philanthropist, a teacher, and my mentor. So it started with building a digital twin for him so that we can carry his legacy and the knowledge forward for the next generation. That started in 2019, and that's how we started thinking about the company. At IT Card, what we're doing, we're actually bringing parity between the generation who is thinking that AI is going to disrupt and take their jobs away. On the other side, we have the future generation technocrats, people like me. We are trying to build AIs and how can we automate and speed up things and make more profitable businesses. But along the line, we see a disparity. So if you see the companies like Microsoft and OpenAI are building pilots and co-pilots, at IT Card, we are building the cockpit where humans and AI can operate together for the next 50 years, the way we want to do business forward. Thank you, gentlemen and ladies. It's been an honor here.
Thank you so much and congratulations. If you wonder, we still have 8 people to go. So, Sartak Raicho Duri. Yes, no, Sartak? Yes, super. Sartak is a founder and the CEO of Arohana Consulting. He is an accomplished HR professional with 3 decades of experience. He specializes in organization development, change management, and aligning HR strategy to businesses. Congratulations, guys. Let's give more round of applause for our winners.
It's a real honor to be here, not only to receive this award on behalf of my team and my family, but also it's very humbling to see the kind of work that is going on across the world with so many founders making such a big shift in the world. So we contribute a little bit in this entire journey by bringing about change in organizations, by keeping the people at the center of the entire change process. Many years back, it took me a lot of courage to let go of a corporate job and start this journey. There has been ups and downs, many sunny days, rainy days, and events like these actually help us to go forward and realize the work that we are doing is recognized somewhere in the world. So thank you, Founders 2.0, for this
Thank you
recognition.
so much and congratulations. Dr. Sam Samane, are you here? I remember you from yesterday. No, he's not here. Stefan, go. Yes, here is Stefan. Welcome on stage for your award. Stefan is the CEO and founder of Andengan Holding in the mind behind Aqua Cloud. Stefan Gogol has helped companies like Google, IBM, and Deutsche Telekom modernize their QA and compliance strategies. He is a seasoned tech entrepreneur, visionary leader, and former professional athlete with over 25 years of experience in software innovation, AI, and business leadership. I read your LinkedIn this morning and I was impressed. There are so many free advices that's really strong and meaningful. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. So, founders that dare to grow, that is the promise of this conference, right? And when I see you, I would say, promise kept. So, when I look into this room, but also abroad, I see people who really believe in their ideas. I see people who really want to grow, and they just do it. That's inspiring. It's even inspiring for me that I'm in the business for more than 25 years. I have founded 4 new ventures alone in the last 12 months. There is so many potential in this world. I would love to say thank you, and I would like to give you 3 wisdoms that shaped my journey a little bit, and probably it's something for you can take with you. So first of all, your most important product is your team. So you can grow fast when you start alone, but then sustainable scale is only possible with a good team. The second thing, make failure part of your plan. Every mistake is a step toward your goal, and if you have this in mind, nothing can shake you. And the third, but probably most important one, and I had to learn it the hard way. So, the oxygen of your business is cash flow. Numbers is super important. If you have this always in mind, you're unshakable. So, if you run every day the sentence, I love numbers and numbers love me, your business will grow for sure. Thank you very much.
That's what I was talking about, exactly. Thank you, Stefan. Stefania Cimino, I saw you. Yes, she's here. Stefania Cimino is an accomplished executive advisor at LMI Executive with over 25 years of leadership experience across multinational companies. As a founder of LMI Executive, she supports boards and top management of SMEs with strategic guidance and international expansion, business model transformation. Congratulations, Stefania.
I will be very, very short. It's lunchtime, everybody's waiting, so really thanks for this recognition. It's my 3rd year in this conference. I enjoy every session more and more, So I also see some friends' faces like Gary. We met already in the previous section, and yeah, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephanie. Dr. Swad Ibrahim Al-Rabdi. Yes, she's here. Dr. Swad, she's a co-founder of DNA Gene, is an accomplished scholar and innovation and entrepreneurship leader. She served as a director of entrepreneurship at King Saud University, where she oversees incubators, accelerators, and strategic program linking academia with industry. With a PhD in entrepreneurship and passion for branding research with real-world innovation, Dr. Al-Rabdi works to empower students, researchers, and founders.
Thank you so much, and it's really great honor to be here. I will not make it a lot. I know everyone wants lunch, so I am specialized in entrepreneurship as a PhD and as a university teaching in entrepreneurship, teaching innovation for all my past 10 years. So now it comes to the time that I open my own business and I'm starting a new journey, I think. And I hope this conference is gonna be the fairest phase of this business. And I hope I can see you again in another time. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Doctor.
Congratulations.
Dr. Sweta Bansali. Yes, super. More applauses, guys, for people to go. She's a founder and the director of Swab Nano Solutions Private Limited. As a scientist turned visionary entrepreneur trying to bring purpose and innovation both with her journey of making green nanotech-based products available not only for humanity but also for environment safety. She's also a mentor with NGOs, motivational speaker, and mental health activist.
Thank you. I know you all are waiting for lunch right now. But before I can leave you with a message, I would like all of you, for my sake, to just close your eyes for once. Just for a moment. Close your eyes. Just breathe in and breathe out and close your eyes. Feel yourself. Feel these 2 days that you have learned. You have made yourself seen. Do you feel it? Be conscious of who you are. That's what makes us us. That's what makes us connected to each one. Our energies speaks before we do. Now, with a smile, open your eyes. Thank you for listening to me and doing this. And I would just say, for me, entrepreneurship is a lot about learning. Because I am here to learn from people like Gary and people like all of you. Since yesterday, all I could think of or get in the system is that there are only 3 triads that you have to take care of. The physical, the mental, and the spiritual, even, yes, because energies matter. The authenticity, integrity, and passion to serve will take you where you need to reach. Every challenge is the stepping stone. That's what I have always believed and followed. So I'm thankful to Gary because he's being my favorite from the conference right now for giving me this award, and definitely not without saying thanks to my spiritual gurus, my parents, my family, my friends, and my elder brother who is here to actually just applaud for me. Thank you very much, everyone.
Dr. Tandria Collins. Yes, she is here. I see. Let's applaud her. She's a founder, CEO, and principal at Language and Literacy Academy for Learning. As a visionary legacy maker who is transforming the landscape of support for students with disabilities. By strategically elevating professional standards, she cultivates environments where growth and expertise flourish.
Thank you. I would like to say thank you to the 2.0 conference and the organizers of these events. I've been able to be keynote in education, moderator for a panel discussion, and so now being awarded in Founders is a great opportunity for me. Founder, CEO, and principal of a charter school in Florida. We serve students with disabilities from pre-K all the way to 12th grade. We provide free occupational therapy, physical therapy, speech language pathology, behavior and mental health counseling. This has been a phenomenal year for us. I've been recognized in Marquis Who's Who for 2026 as an industry leader. I've been featured in the Wall Street Journal, and coming up 2026 in spring, we'll be featured in Forbes magazine for the work that we're doing. So I look forward to collaborating with you and hopefully be able to network and start a school here in Dubai. Thank you all.
Super. Thank you, Doctor. Tushar Kalavatia. Yeah, super. He is a co-founder and a creative director of Adonate Media Network, a Hyderabad-based advertising agency known for crafting bold, meaningful stories and resonate across audiences and borders. For over a decade, Tushar has led with an instinct, creativity, and an awarening belief in the power of ideas to move people.
It's an honor to share the Hall of Fame with such great people around. Honestly, the last 2 days have been more inspiring than the last 6 months for me. This one's for the team sitting in India. This one's for my partner. This one's for my life partner sitting here. She's a lovely lady for believing in me when no one else did. Here's to Adionate and for all the 250 clients that believed in me. And I look forward to doing business with all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Tushar. Vayabhav Ram. He is a founder and the CEO of CATV and India's most promising AI-first health tech ventures, recognized by Department of Science and Technology, Government of India, as the youngest AI entrepreneur. Vaibhav's journeys began with the NASA award at age 14 with a background in AI, genomics and robotics, and experience at NUS, King's Gratitude Institute, and HPI. He has trained over 300 AI professionals. At the age of 14? Man, wow, impressive.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Founders 2.0, for this award. You have added more responsibilities on my shoulder to prove that what I'm doing is right. I'm from India, and we are from a place where cultural diversity and healthcare diversity at its maximum with a lot of population. So at SETVI, we have brought in this mission to be able to provide healthcare to the last mile. Every single medical professional and healthcare institute, irrespective of their specialization, should be enabled with the tools that are needed for diagnosing. And we personally believe that we have got the power to empower every medical institute right from rural cities to tier 1 towns to be able to provide care equivalent to that of Mayo Clinic. That's the golden standard in healthcare. So thanks to my parents, and thank you, everyone. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Val Matthew. Val Matthew is the co-founder of Project Advisory Group, an award-winning and leading boutique management consultancy, leveraging their passion and experience in PMO delivery, digital, and innovation. Congratulations, Val Matthew.
must be the last one then, am I?
No, you're not.
All right, okay, I'll keep it quick. I've got to say thank you to a few people, but 2 words for me is gratitude and attitude. Where's the camera? There it is. I have to say thank you to my wife for 17 years and my kids at home. I never get to say thank you when I'm on the stage, but they're my inspiration and motivation. We've done pretty well as a company this year. We're from Australia, if you can tell my accent. We've won Asia Pacific Innovation of the Year, Asia Pacific Consultancy of the Year for the 2nd year running, and it's just great to be on a caliber at this level on a global stage. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for being so quick. 3 to go. Vanashri Naik. No, yeah. Yes. She's a founder and the CEO of SMI Infinity. As a passionate entrepreneur driven by the belief that learning and technology can transform lives. With a vision to create meaningful impact, she established SMI Infinity to design innovative, people-centric solutions that go beyond businesses' outcomes and truly empower organizations and individuals.
Thank you guys. Thank you Founder 2.0 conference for giving us such an opportunity to speak up so much global people. My brothers and sisters from part of all global. Thank you Anubhav. Thank you Sai Narula. And thanks. I'm taking this award on behalf of my team, Asmi Infinity, on behalf of my family, which has been supported me to be here. I have breaked all the rules. Sorry, I'm being a little nervous. I have break all the traumas, the typical mindset coming from the very typical family of culture and breaking all the rules. I want to make change in people. So I just want to do one manifestation with all of you. Can I request you something, audience? So if I saying something, can you just repeat one word after that? Tathastu. Can you please? Yeah. So I'm just saying that after 5 years, I will be here, Gary will be here, and I'm going to show a reel what we have changed in a big company towards the people, what is good, and that will be happen, and many of these people will be there. Thank you very much.
Vikatesh Arunachalam. Vikatesh is a founder and the CEO of Entitled Guard. Please, more applauses, guys. Two more people. He's an accomplished digital leader with over 2 decades of experience managing and modernizing complex digital products across global markets. He also leads Accelerate Digital, operating under the brand Impeccable in Australia and Dubai, delivering cutting-edge digital solutions to clients worldwide.
Thank you very much. I'll try to keep it fairly tough. Thank you, Founders 2.0. It has been a truly great conference and a truly humbling one in front of all of you. This is not mine. It belongs to the team, my parents, my wife, daughter, family, friends, well-wishers, business partner, everyone. Nothing ever gets done in a vacuum. Just a quick show of hands. How many of you know the comedian George Carlin? Okay, I'm glad there are a few hands up. I wanted to start my career as a stand-up comedian, and I am here as a pure product of accident every step along the way. Nothing that I ever did was because I planned to do it. So, but one thing that has helped me, this is a very lonely journey. So if my humble request to all of you, I'm not in a position to give you wisdom, but keep your sense of humor, because that's the only thing that's going to keep us going. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Congratulations. You earned it.
Wishwa Patel. The last one. Any side you She's a CEO and a co-founder at the Hershey's, climate entrepreneur refining the net zero journey for the businesses and investors. Raised in Surat and educated in New York, she's earned a degree in industrial engineering and finance from New York University. Her flagship 30,000 hectare afforestation and river regeneration project in India delivers 250-year carbon permanence, was revitalizing farmer livelihoods. I twisted my tongue with this words, or I need a lunch already. I don't know what's happening. There's so many.
We're all hungry. It's okay.
Alrighty.
I think I just want to say thank you very much, Founders 2.0, for this motivation, not recognition. I don't know if any one of you read, this is a plant bottle. I don't know how much effort it took to source this. In India, to find one box water for a green wedding that we're doing was a 3-month-long journey. Kudos to Conference 2.0 for this. I think I want to say a big thanks to my team, Dipti Khushi at home, Josh, my husband, my father, my superhero, and my family. At the Earthist, we're working with a lot of marginal farmers to basically put their efforts of reversing climate change, people who are facing climate change effects the most, reversing them. Ironic, right? We're trying to bring them to light. We're trying to get them awarded. We're trying to get them funding to continue these activities. I hope that we're able to reach more and more farmers across the globe with this conference. I think the impact that all of us here together are making is immense. So kudos to everyone, and it's very humbling to be receiving this in front of all of you. Thank you.
Thank you so much and congratulations. Now, on behalf of the Founders 2.0 conference team, and a huge congratulations to all our awareness awardees. I would like to invite all of you for a group picture, whoever got an award. Let's make this memorable to celebrate your victory and your success. Please come on stage, guys. Run away to the lunch. Wow, very impressive, guys. Thank you so much. Looking outstanding. Thank you so much, everyone. As we're pausing for lunch, I would like to notify you to come back at 2:45. We are delayed 30 minutes. Please be on time, be punctual. It's very important for the next moderators and panelists. So I'll see you shortly for another round of aspiring sessions designed to take your ideas and ventures even further. 2:45, please, back in this room, and bon appetit. 1 1 1 check 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 1 1 check 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 check. Yes, yes. Welcome back, punctual people. And thank you so much to be here on time. I guess more people will come later on. I guess, where is the lady that yesterday in the last session she was talking about sunscreen? We definitely need it out there. It's incredibly interesting to get vitamin D under the sun with the lunch, right? There's such a big difference. In the morning here is super cold and then it's super hot. So before we gathering more people, I'll just remind you about upcoming Las Vegas, Singapore, and Dubai edition conference. Do stop by the booth near the registration desk and ask for Jatin Sidhu to learn how you get involved. And of course, share your highlights and takeaways on the social media using a hashtag Founders2Conference. We love seeing your pictures, your thoughts, your feedback. If you have anything to say, please do not hesitate. And we're going to move quickly forward since we are again behind the time. And if Ms. Stefania is ready, I would like to announce a next keynote. It's called Shifting from Competitive to Dominant Growth Strategies. Ms. Stefania, will be you standing or sitting? Do you prefer any chair? Standing? Are you waiting for a mic? All right. So I'll just give a quick note what Ms. Stefania gonna be talking about and remind you her status. Shifting from competitive to dominant growth strategies, Stefania Cimino, executive advisor and LMI executive, will get real about what it takes to stop fighting to a space, starting owning. Our famous Anubhav saying that we need 5 more minutes to arrange the mic for Ms. Stefania. So let's pause on this note and we'll get back to you shortly.
hello, 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 hello.
Yeah,
Okay,
it's coming, it's
I
coming.
guess it's coming. Then you increase if it.
Stefania, it feels like I got a shot of espresso right now. We are ready. We got a mic. Yes, I'm so happy because now we have to cover up a gap of 1 hour, guys. So on the behalf of also our organizers, we decided to cut questions and answers. I do apologize for that, but we really have to recover because we've got a lot of complaints that we are not punctual. So let's really move forward. So let's welcome Ms. Stefania, that she will be talking about shifting from competitive to dominant growth strategies. Stefania Cimino, Executive Advisor, LMI Executive. Round of applause, guys. You have more power after lunch. Please support us.
Thank you. Well, very welcome back from the break. I hope you enjoyed this wonderful weather and location. We're going to spend the next 30 minutes talking about competition, or better, we're going to talk about looking at if, when, and how it may be possible to escape competition. I am Stefania Cimino. We just saw you a couple of hours ago, and I am an executive, 25 years experience in my career, leading organization in international environments through expansion, innovation, growth, but also startup and special moment of the company life. With my company, which I founded some years ago, LMI Executive, I support boards, top management, leaders in a special moment of the organization. Expansion, business model innovation, merger and acquisition processes, reorganization, restructuring, etc. And the reason why I'm talking about this topic today is because in the recent years, every day more, my customers come to me and ask, Stefania, how can I escape competition? How can I, or if there is a way to avoid reducing margin, decrease pricing, remaining competitive in the market? And I will try to share with you my knowledge and my experience about this topic and see when and if it's possible. To do so, we will go through a walk when I will share about 4 main parts which to me make us go in the process to understand how this exercise is possible. We will talk about the status quo trap. We will talk about the importance of an appropriate mindset. We will see some methodologies and frameworks that in these circumstances can help. And we will understand and see if there is a process that we can build internally in our company to do so and to create a unicity space in our market. But let's start from the first point, the status quo. In any organization, the status quo can be very dangerous. When we continue doing things simply because we've always done that way, or this way brought us to the success, and eventually we are still in a good, successful position. Of course, we may maintain our position. Of course, we can even apparently grow year after year, but for sure, we are limiting our capability to look at signs, sometimes weak signs, that come from the market, that come from the customers, or even from other markets close to us that can generate a weakness in our capability to create added value from our reference customers. And this because the status quo is based on some assumptions that what worked until yesterday will continue working tomorrow. So what brought us to the success today till now will continue bringing us to success. Or what worked in our organization will continue work. Or then external conditions in the market and the regulation environment, etc., will never change. Or that customers will continue choosing us. But none of these assumptions are true. Okay? And the status quo is not neutral in terms of risks. And I tell you, from my point of view, the main three risks that we really can live without, even without be aware of, in the case that we are blocked in a status quo, is, first of all, it may generate blindness from our side, because we are too much concentrated in what we are doing, and eventually successfully. So no need to look at other signs from external. And secondly, we maybe are concentrating in improving what we are doing in a never-ending story, or being cheaper, faster, and better. So this is a kind of race to create incremental improvement process constantly. But this is not innovation, and we should be concentrated more in innovation instead of improvement, small improvement processes. And last point, which is maybe a long-term risk that eventually we don't even see today, especially if we are in a successful position, the longer the company is identified with a certain product, process, or model, the harder it becomes to change the strategy. So we have many cases in the business history about companies that were blocked in the status quo trap. And for example, we all remember Kodak history, right? Kodak was a world leader in analog photography. And they were very empowered in terms of competence. And in 1975, they also invented the patents for digital cameras. But they didn't believe that something was happening outside. They were able to hear the messages from the external environment that was moving to digital processes and pictures. So when other companies came in and worked in and bringing digital camera like Sony or Canon, it was too late for them to react in time. So they lost a lot of their market share. Another example is Nokia. Nokia was a giant in mobile phone. Nokia mobile phones were a benchmark in terms of technology, quality, design. But what happened? They were not able to understand that that product was moving completely in the value proposition in a tool which was not only anymore a mobile phone. So when Apple and Samsung in 2005 arrived with a smartphone, they lost the market. They had the competence, they had the knowledge, they had the patents, but they didn't hear the messages. They didn't get the signs from the market. Oops, what happened? Okay. In my personal experience, I lived something similar to this. When I was founder of DigiShape Corporation, it was 2013, and DigiShape Corporation some years later became one of global leaders in digital milling solution for dental labs. But when we started the company, it born from a spin-off activity, and the company spin-off was present in market of wood, plastics, and gold with milling solutions. Okay. So at the beginning, we started from that market that we knew very well. But it didn't run. Okay? Didn't run because the markets were not so ready for digitalized processes, and especially because competition was very tough over there, and we were suffering a lot in keeping a certain minimum level of marginality. So we decided to shift and to change our approach. And instead of continue looking for the similar market or the previous markets, we looked after a completely new space, trying to understand which were the markets that eventually may need our precision, our digitalization, and the technology that we could provide in a desktop milling solution. And we discovered that, for example, dental market were exactly in that situation. Dental labs were trying to digitalize their process. So our product matched exactly what their needs. So we didn't change the product, we didn't change the processes, we simply addressed it another place where we were unique in this moment. And this is how we created a completely new market for us, which allowed us to escaping competing with the other competitors in the old markets. Okay? So, why I made you this example? Because, in fact, when we realize that we are in a trap of a status quo, there is something very simple that we must do. And this is changing our mindset, moving from our approach to do things better and improving, to change, innovating what we are doing, what we are providing to the market. And one simple way that we can do this change of mindset is to change the language. For example, changing the language not only for us as leaders, but for the entire organization, means to change the questions that we do with ourselves, we challenge ourselves. So instead of asking what market share can I capture and which level of price I can keep to capture this market, forget about our current market and think and ask us, question us, what new market can I create? And instead of asking us how can we be better than competitors, we can ask ourselves how can we be unique in front of customer's eyes. Or also, instead of asking what product I can add, or what additional feature can I add to existing product, I can simply ask, is there something in my value proposition that I could eliminate because customer eventually is not valid it anymore? So these kind of questions, as new questions, will oblige us to give new answers. But this is something that we need to generate, to provocate inside the entire organization. Okay? Same way that we did before, there are full of cases. I will not go through all of these, well, IBM, Lego, Microsoft are historical examples that went through a completely change of mindset in their history because they were blocked in a status quo at a certain moment. And this was the restarting point of their success. So let's recap. We are in a strong competition pressure. Okay, first point, are we able to recognize if we are in a status quo trap? Okay, image that we do. Yes, let's go. What we have to do, we need to change our mindset. Okay, once we have changed our mindset, what we have to do? There are many methodologies, actually, that we can apply to build this new way. Because business schools in the world for the last 30 years have built, actually, many methods and frameworks that can help companies to create their unicity dominant space. And I picked up a few of them that I will share simply because there are simples or because I experienced personally, or also they are very evident in the market. And these are the four that I want to share with you. The first framework that we can use is to change the focus in a buyer chain where we are concentrating in our market. A second framework is looking at non-customers. Or a third model that he called old plus old equal new. Or the fourth, which is my favorite, ERRC, which stands for eliminate, erase, reduce, and create. But let me go fastly in each of it as methodologies that we can apply to become unique in the market. Focus on the buyer chain. Well, every industry has a chain of buyers, right? Manufacturer, distributor, sales, customer, or beneficiary that sometimes can be different from customers. Imagine that you are producer of furniture for hospitals. If you change your focus from hospitals to patients, you can have a completely different picture, right? So move along the chain can be really an opportunity to create a dominant position in the market. In my personal experience, I used this framework and it was so successful. In 2005, I was managing director in one international company, Roland DG Mid Europe, part of the Roland Group, a Japanese company, which was market leader in large format digital printing machines. A technological market where our competitors were huge companies, HP, Canon, Epson, but the technology was very easy. So despite any innovation in the technology that we could do, it had short life, and after 6 months, also other competitors came in. So no other way to gain market share than reduce prices. And we were used to compare our plotters based on power consumption, ink consumption, quality of the printing, speed of the printing process. These were the features where we compared our product. But at a certain moment, again, the margin was going down and down, so we had to do something. And we decided to use the framework moving in the chain of buyers. And what we did was to concentrate ourselves not in our original customers, but in customers of our customers, jumping one step. And doing this, we realized that customers of our customers, they don't really care about power consumption or speed of the printing process or shining of colors. They were very much interested in knowing, learning more and more applications of digital printing that they could propose to their clients. So what we did was to completely change our process, our marketing, our sales language, and stop it selling our plotters, our machines, starting selling the applications to the customers of our customer, but not the application itself, the knowledge in how relies application. We gathered thousands of different digital printing applications around the world from all the end users and created creative centers in all countries where we invited customers of our customers to understand and to learn how they could increase their proposal to their clients. And doing this, we also discovered that those customers were open to pay to learn this. So we opened another completely new market, okay? Opening the academy. So this was my personal experience using the framework of moving on a chain of the buyers for my industry. Another framework that is very famous in one edition of the Blue Ocean Strategy. I don't know if some of you had the opportunity to work with the Blue Ocean Strategy, the research and the analysis that W. Chan Kim and René Mauborgne did in 2005. In this research, as more parentheses, those two authors analyzed 150 companies in 30 different industries which were able to create a unicity space, escaping completely from the competition. And from those analyses, they create some frameworks, methods, which theoretically can be applied for any company. In this research, they looked at non-customers also as a kind of resource that we can use to create a dominant space. Non-customer can be categorized in three parts, they say. We have the ones that refuse us, that will never buy us, the ones that occasionally buy us, and the ones that they don't even know about our products, about our services. If we are able to get even a small part of one of those markets, this can be a great opportunity to become unique in a market that maybe also other competitors were not looking at. And then there is this framework, which is very funny. To explain this, I will make you an example. We all know Uber, right? Well, they didn't invent a GPS. They didn't invent fintech applications. They don't even invent taxi cars, right? They combined existing elements to create a new business model, and they were unique. They're still unique in the market. And then the last one, I told you, this is my favorite because this is also very useful in the moment where you need to reset all investments that you have to do to innovate. I also give you an example, Cirque du Soleil. In the 20s, everybody know it, right? In the 20s, the circles around the world starting to have a huge crisis for ethical reasons, for many other economical reasons. The market of circus decreasing and decreasing, decreasing. We see today that thousands of circles disappeared. Cirque du Soleil became unique in the world, and it is still today unique, applying this theory, this framework. They eliminated animals from their show. They reduced the tours. They eventually do 1 tour per country now, and not always. They raise the performer level. They took the best performer in the world and bring them. And they create a completely new concept of show, which is a kind of mix between theater and circus. They became unique. They are still unique after 20 years. So I try to recap our journey. First assumption, are we in a strong competition? Yes, no. If we are we able to change our mindset? Yes or no? We have to go next. When we go next, how can we land the process? We have a list of methodology that we can use. But careful is not a copy-paste exercise. To do this, it requires a lot of analysis, a lot of research, a lot of awareness about us, about our organization, about the market around us, about new markets close to us, etc. But still, it's possible. Escaping from a strong competition is possible. That's the news. Okay? So, I hope you got some inspiration from this talk. I think what we need to consider is that doing this kind of evaluation of an exercise need to become part of the strategy for us as founder in our company, and for the ones that work like me in advisor companies that maybe are suffering strong competition. And well, to give you a takeaway for this speech today, I suggest you to go back and look with different eyes at your company. Ask yourself which latent needs you are neglected, because there maybe is where your status quo could be. Think about who is probably your customer that you are not looking at today, and think about the process that you could apply to rethink your investment and, by the way, rethink your presence in the market, creating your unicity space. I think I was even shorter than what expected, so I need a bonus next time. Yeah, just want to finish thanking you. I'm, of course, if we don't have time for question and answer, I'm very happy to share with you even outside in the corridor. You can download from this QR code some few pages where I try to put together some of those concepts that maybe could also inspire some additional reflection. Thank you very much. I wish you big unicity space for your business.
Thank you so much,
Guys, anyone have questions? No questions. Great.
Okay. Thank you.
One more round of applause for Stefania. Guys, we just had a lunch. We have more power. Right? work. Yes, it is here. I would like to take a moment and say something that's really touched me, because yesterday we spoke about not pointing fingers and hearing each other, and I consider that we are all here as a team. And the reason we are late, it's not just the organizers or me or whoever, because anytime you go to the stage, please, please, please consider everyone after you. You ask questions, obviously everyone would like to have that, they have great answers, but consider your time. I really beg you, because it's changing a little bit the mood that I don't really want to have this in the room. And let's be respectful. We're all here, the stars, the super founders, co-founders, owners, but please respect each other. Let's move on. So quickly, we are going to a next panel, which so many people asked about it, and it's named The Next Silicon Valley, How AI is Redrawing the Global Startup Map. And I will announce the moderator, and slowly you guys can come up on stage with the panelists. So the moderator for this panel discussion is Yusuf Owusu Kisi, CEO Streamline AI. Yusuf, are you in the room? Ah, you're here. I don't recognize you because you were so casual and now you're super elegant. Round of applause for Yusuf, please. Thank you so much. The panelists. Microphone is working. If you have any technical issues, let me know. I'm always here around. So the panelist is Suman Randag. Wait, that's a difficult one. Hold on. Suman Rangap Hasham. Okay. Manish Chaturvedi. That was easy. Founder and managing director, IndoStrategy. Guys, we support each other. Give a round of welcome applause for Manish. Sanjay Tiwari, Chief Executive Officer, 21S CC Education. Vrishali Tejas Mulai, Founder, Rijata Consultancy Services. And Hajar Al-Kasami, Chief Digital and Data Officer, Confidential. Let's go on this. Please be on time. We will have a questions and answers, but as I just mentioned, let's be mindful and respectful to the next one, yeah? Thank you so much. Let's do it.
Okay. Just before we begin, can I confirm for those of you at the back of the room, can you hear me? Give me a wave if you can hear me. Okay, brilliant. Excellent. Yes, you know, you read my mind. Okay, so I want to do something that might be a little bit unconventional because it hasn't happened yet so far today or yesterday, I don't think. What I would love to do, not quite dance, we're not ready for that yet. What I would love is to invite all of you at the back. I can see all of your faces. Please come to the front of the room. Stand up and come to the front of the room. Thank you so much. Right? Now, the reason for that is because we have an incredible panel, and they love to see the whites of your eyes, the smiles on your faces, and they love to see you engaged, because the more engagement that you give our panelists, the more value that they're going to deliver for you. So thank you for those of you who did move forward. As for those of you still at the back, I can see you too. Please come forward. Come on. We're all friendly up here. Excellent. Thank you so much. Okay. So, firstly, before we dive into this panel, right, just to really set the scene and to set the frame, our intention today is simply to deliver as much value for yourselves in the audience as possible. So yes, this is a panel on AI and how AI is transforming the global startup map. In other words, how AI is changing how people anywhere in the world can actually start a business and leverage this incredibly powerful tool. Now, what we want to do and what we intend to do is to keep this panel as simple as possible so that everybody understands as much as possible about what we're going to share. If we were able to deliver that outcome for you, and you would be happy with that, please raise your hand and say yes. Excellent. I'm glad some of you still have your voices. Thank you so much. Okay, so we're going to dive straight into the panel now. And thank you already for the introductions. I'm simply going to introduce myself very briefly, and then I'm going to pass over to our panel members. They will introduce themselves, and we're going to get right into today's topic. So my name, as you've already heard, is Yusuf Kissi. You can see me on screen here, as well as all our other panel members. And I run a business in the UK, Streamline AI, where we simply focus on 3 different intentions. Number 1 is helping businesses with AI strategy. Number 2 is upskilling teams and organizations so they understand how to use AI, essentially uplifting their AI literacy. And thirdly, we work on AI implementations, helping businesses to implement AI solutions that will either save them money and time or make them money and more time. So with that, I'm going to pass over to our next panel members, and they will introduce themselves as well. Please be very warm and welcoming for them as well.
Thank you, Yusuf. You have set a nice tone, and I can see the energy in the people sitting around. And it's, I believe these empty chairs, some AI bots are sitting, invisible bots. So I'm getting energy from the empty chairs also. Anyways, good evening, gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Manish Chaturvedi. I'm founder and MD of Indus Strategy. It's an Indian-born but globally present investment banking, asset management, and wealth management company. We are headquartered in Mumbai, and we are present here in Dubai in DIFC. And we are present in US, UK. I mean, there are 3-4 global financial centers we are present. We do both. We have 2 verticals, advisory into corporate finance, where we do private equity, debt, and M&As, and we have investment wealth management. We have a fund based out of Mauritius, and it's a hedge fund structure. So what brings AI here, what brings me here into this panel is basically, I'm a learner, so trying to do an interactive session with you all over here today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. Myself, Rushali Moe. I'm from India. My company name is Regatta Consultancy Services. We are into human resource. We provide end-to-end HR solution for the startups and mid-sized companies. We are focusing on 3 elements again. One is CHRO services, where we help organization to scale up in terms of strategic planning and everything. We are into HRMS implementation, since we are in AI world and everything. There are a lot of talks going around about HRMS, ERP, ATS, and everything. So we help organization to implement and customize. And lastly, we work into HR audit domain, where we do gap analysis for the organizations who are going for the certification. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. I'm Hajar Al-Qasimi, Chief Digital and Data Officer, also a founder of financial technology firm in open finance, exactly. I'm also an advisor for the government. I cannot reveal what government, but 3 of them in the GCC. I'm doing the digital transformation, smart cities, and quantum communication. That's it. Thank you.
Brilliant. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Sanjay Tiwari. When we were having a pre-discussion as a group under Yusuf's leadership last week, I introduced myself as the dinosaur in the room. I'm that old. And you know, 2 years ago, until 2 years ago, I couldn't even spell the word AI, even though it's a 2-letter word. But I run an edtech company in India based out of Bangalore. We have an Indian company and a Dutch company. And we're actually using AI to personalize the delivery of learning content to thousands and thousands of learners in countries such as India, but also in West Africa, and soon we hope in South Africa. Because as large as the education challenge is globally, we believe that the delivery needs to be hyper-personalized, and we think AI is a great tool to use to actually put that into effect. So that's what I hope to contribute to today. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you all for your introductions. To dive straight into this particular topic, how AI is redrawing the global startup map, to give some context to this, please raise your hand if you've heard of the name Silicon Valley. Raise your hand. Okay, brilliant. So that is pretty much everybody in the room. Now, prior to this evolution of technology with artificial intelligence, we used to have what we would call certain geographical restrictions as to where different hubs for technology could actually grow and develop. Nowadays, that has completely changed, and this leads us perfectly into our first question for the panel, which is, how has AI changed the traditional Silicon Valley model that used to rely on physical proximity and in-person collaboration? That is the first question for our panel.
Well, I believe that AI right now has shaken the ground under the old Silicon Valley. I can say that it has also decoupled the geography from the innovation. Technically, what Silicon Valley has provided before is just one grounded space. Everyone face-to-face, we can meet each other, we can create the product. The VCs are there, implemented in the US. Right now, two team members from different geography, from different places, they can build, they can scale, they can monetize their product. They have the accessibility to the data, they have the accessibility to the cloud infrastructure, they have the accessibility to any VCs, wherever they go, even the VCs that they are supposed to be in Europe or in the US. They have what we call also the pool of talents. It was 100% focused in one region. Right now, we can find it everywhere. So technically speaking, what AI or what the old Silicon Valley has provided before, now AI is automatically and digitally replicating the same model. That's why I don't think that there's, okay, we can say that Silicon Valley is still there, but we have other Silicon Valleys, Dubai, Doha, Riyadh, London, India as well is, every single place in India is a new Silicon Valley. So this is what I am seeing from this perspective. I don't know if one of the panelists want to share his opinion with me.
Thank you. As you rightly said, the new Silicon Valley can be in Dubai, can be in Bangalore in India, or anywhere in the world. Because with the AI, not just venture capitalist or innovation or talent, it is everything, one click for all of us. Earlier, wherever the, talent is available, wherever the location-wise, geographical-wise, if the venture capitalist or fund-raising organizations are, innovation research were happening in those locations. Nowadays, this is all possible on the basis of AI. AI have tools where we can have the coding done, designing done. So innovation is pretty easier nowadays with the base of AI. Talent is all over the world, wherein you can operate on a cloud-based application, and you are very much easily able to produce the result that is expected out of it. So geographical barriers are not really mattering right now when we are in the world of AI and Silicon Valley. Can be anywhere. We have Sanjay from Bangalore. He can definitely talk about this on a larger scale.
Thanks. And I on the one hand, I agree with what you're saying, and both of you are saying. I mean, I run an ed tech company, and I have one colleague in Dar es Salaam. I mean, she's Indian, but she's in Dar es Salaam. I have a Lithuanian colleague in Thailand. I have a Dutch colleague in another part of Thailand, team in Netherlands. So yes, I agree. And that's very easy nowadays. On the other hand, I think there are certain ancillary aspects of what we define as Silicon Valley or any valley, which make the ecosystem work. So of course, capital, the hardware, and as you said, the hardware can be anywhere. But if you look at a place like Bangalore, and even the definition of a valley is now changing. So Bangalore is no longer just Bangalore, but it's Bangalore, Hyderabad, maybe parts of Chennai that together, if you like, form a valley, the people around it, not just capital, but also the whole knowledge industry around it has a huge impact. I went to a seminar in Bangalore a couple of months ago to learn about AI. There were 4 entrepreneurs sitting on a stage like this. They spoke for 3 hours. I can tell you, none of us in the room was bored for 1 minute in those 3 hours. It was a 3-hour intense discussion from these tech entrepreneurs, who obviously knew 10 times more than people like us did, about all the nuances of how they apply AI. So that I just would pose as a counterpoint or an additional point. That also helps to make the ecosystem. It's not just the hardware and the money, but it's also that knowledge economy around it, and finding a way to then tap into it. If you can't have it, you can't, sitting here, replicate the population density of Bangalore, neither should you want to, but how do you then tap into that in some shape or form? I would just like that.
Sanjay, thank you for that contribution, because it definitely brings up the next question, being that since geography in a way matters much less today than it used to, what are the real important factors with regards to AI today? Is it more so data? Is it the regulatory aspect of things? Is it the talent? Or is it something else entirely?
So if I have to answer this, then see, to me, the speed of adoption is very key in today's time, right? Because technology is its own, you can say, for a lot of right word, I can say enemy, because technology is eating technology, and day by day there are a lot of advancements which are happening. And there are, so the velocity at which the adoption can be done that is one of the critical thing. The other important thing is, yes, capital is also very important when it comes to business. So these are the 2 critical points, what I can share.
Brilliant.
Anyone more?
Sure. Rishrali?
As Manish rightly said, what matters is the data security that matters nowadays. What matters is documentation and regulation matters more. We are going to be in a virtual world for our agreements and our deals and everything. But at the same time, the security point of view, this is important to be taken care of. So I can see on that.
Got it. Okay, so security is critical, of course, around AI. I mean, look, we've all seen the movies, right? You know which movies I'm talking about. iRobot, Terminator, so on and so forth. And that is a potential reality of a technology like AI. Of course, it's very disruptive, although my awareness around AI so far is that we are already building in protections to ensure that AI stays on certain guardrails and along certain tracks, so that we don't end up in that kind of destructive future, inshallah. So with that being said, and again, we've spoken about how the global rules are changing. I've recently heard of the Silicon Savannah, which is not the Silicon Valley. This is over in East Africa, in Kenya. And again, this is simply down to the fact that the rules have changed around what used to be required to start up a business, especially in technology. So the talent is there now, the infrastructure is there now, and it's no longer geographically locked to any particular country or location. And so thinking about this, when we look at different cities, for example, Dubai, Doha, Riyadh, London, and Singapore, even Bangalore as well, they're rising. And that begs the question, what are they doing and what are they getting right that is enabling them to continue to grow and develop so successfully from a technological perspective?
I think, for example, let's start from Dubai, the host. Dubai's advantage is very institutional and strategic. Most of the cities have capital and strategy as well, but they don't have the execution velocity. So what I am seeing that they are approving fast. They have the trust. They are building regulatories and industry for innovation in a very high speed. So it's not about who started first, but who is moving fast. So this is, for example, why Dubai is moving in this race in a very steady steps. If you have anything to add.
No, I just second her views, because what Dubai is, they don't look at it from an ambition point of view. They look at it execution. No matter what cost it, they execute it. So yeah, I second your viewpoints.
Okay, so what I'm understanding is really a willingness to put your best foot forward and really make the most of these opportunities. Now, of course, we understand that AI didn't really kick off in this particular region. I think where AI really began to spring up, certainly from a company perspective, was in the United States. And so whilst the US may have been first with platforms like ChatGPT and Google Gemini, etc., this particular region right now is really leading the charge in how far AI is advancing, and it's fascinating. It's creating amazing opportunities all around the world. So with these particular hubs that are developing their own systems, is it the AI talent that they're developing internally, or are they attracting this kind of AI talent? And how much is global investment shifting towards these particular cities as well?
It is not only developing the talent independently going around, it is developing a talent as well as attracting the talent. Developing a talent is on the basis of software, attracting software and searching through ATS softwares and designing such softwares which will help organization to reduce their routine task of screening the CVs and coordinating the interviews and all. That's what the development part comes. In terms of attracting the talent, because it's a AI, it's a cloud-based application, it is even more easier for global talent to be a part of it. So it is together, it is going around. And in terms of shifting the, what's the second part of the question? Investments.
The investment that is shifting towards this region.
Yeah, in the beginning of the panel discussion, we have spoken about that Silicon Valley is not only related to the geographical area where the venture capitalists are. Across the globe, across the geographical areas, people are investing into the AI market, in AI tool developing another thing. So yes, it is not particularly limited to only US or only Europe or anywhere. Everywhere from the globe, people are willing to invest and people are investing, and that's how we are growing. Sanjay, would you like to?
I don't want to be contrarian, but I think so. I think these, Yusuf, these countries in this part of the world have a very programmatic approach, very systematic. In fact, I told you I was having coffee with a gentleman a few hours ago here, and he's working in the health ministry here, part of their whole AI, leading the AI charge. So he gave an insight, very good insight into how they're leading the whole programmatic side of it. And coming from India, I was really envious of how systematic the whole thing is. The budgets are setting it, goes up, cascades up, and then rolls up and then cascades down. I thought, wow, if we could do that, be amazing, And I have no doubt that that will attract capital and it will attract talent. I had coffee with a friend of mine last night from Bangalore, and he shifted his business from India to Dubai. He's based here now, because it's much easier for him to manage his global business from here, and he's combining his knowledge of AI and blockchain, running it from here. Another case in point. At the same time, the innovation is messy, and it's not programmatic. So I think for this part of the world, I mean, we're hosted by here in Dubai, but the ability to balance the programmatic side with also giving people the freedom to innovate is super key. Some of the innovation, I told you where my team is located. One of my team members is located in Uttar Pradesh in North India, in a city famed for its criminality. I'll say it for the Indians in the room, a city called Bulandshahr. It's a city of gangsters. this stuff that he's coming up with, the innovative stuff with AI, is just incredible. So you also need to allow people to thrive, and that's super important. I think what this region will struggle with, unless it finds a different modus, is to also allow people sufficient freedom to innovate and move around. This same gentleman was saying these and these and these tools just aren't allowed in Dubai because the LLMs are not hosted here. That for people in India, Southeast Asia, Latin America, US, Europe is not an issue. They're juggling between 4 and 5 tools at the same time.
I got that. So because this particular region and Dubai has perhaps certain regulations that almost don't allow for the freedom of growth with some of these LLMs and AI programs, what you're saying is that it's perhaps easier in other spaces for AI and teams that are building with AI to grow and flourish without those restrictions. Got it. That ability to innovate elsewhere that may not be present here. I guess that does bring us on to other questions that may be on our minds right now, which is, we've all been present to the fact that Dubai as a city, and of course the UAE as a country, is very much a very forward-thinking nation. And that is evidenced by just how much this country has transformed over the last 30, 40 years. It was literally a desert, and now it's one of the most technologically advanced countries in the world, right? And so we're all present to that being a great strength of Dubai's. I guess the next question is, in this AI race, what is it that Dubai has as other strengths that other technological hubs cannot easily copy?
So, to my mind, see, Dubai has, yesterday I was also speaking, it's a global diaspora, and the population over here is very youth population. There are 200 nationalities, right? And it offers such a thriving kind of a business environment, the lifestyles, that talent it is creating an environment that talent is coming over here. They are attracting the talent over here, right? So, and the kind of a geographical location which it has means, although in the AI thing, the geographies are not limitations, the boundaries are blurred, but still for humans, if they have to travel out of their nations and have to settle over there for a better life, a better business environment, for better innovation hubs, the ecosystem what this country is providing, the capital, the institutional capital, the innovation centers, the adoption at a very faster pace, the regulations, that is actually attracting and even developing the talent, which is very much important over here, right? That is what my views are.
Yeah, I can say also it's kind of governmental operating system and the leadership. Both of them, they are not, you cannot copy this culture. It's unique for Dubai. They have a very, I cannot say more than unique. It's a unique thing, culture for UAE itself. Regulatory openness. Yes, there is a little bit of challenges because it is a little bit fragmented. So I can speak from my point of view because I have an open finance fintech. So where I'm supposed to be located here or in Abu Dhabi or Al Ain or any other emirate. So, but from a leadership perspective, it is a top notch. Yeah.
Got it. You know, I want to ask another question really off the back of that, because I understand that Sanjay, his background has enabled him to work in, I believe, 3 different continents around the world. And a significant part of being able to work geographically and in different spaces is, of course, leadership. And so what I would love, Sanjay, please elaborate on this, or any members of the panel as well. how much do you believe that leadership contributes to innovation being able to actually thrive in different spaces?
Sorry, Yusuf, you mean leadership at a governmental level? Is that the kind of...
Exactly that, yes.
Regulations.
Yeah. No, so I absolutely, and I think Haya was also just talking about it, what Dubai does and other countries in the region do incredibly well is set, a goal and then work towards it, or rather work backwards from it. I grew up for part of my life in the Netherlands. The Dutch are highly innovative, but they're also great believers in letting people get on with things. I think the UK, your home country, is actually a good example of a country that's taking, despite being a very traditional economy, taking a programmatic approach. So my company got selected for something they call the Global Entrepreneurship Program, GEP, and they select 15 or 20 companies around the world every year to be part of that program. And the fact that they have that, and I've been on these, these calls that they do with us every couple of weeks, a whole lot of women entrepreneurs coming from Turkey, coming from Central America, setting up their businesses in the UK, tech entrepreneurs, et cetera, super smart people. So I think that's an example of leadership under the radar, because you won't hear Keir Starmer talking about that too often, but somebody in the department is busy doing this. I think that's great. That programmatic approach, but then still with the freedom to innovate, etc. I think that's a great example. Singapore, again, is probably more similar to Dubai, in terms of its approach. India, it's very often difficult to recognize the method behind the madness, but there is a method behind the madness, and we have states competing against each other. So that competition between states in India is something that's very healthy for the ecosystem as a whole. As I'm sure in the GCC, you have actually Emirates competing against each other, and that's good for the ecosystem as a whole. Ultimately, it's very healthy, because it ultimately, somebody may not be here, but may go to Oman or go to Abu Dhabi, but ultimately it still benefits the ecosystem as a whole without trying to regulate it too much. Yeah.
Brilliant, excellent. A question for the females on the panel, and again, this is an inspired question, really, is given the fact that we are in now, of course, a very global marketplace, what would you say is important from the perspective of being a female leader building with AI? What is important for us as an audience, in fact, to understand about the role of female leadership when it comes to building with AI and innovation?
Don't ask me this question. I'm very feminist
let's
at this
open
level.
that can of worms, very briefly.
Okay. How important it is, or what is the question exactly? Because I'm still a little bit confused. Being a female in AI world is something normal. I don't think it's something strange or why I'm supposed to be here. This is what I am seeing sometimes in the eyes of when I'm entering a room full of gentlemen. They are leading in the government, for example. As I said, I'm part of the government advisory bureau. Almost I'm the only female in the room, especially speaking about financial technology or quantum communication strategy or something in a very high level, artificial intelligence applied on quantum. Our presence is normal. I don't feel like it is supposed to be questioned or discussed. It is what it is.
Excellent. Vishrali?
Yeah, as rightly said, AI, who's sitting behind the computer and doing what doesn't matter whether it's a male or a female. So, we have female entrepreneurs, we have female leaders who are leading the world, and there are n number of examples in the room. Since yesterday, we have seen a lot of female leaders leading their organizational beautifully, founders who are doing businesses across the world and conquering the world. So I really don't see that we are at the phase where we really have to be talking about, how we are making ourselves visible in the world. But we are where we are today in the panel. We are two females sitting from two different countries talking about AI, talking about human intervention, talking about human resource,
talking about, guiding and designing strategies for the organizations. So it says it all, right, Yusuf?
Excellent, excellent. Thank you both for your perspectives, and myself being in the AI space as well, what I'm present to is the fact that AI is much like a digital or a virtual mirror. And so inherently, AI is of course based and trained on data, and data is reflective of society. And I think we can all be present to the fact that society isn't necessarily entirely equal or fair. And so the same biases that we might see in society are inherently reflected inside of AI programs as well. Hence why my personal belief is that whether it be females or whether it be any other kind of a demographic, it is critical to ensure that we do have a much more holistic approach towards building AI models, such that the kind of outputs that we get from AI are going to be reflective of the ideals that we would like to create moving forward. So on to the next question. Should the region focus more on AI research or should the region focus more on AI research or a fast adoption in other sectors like energy, logistics, and finance?
I think it should be a balanced approach. Of course, the adoption without research is of no use, and research without adoption. So they go hand in hand. But to dive deep and to create a depth in the ecosystem, of course, research should be promoted, and there has to be a research, and there cannot be a situation. And to make it useful, to make it business utility, there should be an adoption. So it has to be a very fine balanced, they go hand in hand.
Got it, excellent. So will the future have one leading tech hub or a connected global network of different AI hubs? Manish, I understand again you have a global business with near enough around 100 employees. What is your perspective, or what can you lend us from your experience of building globally around how you think that we may have different AI hubs springing up in different locations or in one location? What is your perspective on that?
So see, now basically it's not AI, it's already the technology adoptions over a few decades is making boundaries blur, and now more so with the AI, it has taken a very, you can say, a lively facet of it, right? Earlier the technology was passive and it was at a back end, but then this the AI has given a life to it, right? An intelligence to it, right? So now the machines are speaking to each other without human intervention, without any time restrictions and all, right? So and that's because, see, this thing is because of the basic genesis of it. Now there is not any specific zones, or like what we call it, as we started with the Silicon Valley and all. Yes, there are so many hubs across the globe, and they're basically coming up with their inherent whatever the ingredients or the pillars required for the thriving environment, like the talent, the policy, the capital over there, the technology backbone, the infrastructure of the technology, and of course then the utility for it, the adoption for it. So wherever such kind of ecosystems are available, these hubs are growing up. Of course, it has started from the West, then this part of the Asia, which includes even the UAE, the Saudi, the Qatar. They're taking up at a very advanced level. Then in this other parts of the Asia, like India and the Singapore they're quite, India is mature in towards the core technologies, Singapore in various regulations, the capital, and then of course the other part, if we have to speak about the Europe and the US, then of course US is always a pioneer, but then Europe is of course, and where London is championing, and the other parts towards the safety, security. And so there are a lot of hubs, and each hub is playing its own role depending upon the basic ingredients what these locations are able to offer. So there will be multiple hubs. They are coexisting at the same time, and they'll thrive. Yeah.
Brilliant. I can say for sure with
Sorry, so then I mean, I'll if I can push back a little bit. I mean, I agree there'll be multiple hubs around the world, but there are certain places where people, for example, will typically not want to be. So if you take, we look at India from the outside, India's, doing this in technology. In India, and I used to live in Mumbai for 12 years, but if you today are in the business of recruiting young tech people and say, give them an option between Mumbai and Bangalore, or Mumbai and Hyderabad, or Mumbai, they will not go to Mumbai, because they'll any day, and why? A, difficult to live, and B, if they go to Bangalore, they lose their job, the very next day they have something else. So you will have preferred hubs and places where people will not go. Within the UK, London, absolutely for tech, right? People are not going to Liverpool or Birmingham anytime soon for tech. There may be tech application, but they're not going to gravitate towards those cities to that extent. Within the United States, a particular place, Elon Musk may put up a data center there, but that's not necessarily where people are going to sit and live next to that thing and saying, I'll build a life here. So there are going to be places that will get not discarded, but disqualified, because they're simply not part of that economy anymore. And in India, Mumbai is, our financial capital, but it's not our tech capital, and it's not going to be anytime soon.
I got that. That's a fascinating point, because of course, from a perspective of looking at new technology, sometimes we also forget that it's human beings that are behind every piece of innovative technology. And people being people, we still have our creature comforts and our desires to want to live good lives in and around the work that we get to do. So bringing it back again to Dubai, if we are looking at Dubai and the biggest barriers that Dubai might be facing towards more growth over the next 3 to 5 years, which are the barriers that Dubai must overcome? Would it be talent, risk appetite, or something else?
Well, from my experience, I can say 2 points. Maybe the regulations. Number one, we need a national framework for all the regulations that we have: fintech, education, technologies, health tech, gov tech. This kind of diversity of regulations is a little bit frustrating for any startup to come and or for Dubai to be the number one hub. That's number one. Number two, which is some of the startups, they are supposed to be regulated, some others they are not. But for the regulated, do we have a fast track sandbox to license in few months? Startups, they don't have a lot of money in the very beginning. They are spending a lot of money on operations and waiting for the license 3, 6, 9 months, sometimes 1 year or plus. This is a little bit also hindering the progress. So I'm just bringing things from my own experience. I'm not sure if the lady and the gentleman, they have another. No.
Only one point I can add over here is that if Dubai has to thrive, and a risk is about data. There are, in certain regulations, Dubai has a secrecy on some data or some applications which are not so much available. So for the research or for the utility purpose over here, I think they have to open up, of course, in a disciplined way.
From the talent point of view, I would like to, say something as in technology-related research needs to have the talent with a tech background. So Dubai, I'm not 100% sure about, but yes, more of an education and talent with that kind of a mindset is required here. Secondly, infrastructure. For AI-related infrastructure, that is one more challenge which probably need to be looked at. That's what my points are.
Excellent. Thank you for your reflections. If we were to leave the audience with one take-home message in relation to how the audience as founders can build with AI, be that in Dubai or elsewhere, what is the best advice that we would offer them to be able to go ahead and start building with AI in and around what they're currently doing in their operations?
No, I think in the beginning only I said that we all should match the speed with which the AI world is moving. So speed is very key over here, apart from, of course, a lot of things. Yeah.
Move fast and strategically.
Anything else? Any last takeaways? Okay. What?
Yeah, I mean, I can. I was joking about being new to the, being a dinosaur. But what we had to do is we had to educate ourselves, and you see all these. So we had to really take a lot of time to understand what AI can do for us. We're in the education business, and there are certain things for which you don't need AI. You need you do repetitive tasks. You don't need AI for that, right? So we're using the models that we have built now is to use it in the education space, as I said, to deliver personalized advice to people. And truly because we're working with such incredibly large data sets to say which skills will be applicable over hundreds, if not thousands of jobs. That's relevant. But it took us a long time to get that understanding that could be a good application. So I would also say, yes, move fast, but also really understand what you're doing, as opposed to putting a Band-Aid on something. So, well, AI covered, now what's the next thing? Yeah.
Brilliant. Thank you for that as well. To wrap up, I would leave us all with the message of encouraging us to fail. Now, you might be thinking, wait, why is Yusuf encouraging us all to fail? Here's what I mean by failing. I believe as entrepreneurs and as founders, we should fail, and we should fail fast. Now, by fail, it's an acronym that is easy to remember. Being failing, or FAIL, is your first attempt in learning. And as Sanjay said, we have to focus on education and moving quickly. The quicker that we can learn from our failures, and then, of course, invest the experience of those lessons into our next actions, the further we can move with this incredible technology, AI, which is moving at a blistering pace. So fail fast, fail forward, and continue to learn and apply in your next steps moving forward.
Just to add to your acronym of FAIL, so FAIL itself says fast AI learning.
Love that.
Just regarding your acronym that you have put for FAIL, I started 2020, now we are 2025. I failed once, now I have two growing business. So 3 times, 1 fail, 2 growing up. So yes, please fail fast as much as you can.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, everybody. Thank you for being a great audience, and thank you for our incredible panel as well. Any questions? Do we have time? Well, we do have time for questions. Brilliant.
I really appreciate the great in-depth of this thing. I want to ask you this. It has also been said that AI also has its negative side in terms of causing huge disruption in the society. And they say that in the immediate future, 5 to 7, 10 years is going to cause a lot of social upheaval. I would like to know this awesome panel to throw light on this, and what can we do in order to prevent the social upheaval?
The social upheaval. Please expand on what you mean by the social upheaval.
Yeah, what I mean to say is, there's going to be, as you know, job losses. There is going to be many of the small, medium enterprises may just become obsolete, and that again is going to cause a lot of unemployment. And all these are social upheavals, which are already a documented fact, and which we should not try to avoid.
Excellent.
Yeah, what you said is rightly correct. But with AI, if you learn to use AI for upscaling yourself and doing your job, doing your task with utmost precision, you are less likely to lose your job. There are a couple of technical roles which are not going to go anywhere. So yes, if, as panelists said, grow fast, grow strategically. So if you know what AI is doing for your role, go learn, do implement, go fail, and redo it again. This is important. If you sit back and say that AI is nothing to do with my role, AI is nothing to do to my job, probably that's a red flag, I would say. Understand the world around you, and this is going to happen. Let's face it, let's understand. With the AI, there are a lot of opportunities coming up for the startups. And in last 2 days, I have been seeing that 18-year-old, 15-year-old, 17-year-old, they are starting their businesses with the help of AI. So probably future generations and Gen Z generation, they already have the answers to their questions with AI. So what important is people like us who are somewhere in the transition need to think about and need to learn. That's what my answer to this. I hope I answered you.
Yeah, just to add, basically, you're right, I'm with you, where this social upheaval, but that is as what Vishali just ended with. So there's a total transition of a generation shift which is happening. And in times to come, the generation will be native AI, right? So once that will happen, automatically this all problem will never be a social problem. So it's a transition phase, we have to live with it. And whenever such transition happens, we have witnessed in past, these questions have come up. There are ethical and unethical things which keeps on happening, but that's how the bird moves.
I'm habitually an optimist, but there is a book that I suggest everyone reads, because none of us is an expert. Well, you may be, but the rest of us aren't. There's a book called The Coming Wave by a gentleman called Mustafa Sulaiman. It was on Bill Gates's top list of last year, so it's taken me a year to almost finish it. He reads faster. Please read this book, The Coming Wave. It paints a very dystopian picture of the future. It's not pleasant, and this is a man who's been in AI for the last 15 to 20 years, right? So a lot of things, unfortunately, we don't have a solution for. I mean, it's not that, oh yeah, the kid's born now will grow up in AI, therefore they'll be okay with it. Yeah, it's not that rosy a future. And this is a man who's helped invent AI.
The author was Mustafa Sulaiman, and the name of the book once more?
The Coming Wave.
The Coming Wave by Mustafa Sulaiman.
He's a British-Syrian gentleman, and
Excellent.
Yeah, but I have a contrary view to it. We'll discuss, because see, even if our grandparents, they see that we don't live in a right manner, right? So I feel that as a grandfather view. That's the contrary view.
Next question, please.
Next
Thank
question,
you.
please. Thank you.
I have an observation and a question. Yusuf, I think you saved your neck by putting together the faith in a very positive, hopeful way. But what I have noticed that do not put the AI competition between AI-driven female and AI-driven males. I think women has been in leadership unquestionably over many, many years to go. So I really commend Suman and Hajar for putting together that it does not really make any difference between who is sitting behind the computer, who is doing the AI, and who is not doing the AI. So that's really something. My question, and to Hajar, thank you very much for putting together a remarkable statement. She said, inimitable culture. With AI, I think we are going to move into a very sophisticated digital leadership. So how do we make sure that we convince? Because culture is a buzzword. Everybody says it's a culture. I mean, I lead a company and we specialize in culture transformation. One of the most difficult things when it comes to rituals, to values, to really putting together the behavioral model in day-to-day activities. And when we say culture transformation, everybody gets excited over the table. But when we challenge them for something, like for example, I asked a question to a gentleman who happens to be, for example, a chairman or a board member, whom you would like to see next to you. Is it Hatem Shihab, which is my name? No. How come? I mean, you say that he's a talented person. Yeah, but you know, he has so many other things. Okay, so my question, not necessarily I want to volunteer you, Hajar, but I would like to capitalize on this. How do we institute a culture within the AI environment demanding a special type of leadership, which is actually very digitized type of leadership? Thank you.
Thank you for your question. It's a huge, big one. I need another session to finalize all the points, but I will take it from a one perspective, which is the change management.
Yeah.
Do you have a change management framework in your company? It's a yes or no question. Start from that point.
Yeah.
First of all, let's start from people, then your data, then your infra, then all the applications, and get the resilience phases implemented at each level, but start with the very important layer, which is people. You have to switch that button to on every single time. This is what we are supposed to do. This is what we need. This is the as is. This is where we want to be. And here you will fail. Here you will lose your capabilities and skills and someone else will come with those skills and do it. That's why I said in the leadership of Dubai, they have a very beautiful operational system, in governmental operational system. They started from people. They even created a ministry for AI. This is how the change is. Put it as your number one objective in your OKRs, in your strategy from day one. People, they have to deal with it as oxygen. It's not only a necessity. It's the day-to-day thing to live with. People, they need to understand that AI is not anymore something strange or something that it will take my place. I will be replaced by whatever person because he has those skills. Everyone, personally, I encourage every single person in my team. I have multiple teams everywhere. I have in France, I have in Singapore, I have in Qatar, Dubai, KSA, local expats. Please use whatever you can do. Tell me what is the tool that needs AI, and will do the subscription, enterprise subscription for you to help you, to support you. You will not, don't be afraid. You will not lose your job. This is an upgrade in your ability, capabilities, what is in the market. You will bring something better for me. So start by the change management. It's more corporate thinking. Change management is supposed to be there from day one. Your strategy, your OKRs, AI is number one. How we will apply it. Do your what we call map your strategy with your change management status, your KPIs, who is supposed to do what, trainings, people they need to understand and figure out what they need from AI exactly, each department, each maybe key person in your company. And here it starts to create a culture. People, they will think and will give you, oh, this is what happened for me, for example, for the latest project that I started in quantum communication. People, they don't, oh no, this is a very difficult and a very high level strategic and national level project. We cannot, we need some people coming from quantum physics and quantum computing. No, doesn't need that much of knowledge. Use AI, bring me a strategy, a very light strategy. Think strategically, think in a way, how can I do it in a fast way, bringing the same objectives on table, black on white. So start from change management, that's it. Put it as number one OKR you want to see, and map it with your KPIs, whether from academic level or learning or wherever you are training, for example, in your team. Try to implement these sessions, workshops, propose to your team or to your organization what is the next thing that you need to do using the AI, whether it's a tool, whether it's a new functionality, operational level. Think about it. I don't know what is the industry that you are working in, but this is my suggestion for you.
Thank you. Thank you very
You're
much.
welcome.
Thank you so much. Last question, please.
Hello. Okay, so since I am the founder of a real estate data analytics firm in India, so my question in the backdrop of how AI is redrawing the global startup map would be pertaining to the scalability of AI product. Now, any AI product across the world, and for that matter, the SaaS-based product has got majorly two things. Though there is data modeling and all those things, since I am a mathematician by interest. So one is the proprietary data, second is the workflow automation. Now, when we say that, I mean, we have developed a product in India which would solve the real estate data intelligence problem for the banks, for the real estate developer, for the institutional investor, and so on and so forth. So considering this use case in specific or AI ecosystem in general, don't you think that the problem of scalability would come, since every product based on the proprietary data has to do lot of data research specific to that country, specific to that industry, as per the expectation of the customer, I would say as per the need of the customer or the stakeholder. So how do we solve the problem of scalability, since workflow automation can be scalable, but proprietary data is not scalable? I mean, data which is relevant for India cannot be relevant for Dubai. Okay, so founder, my question is this, founder or an organization, how can they solve, I mean, what must be the fundamental parameter they should look at when they want to launch their AI product in a new geography, considering the ecosystem of the market? And since Manish sir has very rightly told that research and adoption goes hand in hand, so research would be happening in the organization, but then the adoption of the market will be something which we as an organization need to look at. So
I don't know if Manish wants to take this first.
I just want to ask how many questions it was. It was
Yeah, so
all other things was the context. The question was only one, the scalability. I mean, the context is very important. since I'm selfish enough being a founder to get answer to
great.
my questions, right?
That's super.
If I've rightly understood your question is you're saying that if your whatever your business model based on India, it is, and if you want to scale to new geographies, what parameter you need to keep in mind if the model is right?
Yes,
Right.
if we scale it
basically-
to the new market,
yeah.
what parameters?
So basically, see, in any business or in any startup things and all, see, for the hack of any automation or artificial use of artificial intelligence, there is no use. There has to be a core business need, right? So if you're going to scaling up to new geography, whether you have to just first work out whether it's still a pain point in that geography, or maybe for that geography that could not be a pain point, right? So business, what tech-enabled business where AI and all of these things are coming, they are there to solve the problem which otherwise in non-tech or non-AI world were not able to be solved, right? So it's a very basic thing. What in very simple words I understand is that you need to see that if you have to scale it, and so basically data is a oil for the engine is an AI, right? So if you're going for your business to UAE or Saudi or for west part of the world, you have to first see whether the market dynamics of your business model wherever you have thrived, whether they are same or not, and you have to pivot your strategies according to that micro market. So you have to do a little bit of business model pivoting in those micro markets and have to create and scale as per the pains available in that market and to provide the solution accordingly. I don't know whether I'll be able to explain you or not.
You have explained it.
From an organizational level, I mean, corporate or, I don't know, like, let's say a consulting firm like McKinsey or whatever. What we do is we are just partnering with other agencies that they have data. This is how we get scalable in our models. This is how we get the data. Easy.
And I think that is the problem
We
which
are
I mean
buying
that is
paying
the
for
solution
it.
which I'm trying to adopt, since you just need to plug in the data and the workflow automation is scalable across the
There's
world.
a lot
right?
of agencies, private agencies, they are collecting data. How? I don't know. Why? None of my business. But whenever I need the data to test my model, this is what I am doing. One email and the data is here and the model is functioning. Regarding the small or, for example, SMEs or if you don't have data, you need to wait until you get the customers or the data flow working in your system and then move to the AI level to analyze, to predict, to do this, whatever you want to do with it. But from organization level, this is how we fix the scalability level.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. And I think on this note, we're going to wrap up. Thank you. That was an amazing panel session. Yusuf, you were great as a moderator and all the panelists. Thank you so much. Round of applause for everyone.
Alhamdulillah.
Please do make a picture. Where is our photographer? Yeah, he's just there for your memories. So while they're taking pictures and the stage going to be cleaned up, I'll just say a few words about our next session. Coming up, we have a story that proves just how far vision, grift, and the right idea can take you. So this coming session is going to be how from 1,000 euro to 1 million business you can reach. How Envisa is transforming clinical research across the Europe. You'll be hearing now how one small beginning turned a company into major force in the European healthcare research and reshaped process, improved outcomes, and pushed the industry forward a few way through possible. Guys, let's please clean up stage quickly.
Just before they do this, just quick facts also about Dubai. My name is Valeria, by the way, who doesn't know. You can all the time reach me here if you have certain organization issues. I'm always here with Anubhav. I live here 14 years, and the latest upgrade, how many nationalities we have up to today, it's 200 nationalities in Dubai. And every day we're dealing with different cultures, tradition. It's not easy sometimes, but it's a lot of fun. And another fact about Dubai, that when we have rainy days, for us, it's like a festive, you know. Obviously, everyone will post about it on the social medias, and sometimes we have even kind of a national days off. This is something fun about Dubai. All right, so leading this session is someone who has been in the center of that journey. Florian Schnabel, the Chief Executive Officer of Envisio Clinical Studies Consulting GmbH. So let's welcome on the stage with a round of great and warm applauses, Florian Schnabel. I know we are running a lot behind the time. Please forgive me and
I tried to hurry up a little bit.
Yes, whoever. So for the questions, I really please you guys, let's be very practical in the questions, because I wish we are staying here until midnight, but we are not. So let's respect that. Thank you.
Yeah, we already made a decision. So for all the questions later, you can just catch me outside today or tomorrow. I will be available and try to make up some time now. So thank you again for everyone who's here or still here after lunch. We had a little bit of a shortcut. It's my second time here in Dubai. I came last year to present Envisio, what we are doing, and now I have the opportunity to tell you where we started 15 years ago and where we are now, and yeah, what are the things that I learned on this way. So my name is Florian Schnabel. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Envisio. We are supporting clinical trials all over Europe, and our mission is to simplify the conduct of clinical trials across Europe with a focus on healthcare professionals and operational excellence. So we started really bootstrapped in 2011 in January. I had 500 euros, my co-founder had 500 euros, and this is how we started because there wasn't the opportunity to get any VC money or to share this with the bank. If you don't have any background, nobody will fund you. So this is where we started, no safety nets. We just had this vision and the determination to build something really meaningful. I started out with no network, so I just skipped university and had to build my own business. So I have to tell you, make calls, reach out, get new clients, and this is what we did. We secured our first customer. It was really small, but we learned a lot. We took this opportunity, and at this point, our vision was to make clinical trials and trial sites faster, more reliable, and more sufficient. So what did we do? We took this one trial site and did all the trials on the site. So it was around 20 trials. So in the end, the sponsors acknowledged, okay, we have one trial site that's running really well. So the customer came to us, and the customer asked us, okay, I have 20 other trial sites. Can you help there as well? And this is how we evolved like over the first years. We listened to our customers, and by winning this first client, we were in the position to get more clients after. So it was a learning by doing. There's no playbook. There was no roadmap on what to do, how to get to the next step. So we listened to our clients, and they told us, okay, take over all these other 20 sites. We were not ready. I did not have 20 nurses to cover all these sites. So we just had to practice and excellence in our work. So we found these nurses, we took on this new trial and got to a rapid operational scaling after. And these are a few of our breakthrough moments. So we practice excellent, we went further. We got ISO 9001 certified. We got ISO 14001 certified. We got EcoVadis certified just last year. So we practice excellent and build trust with our customers. We still listen to all our customers because we started in Germany, we took over these 20 trial sites, and then the customers came again. And they ask us, okay, who's doing the rest of Europe? Who is doing Poland? Who is doing UK? Who will do Switzerland? And who will do Sweden? So this is where we had to scale. We cover all these countries by now, and we build up a team of 15 people internally and are covering now 27 countries with over 600 healthcare professionals. And all these operational problems that you see that arise like over time, think about them now, because it will be a lot harder to cover all these problems when you reach this size. I tried to point out a few countries we are covering. So right now we are covering 27 countries in Europe, and we started in Germany. We have a high network of trained, qualified healthcare professionals now. They are ready to go 24/7. You can call us tomorrow, find a nurse for a home care visit on a trial site in Sweden or in Greece. We will be ready. And we built this network, or I built this network over the years. We are a trusted partner now to a lot of international sponsors, CROs, and we are still delivering clinical excellence around Europe. I try to point out a few principles that fueled our growth. Be honest with your clients. Tell them when it's a new step for you, or you didn't do this country before, or you don't know how to execute. But just be radically honest. They will trust you, and they will trust your competence. In clinical trials, safety is always key, so we have to move fast, but never compromise on patient safety or data integrity. As I already told you, we are now very certified in ISO 9001 and EcoVadis and all the other ones. So operational excellence, this is your key, this is your quality, this is what you can show. And build long-term relationships. Take these conferences, take these opportunities to meet people in real life, not just via Teams, and build relationships that may last for years and give you the opportunities for future projects. But you also have to learn from your biggest mistakes, and you will have some hard-learned lessons. We just heard you should fail, and on this way to build a company, to grow bigger, you will fail a lot of times. The biggest mistakes we made, or I made, were part one, delayed decision-making. So you will be at some point where you have to decide to go left or right, but you have to decide. There is no way around. So take your time, but don't wait another 6 months to make this decision. You will have a problem in the end. So make the decision, even if it's critical, but you will learn on the way. At our start, we wanted to go too broad too early. So we started with supporting trial sites. Then we were approached, okay, can you do SOPs as well? Okay, we started doing SOPs. Can you do trial management as well? Okay, we started trial management. After a few years, we cut everything. We are now merely focused on flying study nurses, doctors in home care support, and supporting trial site. We are not doing all these other things. So we found our niche, and we are very slim in this niche, but we are the best you can buy. So don't go too broad, don't find 15 things you want to do. Stay what you can really do best and focus on these things. And yeah, what else matters? Operational underestimation. So we built a complex operation right now to cover 600 people all over Europe. You have different regulations, you have different countries, you have different problems coming up every day. So be aware of all these operational problems that might arise. So still, as Yusuf already told us, every mistake is a lesson, and document your lessons, because you will learn from them and never repeat the same error twice. So now we are covering, as I told you, 27 countries. We were 100% bootstraps from the beginning, but we still did not take on any money. So we are still owned by the first two people that started the company. We never took on any investors. Maybe we will in the future, but not right now. And we became a trusted partner in the industry. We're still profitable and stable, and we have a scalable business model. And with a strong team, we can get this deep clinical operations and expertise going. We are by now a recognized leader in decentralized clinical trials, and we will grow further over the next years. So a few more things what every founder should know, or a lot of you guys already know. You can start small, but you have to learn fast. You don't have to start with millions and VC money, but you have to start at some point and just go for it. I always tell everyone, trust beats marketing. So connect to people, make LinkedIn connections, make real-life connections, and go out with your reputation and build these relationships. Operations are everything, so great ideas come with great execution. Master your operations before scaling. This is a death trap for every company if you don't have your operations right. Scale what works. So we made these mistakes, so maybe you don't have to make it. Repeat your processes repeatedly, make them better. Consistency before expansion. So what is our outlook right now for Invisio? We just talked about AI, and we want to do an AI-driven optimization as well. We want to use machine learning to optimize our patient recruitment in clinical trials and also our nurse deployment across all phases of trials. It's hard to work on these parts because data integrity and data security is always a big part in clinical trials, but we are working on that, and we are adopting a lot faster than a lot of other companies in this area, but we are very glad to do so. Strategically, we want to expand from Europe to new markets. We want to conquer the US and the MENA area, of course, Asia and Australia, but this will take a few years maybe, but it's the next big step for us. We are continuously innovating our processes, our company, and we are still always committed to make clinical trials better. Thank you very much for your time. If you have any questions, I think we have a few more minutes. I rushed a little bit. Please step up. Add me on LinkedIn if you have the need to connect. I would love that.
I was so surprised. No questions for sure, guys?
Great, thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Let's give a round of applause for Florian. Thank you so much. I need our organizers to push the 7 chairs on stage because we have a 7th panelist. I see that many people left. What's going on outside now? Is there anything interesting? Anybody knows? So who is sitting on the back side, please coming forward. The next panel discussion is going to be about breaking through plateaus, how CMIs can unlock the next stage of growth. So before we are setting up, I would just like to say that tomorrow we also we'll start early at 8:30 a.m. So again, in order not to have delays, please come on time, be ready, and let's continue with a great mood for the rest of the day. We still have so many to catch up. So I'll just announce our panelists. The panelist, the very well-known guy already in the room is Gary Young, CEO of Avella Global. Arunagiri Mudaliar, did I say correctly? CEO and founder of eCube India. Kenjiro Momi, CEO Cosby Incorporated. Andre Macon, founder and CEO of Flowcon AI UG. Vanashri Naik, founder and CEO ASMI Infinity Private Limited. Catherine Tuminen, founder Culture Cure PDI Ltd. And the moderators is going to be Erica Hansen, the CEO and founder, the Wisdom Collective LLC companies. I guess for this session, you have only 30 minutes, and I'll definitely give like 3 questions, answers. Yeah, so let's be in compact. Alrighty, so we have 3 more to go. Chairs are really heavy, guys are doing some really gym exercise. So please come on stage, slowly, let's support each other. Round of applause for everyone. I'm sure it's gonna be very meaningful and impactful. Okay, great. Yes? I like the energy, we need that, right? After lunch, it's have to be more energetic. Welcome. Thank you. You need this mic or that mic?
It doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter? Okay.
Are we on live? Can you guys hear me? Yes? Okay. We've been sitting down for way too long. I need everybody to stand up for just a minute. Come on, stand up. Come on. We're doing calisthenics. So the first thing I want you to do is I want you to say, I am agile. Someone say it. I am agile. Then I want you to say loudly, I can rock this. I can rock this. Then I want you to make sure that the room next door hears us and say, I am awesome. I am awesome. Okay, now you can sit down. We've been sitting down for way too long today. So I'm going to do my first introduction, and then we're going to go through our team. So I have a group of companies that helps to stabilize, educate, and scale other companies. We also help distressed companies. We do it with a mix of different things, whether it's training, consulting, strategy, assistance, a myriad of other things. We're basically business fixers. We work across the spectrum. I'm an executive strategist, coach, author, speaker, podcast host, and I do organizational transformations. My team is going to introduce themselves one by one.
Yeah, sure. Gary Young, the company is Avella Global. We've been sourcing products and doing product development on behalf of our clients for 24 years. Offices in Houston, Shanghai, Ho Chi Minh City, Phnom Penh, Mumbai, and we have a new sales office here in Dubai, and we make things on behalf of our client by the container.
Thank you. I'm Catherine Tuominen from Catalyst Brand Strategy, and we support wellness and healthcare brands with their digital marketing. We advocate for a holistic digital marketing system, everything across PR, organic and paid social media, as well as full funnel building. And we are very excited to be here.
I'm Andre Mahon, founder and CEO of Flowcon AI. And we focus on building AI-enabled knowledge management solutions to capture valuable institutional knowledge and act upon it. We also do some consulting and trainings because we really want to help companies make that transition in the times of AI and be successful.
So before telling myself, I just want to ask some questions to the audience. That when you start the company, is there a situation where you want to scale, but you don't have time to build the team or train the team? Is it? Can you please raise the hand if you feel the same? No? That was good. So whenever we have a problem like training the team, that's why the topic was there, we are the solution. So we are the company who provide the learning solutions which actually work for the industry. We goes to them, we understand the pain problems of them, and we create learning solution for them which is actually works for them. It's Asmi Infinity, Manashri Naik, founder and CEO of the company. Thank you very much.
Hello, I'm Kenjiro Momi, came from Japan, and we Cosby focused on AI transformation. Now, AI adoption is not enough since the adoption is just using the tool, and everyone might use that in future, so it's not the differentiation. So the AI transformation is a strategy. Why we focus on that is because of my background. I used to be a consultant with Deloitte for about 18 years and advised for the CEOs, and then I led a small company to succeed with the initial public offering. So throughout these two experiences, now AI era, so the adoption is not enough for, especially for SMEs. Now I'm sticking to the AI transformation. Thank you so much.
Happy blessed morning, happy blessed evening. Friends, I'm Dr. Aruna Giri from Mumbai, India. I am the founder, CEO of Pacific Trends Private Limited and eCube India. First company is into manufacturing, second one is into training and development. My personal mission is to empower, enable, educate every human being whom we train to help them remove their self-created barriers and thereby help fellow human beings to live a more powerful, prosperous, and a purposeful life. So this is what I am into, and we right now operate across Asia, and my other company is basically into manufacturing of customized product solutions for promotional campaigns, for packaging, for conference and events, and for gifting. And this company has been in existence for the last 30 years, and we have a team of around 150 people working out of our manufacturing unit in Mumbai. Thank you.
So we originally prepared 6 questions with various people answering it. And to show you how agile our team is, which is why we did our exercise, we, in 4 screenshots of WhatsApp and a total of 18 minutes, not only completely changed our format, but all agreed on it, on the questions we were going to do, and came up with our calisthenics. So if that's not a high-performance team in the making, I don't know what it is. And a couple of people we didn't even get to meet until today. So I think that's pretty impressive. And kudos to you guys. So our first question, we're going to go down the row. And then for the second question, we'll come back up the row. All right? So the first one, Gary, we're going to start with you. So what's one piece of advice that you've learned about the founder and CEO role for unlocking growth? Unlocking growth.
Well, I think if you're founder, CEO, then your job is to scale. And scale means unlocking growth. And in order to scale, you need to look at your company at 30,000 feet. You can't be involved in the day-to-day. You've got to be networking. You've got to be educating yourself. And you've got to, one thing I do is I journal every day, and that's one of my topics every day. How can I scale? New ideas. I do it first thing in the morning before the noise of the day, and that's helped me get to where I am over 24 years.
Catherine?
Yes, there's a big debate at the moment about whether to build in public or not, and how much of a personal brand to include on social media and beyond. And as a marketer, my biggest piece of advice is to create content that scales if you're choosing to build in public. So what that would mean in more of a tactical sense is you could get, for example, a 1-hour webinar or masterclass, a piece of your time set aside per month, and that piece of content should become 35, 65 plus other pieces of content, whether that's a newsletter that you send out or a long form blog or a LinkedIn post and so on and so forth. All those elements can be distributed strategically, so then you're appearing as though you're showing up on social media every day, but the reality is it only took 1 hour of your time, and your team and AI can distribute the rest.
Wonderful advice there. Okay, so what I would give as my advice is to always keep learning, to never think you are finished, because there's always something else to explore, and to really connect with your people, your team. Actively listen to them, hear their concerns, and get their ideas, because there's a lot of creativity and feedback they can give you. You're not doing it alone, you're doing it as a part of a team, and you should leverage that. And it also really motivates the people and makes them feel heard, valued, creative, and that's how you get great results, in my opinion.
I'm sharing my own experience here. To unlock the growth, stop working. So founders should be a visionary founder, and when actually I stop working, the growth happens. I seriously stop working and ask people to work. I build the strategy, I listen to them, I give them freedom, so the creativity flows out, and that's how the unlocking growth for me in Asp Infinity.
Well, for me, I've learned a lot, and finally, if I choose one advice I've learned, it's to believe your life mission. So I supported about 1,000 founders and CEO when I was at Deloitte, and then I became the president itself and led that company to the IPO. However, that was a very hard journey. So to overcome that journey and overcome the many times of the fails, the founders, you need to believe your life mission itself. So that's the most important thing, and that's now our company's first principle.
Well, one piece of advice which I would strongly recommend from my own experience of last 30 years as an entrepreneur is to make your team customer-centric. That means sales-centric. I would strongly advise that you should have this belief in your team that every member of your team is a salesperson, because sales is equal to income is equal to your business. More sales, more income, more business. Similarly, no sales, no income, no business. So if your entire team is sales-centric, I promise you, you're automatically able to grow your business manyfold. And I, for one, believe that sales, which is one of the important best business function, has to be trained. So your team has to be trained in the science and the art of selling. Once if they believe that, they put into practice, you will see that you continuously keep on generating profitable sale, and thereby you can scale and make your business grow. Thank you.
For my recommendation, know your ROI. Entrepreneur Mindset 101, proactive, strategic, risk mitigation. That's where you should be focusing and building all your efforts. If you're not getting the ROI, surround yourself with people that can support that and that they can work through that, right? Know where your ROI is, and keep pursuing the vision by surrounding yourself. So now let's go backwards, and we're gonna start with this question. So what are your recommendations for developing the core competencies that will help you grow? What's your favorite competency?
Friends, ultimately, identifying your core competency is basically a way of looking back or reflecting on your own business operation. Your core competency would be able to be revealed by your success stories of your business. And you need to keep on reflecting on what is happening good and what's not happening. As they say, a well-explained failure is better than an unexplained success. So I, for one, believe that everything that happens in your organization, you should know why it is happening. And if you can identify what is it that is working, that will be one way of identifying your core competency. But one more thing about each individual, which I strongly believe is that God has given each one of us some unique capability. And you need to reflect on and find out what it is. Like, for example, for me, it is I love to teach, I love to share, I love to learn. And if I consciously spend at least 1 hour every day just sharing whatever new things I learned from the various sources, and thereby empower, enable, and educate my team. And after that, and as Vanushree at least said, they are in the auto run. So that is one very important thing that you need to know. And I, for one, as we were discussing in our team deliberation, Ikigai is one of the ways in which you can learn about your core competency. Now, what you love, what you like to do, what the society needs, and what they will pay for. If you do these 4 concentric cycles, you will come to know that what is your core competency as an individual, and similarly you can do what the organization also for, and this will enable you to identify that unique selling proposition, that unique selling point about your organization, which can help you to leverage that, and then thereby ensure that you are able to identify, acquire, retain, and nurture your profitable customers. Thank you.
Okay, so from my perspective about core competency so I believe that almost all founders know how important that is. However, in each businesses, there are so many things to do. So one important point is how to focus on a core competency, how to shape that strictly. So that is a very important question. And these days, the AI transformation could accelerate that. So for our companies, we are the small team, but we can provide more than 50 practical AI transformation cases. How can we do that? That was the AI-driven management. So, for example, the AI-driven software development, AI-driven the administrative, AI-driven the sales, AI-driven marketing. So, we utilize AI tech inside our companies. So, this will happen in many industries. And so that every founders can focus on the core competence itself and strengthen that using AI technologies. So that is the recent situation, I believe. Thank you.
In my perspective, when I think that my team's competency need to be grow, I have one strategy for it that every member of my team knows what they are exactly doing, for whom they are exactly doing what, and how we are going to achieve it. So if the goal is clear, the client information is very clear, everybody knows what need to be done, how need to be done, they themselves grown up in the competencies. So that's freedom is there, and the why is clear, people are more clear. That's my strategy, of course.
Okay, so looking at the core competencies, I look at it through the lens of the rise of artificial intelligence and the rapid exponential growth of these technologies. I think what we are seeing is that expertise is going there. So the job you learned maybe 20, 30 years, like software development for myself, engineering or so on, is changing because the expertise goes somewhere else. right? But this makes using AI proficiently one of the core competencies, not the only one, but a very important one. Definitely one I look for in everyone who wants to join my team. And I think it's very important to mention that many people have the misconception that AI is a solution, while it is actually rather a force multiplier for your skills and for your learning. So I mostly use it to effectively learn new skills, develop myself in new areas, and when I have that competency, then I can work with it to transform my results. So given the wider lens, if we look ahead maybe 5 or 7 years, I think AI competency, soft skills, social skills are going to be very important, and also autodidactic learning, because you now have a tutor at your hands whenever you need. So I think with these skills we can future-proof ourselves for the coming times.
Yes, when I think of core competencies, we often support founders to define their founder story. And this obviously serves a number of different purposes, whether you're looking for investors or further press or looking to attract certain talent. Knowing how to embody your story is essential. And a huge part of that encompasses 10, 20, 30 years of your experience and summarizing that in a concise way that the general public will understand. And so I would say that's an essential aspect that's worth uncovering early on so you can leverage it across different aspects and resources.
You don't have a company if you don't have people. So your core competency, the really heart of it, is your culture. And that spreads out and ripples through the entire organization all the way to the customer. And so one of the key things is to make sure that you have the proper people in the proper seat. And you do that by having your one-to-ones with your people and your check-ins. And there's lots of behavioral testing stuff just to make sure this talented person is happy and they're doing exactly what they're supposed to be doing, and then just concentrating on that culture.
I have a two-pronged approach. I reorganize companies for a living, broken, very broken sometimes, companies. And so I have a different perspective than a lot of the normal people out there. Yes, I am that person. Somebody has to do it. But one of the things that I tell, especially my small and medium-sized companies, is that if you want to get rid of 60% of your problems, there's 3 words. Train your people, right? When you train your people, they take care of everything else, right? They're trained, they know what to do, they're happy, they're engaged. That takes care of your customers, that takes care of your vendors, that takes care of your other employees. They're engaged, they come up with wonderful new opportunities. They come up with new ways to do things because they're engaged, right? Your litigation goes down significantly when that happens because things are working the way they're supposed to. The company starts to become profitable because you're doing things you want. You've got a lot of support, and across the organization, there's synergies. That's the main thing that I can totally enforce with you. People don't train anymore. It shows. How many times have you called customer support and wanted to throw your phone across the room? It happens more often than you think, right? The other thing is, any business has to have a stable core, right? If you don't have a stable core, your infrastructure is stable, you're not going to be able to grow, because what's going to happen is if you haven't made those proper investments in people, processes, and systems and stabilized your core, if you do start to grow, guess what's going to happen? It's all going to fall apart anyway. And guess what? You're going to call me and we're going to have to spend a whole lot of money to fix it, right? Because you didn't do things in the front end. So if you have stability, then what comes next? Cash. Retention of your people. What next? Profitability. Then guess what happens? Scaling and growth. It happens organically. So if you have the eye on the ball for those things, things will start falling into place. Yeah? Any last second want to add before we go to the audience?
Yeah, here.
Thanks. I just wanted to say I found what Gary said very insightful, and just a little bit reframing my answer. I truly believe this is the case for myself, but also I am really mindful to teach my team these skills, to foster them, because I want people who are still learning, still leveraging, and I totally agree. The culture comes from the top down, and if you establish a growth mindset and a positive culture where mistakes are not problems, but you are glad that they are found, then you will empower your people, and they will be happier for it.
Yeah, Erika, I totally subscribe to what you said. On this topic of scalability, one important thing which I have seen in organizations where I coach is that when you want to scale, you need to have competent people, top talents. And many of the SMEs, if you ask me frankly, they are very miserly in terms of hiring good talent. They feel that talent becomes expense, which is a big myth. They need to ensure that they hire good talent and retain them. At the same time, they need to reward their team members who are doing well. I've seen sometimes, they don't give them a small, if they have to give them an increment, they would not give them the due increment, and that talent leaves. And to hire a new talent, they pay them twice the salary, which is the stupidity to do. So as you rightly said, for you to scale, you need to have team, because out of the 5 M's of management, the manpower is the most important thing. And you need to have a top talent for you to scale up, to really grow. And you also ensure that you retain those highly productive and highly competent team members of yours. Right.
Okay, on that note, we're going to the audience. So here's a question for you, and you guys can raise your hands too. How many of you have been in at least one toxic culture in your career? All right? Keep your hand up if it's been more than once.
Can we put both hands up?
Yes, we can. How many people want both hands, right? We've been there. Now, picture this. Small, medium-sized companies don't always have the resources, right? They don't always have the funds to spend on those people. But raw talent, if you've got people with good eye that are going to spend the time to train them, they become the star people. You can grow their salaries. But how many people would be willing, after you've worked in all those toxic environments, how many of you would be willing to give up a little bit of dollars to come into an awesome culture? So guess what? If you're a small, medium company and you don't have a lot of dollars, what's your best bet to be able to attract that talent? Have an awesome culture, right? Places where they can grow, they can thrive, they can promote, right? And they can get things done and feel like they're contributing.
Yeah, Erika, one more equation which has been the fulcrum for me is your PD is equal to your BD. PD is your personal development, and BD is your business development. The more the personal development of yourself and your team, your business is automatically going to go up. Because friends, remember this, the problems and the challenges in the environment are going up. If you don't have a manpower which has got the capability to also grow and handle that problem, every problem will look overwhelming. So as you rightly said,
mind your business.
Yeah, absolutely. So PD is equal to BD. There's no other equation which can really help you scale your enterprise to the next level.
Any other last minute things? Audience, you guys got any questions? Come on, we're ready for anything.
You have spoken about the growth. I hope my voice is clear. I think there is sort of attention today because of a lot of meetings that's coming.
So can you take a mic, sir?
Yeah, can we get him a mic? Sorry. Oh, there we go. Sorry, we thought we could hear you.
Thank you. So the tension between the growth mindset and the survive. And sometimes during the ambiguity, many of our leaders, they are under the pressure to think about surviving the organization, particularly the founders or maybe the entrepreneurs, whatever you call them. So how do you make the balance between survive and thrive or the growth? I think this is an area, I know you have alluded to that in a very interesting statements, but maybe for the sake of the audience, just if you can summarize in few strategies through bullet points so that we are all reminded that growth is something, a strategic direction, where survive is something that would keep you maybe alive for some time, but if you don't have the growth mindset to go forward with the things that is happening in the market and the development, you might lose a big opportunity. So maybe this is a tension that is happening. Thank you.
A very good question. So yeah, we talk about it in terms of course, growth mindset is also equal to abundance mindset. And the opposite of that is called scarcity mindset. So if you actually see, you very rightly said, and this growth mindset is again, has got four dimensions. One is called mindset wiring, mindset blueprint, mindset ceiling, and mindset thermostat. And all of them are ultimately linked to your belief. And beliefs are thoughts which you consider to be truth. So as you rightly said, that the top leader has to have a growth mindset, has to have an abundance mindset. And if he's the person who's going to have that scarcity mindset, he is bound to cut on all these important things which Erika rightly mentioned. Because, friends, here I like to distinguish, because I've written a thesis on that, it's there in my book. I would just like to ask the audience this question. There are two basic primordial emotion in human being. I would like to ask you, what is the primordial emotion of a scarcity mindset? And what is the primordial emotion of a abundance mindset? Anybody? What is the primordial emotion?
Fear.
Yeah, absolutely right. No. Yeah. So, yeah, very close. Yeah. Very true. Yeah, you're very close. One is the scarcity mindset has got the underlying theme of fear, and abundance mindset as the underlying emotion of love. Love. And love is a divine power. Everything in this world, whichever is created, comes out of love. So if you see the abundance cycle, it starts with gratitude, goes to creativity, goes to cooperation, goes to what we call it as opportunity, which goes to exponential growth, and that's how the abundance cycle grows, which is what is the pathway of growth.
Both they speak about the future. So this
Right.
is a common denominator.
Right.
One of them, they feel that the future is good.
Right.
And the other one feels the future is miserable.
Right.
So both they speak about the future. So thank you.
So you're right. So faith and fear, the formula is the level to which you have faith. Like if on a scale of 1 to 10, if you have faith of 5, the other 5 is filled with fear. But if you rightly said, if you have a faith graph of 10, then fear is 0. So if you have total faith, you'll have no fear. So that's what is ultimately the formula which we use constantly in our training to ensure that people have got courage. Courage is not absence of fear. Courage is being in action in spite of having fear. So that's what we have to enumerate as a culture.
Now, before we end this, we are going to all say, "We are awesome," one more time. And I want you to yell it so that the other room can hear you. Ready? On 3. 1, 2, 3. We are awesome.
Awesome.
There we go. Thank you, guys.
Thank you so much, Erica. Thank you so much. Great talk, great panelist and moderator. So we're gonna run quickly to a next one. Take a picture, please, all together. Where is our photographer? Where is the photographer? He's chilling somewhere. Don't chill. We still have 2 hours to go. Alrighty. Yeah, better just move forward so you cover the tables, and then the picture will look amazing. All right, so moving forward on this note, the next keynote and the panelist is going to be how to reinvest in your business, making data-driven decisions. When is exactly the right time to do that? This session will explore how leaders can identify the right moment to put additional resources back into their company using clear indicators, measure insights. So the conversation will help you to see what readiness really looks like and where investment can create meaningful momentum. So I would like to invite on stage the panelists. Abdul bin Aladdin. Abdul, are you here? Perfect. Abdul, Science and Technology Advisor and Founder, ICATS University College Sarawak, Resonics Global and Side Digital Innovation Hub. The next panelist is Susan Daniel, FCCA, Founder and CEO, Aqualai Consulting LLC. The next panelist is Hanuze Mistry, Principal Architect, GMD Architects. And the last but not least, Kiyor Shah, CEO with Logic Solutions. Do we have only Abdul? Two guys? Do I need to serve you coffee, cookies, anything? So we're gonna move on quickly here. Alrighty? Take your time, come on stage. I know we are less people already, but I would like to encourage you still to support each other. Let's give a warm round of applause for our next panelist. Ladies first, thank you so much, gentlemen. So good to see such gestures. Welcome.
Okay. All right. So I think we have 3 mics here. Yeah. I think we have myself, of course. Very good afternoon, very good evening, everyone. My name is Abdul Qayyum Alidin. I'm from Malaysia. So just a bit of some background here. Thank you very much to the organizers for having me and also for having our panelists today. I think coming here far from Malaysia, maybe it's a good opportunity for me to share and as well as to have a conversation between our panelists. So myself is academics. I'm from one of the university in Malaysia. It's a technical and engineering university, and at the same time, I do advice and consulting for startups and tech company. And definitely, I'm very happy to explore and to come here and listen and have a conversation, especially in the new development and new fields such as digital transformation, green technology, and especially in my area, which is space technology and aerospace. But however, I think we have as well 2 esteemed panelists here who's going to have some conversation with us. So yeah, please.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, I think it's working. So where's the mic? Yes, good afternoon, everyone. It's great to be here. And indeed, thank you for the organizers that had organized this event. Indeed, it's wonderful to be among people that have moved on and understand the importance of data and what data can and cannot do for us. And, as a background, I'm a UK qualified accountant, hence the 4-letter words next to my title. And I've worked both in UK and in Oman, and I'm based in Abu Dhabi, UAE. 37 years of experience, so it tells you a lot. Been through it all, the old days of no one knew what computers looked like, to the extent that today it's driving a lot of decision making. And worked as in the internal audit, as well as I was actually a partner in PricewaterhouseCoopers, and my latest jobs were working for Sovereign Wealth Fund as a chief risk officer. I then decided to fulfill a dream, which was set up my own firm. So Aquilay Consulting provides, it's a boutique firm, provides solutions and advisory, just like yourself, in risk management, governance, and internal audit and compliance. I do a lot of training for boards on the topic of risk management, so I'm a regular speaker. As well as, of course, I do board evaluation and also help organizations understand how much they can get out of data. Did a lot of quantitative analysis when I was a CRO, both in the two sovereign wealth funds that I worked for in Abu Dhabi as well as in Oman. It's amazing what data tells you and where it leads you to, if you realize or appreciate the importance of how data today drives decision making, especially at senior level. That's very much a great success story. So very keen, obviously, to share. But on the founding members and myself as one, I think indeed you're starting a clean slate. So you're building that data, you're building that story yourself. So great to be here, and thank you for the invite.
Yeah, hello. My name is Keyur Shah. Thank you very much, Susan, and other panelists for having a very nice introduction. So, and thank you very much for the organizers for scheduling this particular event. My name is Keyur Shah. As I said, I am the CEO. I had a couple of products during my journey. I started as a very small developer, then became a product guy, created products. Fortunately, had a very smart exits from that product. It was all because of a very lean team. We got millions of dollars of valuation for those products, and it was valued very correct into that exit. So we have found, I come from around 15 years of experience guy. So what we have learned over a period of time is like, it is not when you should be investing into your product. You should be investing when the market dynamics are correct. You should be understanding when to invest. It is not the money, it is actually a time which needs to be reinvested. Money can be earned at any given point of case. Time is something which cannot be earned back. So that is very crucial, and that is how the decisions needs to be taken by the stakeholders for that particular product to get a success. Yeah, this is a very small introduction. We would be catching up certain points. What I have done over a past period for my two products in order to make it scalable with a very lean team, and how we can provide the services to the different clients. And same thing, I started with Logic in 2010. It is a consulting company. We provide consulting services, technical services to our clients, most of from the Europe, UK region. And the same formula we are using for our clients also to ensure they are also scaling up and they also don't feel such kind of problems in future. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, we have a very good composition of panelists here. One is from very well experienced and managing a sovereign wealth fund. I think it's very interesting experience. And I mean, for Mr. Hanos, I think he has this as a principal architect. I mean, social and human factors are very one of the key component to evaluate when we talk about data. And just to give some idea that Malaysia, similarly like what mentioned by Susan, Dubai, Middle East, is still a fast growing area, meaning as compared to other regions, they are very competitive area. But so this is where data and decision based on data is a key factor that you can use as a competitive advantage. Meaning with people and with knowledge, like people like who have that experience underwent this transformation and challenges, like for example being mentioned by Susan, and with this experience who understand the social and human factor in designing, developing solutions and infrastructure. This is very important, meaning data based on records and data based on key component or evaluating factors that really influence decision making are very important. So to me, for example, Malaysia, we are now, especially my region, which is we call it Sarawak or Borneo, we are now developing what we call a class framework: cyber, land, air, space, and air, space, and sea. So data that can have record or analytics that can have some trend and understanding about all these resources over cyber, land, and sea and air and space will give you a lot of advantage. Because why? Then you can understand the human on the land or the resources in the water, in the sea, and also on the resources on the like such as forest and gas and oil. But however, I think I would like to ask Susan, since she has a very deep experience, how do you, what kind of factors, data, and what kind of data do you feel in terms of evaluating all these, for example, opportunity and risk and threat? How do we make decision, meaning for government or for or any organization, how these kind of practices being implemented by you or your experience?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. It's an interesting question, especially for a setup such as sovereign wealth fund. So sovereign wealth funds, and there are obviously many of them in the region, what typically happens is that they heavily invest. And the GCC, for example, just to start with, planning to invest in the region of $277 billion into AI and digitization. That really is a big milestone to be achieved. And what's interesting is what used to be hugely manual, a lot of talking and thinking and guessing. If you're looking at specific investments, how will they look like in few years to come? Will we get return on capital? Will we get the EBITDA that we're aspiring to achieve and so on? Has today become a quicker decision, purely because you indeed have data sets that help you to make a better decision. And you can have a look as well as what does the industry look like? Where are we today? Where are we heading in the future? And am I investing in the right place with the right company? There are obviously many other aspects to when you're looking at a specific deal. You tend to want to know everything about the company, and indeed AI helps you to do that. So you can assess the management, the decision makers. You can look at the board and the competency of the board. You can look at what the company's doing, what the market look like for them, what the industry is trying to do. So there's so much data available today that has eased the decision making and has made it far more efficient and more effective. The work that I did as a CRO involved me telling, as you said, telling the investment committee, for example, and this is typical setup in a sovereign wealth fund, are we doing the right thing? Imagine you've got to tell them in 10 years' time what their investment is going to look like. Should they exit today or in a few months' time or a few years' time, or should they maintain that as almost a yielding asset? So imagine in the old days where there was nothing much in there, how hard it was, and my job was harder to actually second guess what things will look like going forward. But in my latter job, I was able to use data sets, and this is again, data set is what? Data set is actually data that's available that you buy. It gives you almost like 10,000 of similar companies across the globe. How are they evolving? How are they emerging? How are they becoming more efficient? Who are the decision makers? What are they getting into? How are they developing themselves? So it made my job a lot easier when I modeled looking at that data and benchmarked it with the company or companies that we were investing in. So that was one amazing milestone achieved using AI and digitization. And this can be even, if you don't even think about it as a sovereign wealth fund, even in real life, when I was a partner at PricewaterhouseCoopers, what we would have loved to do and see was to actually say, how is our client portfolio looking like? How are we evolving? How are we emerging? What are the products that we can actually sell to our clients? And what are the products that we shouldn't sell? And what's the market look like? What are our competitors doing? What kind of margins are they aspiring to achieve? all of that was almost kind of secret of the trade, and you couldn't even get hold of that data. Today, such data is readily available, and with a basic analysis, you're actually able to understand ahead of time, believe it or not, 10 years ahead of time, where your competitors are heading. So a fantastic times we're living. And although, you know, I'm an old school where everything was done on paper, but I've adapted very, very quickly because I saw the benefit in that. And it's indeed super interesting as long as you have the data and you know what to do with the data. And that's obviously the caveat here. So yeah, that's my view about that, about data and today's world of AI.
Yeah, maybe since Hanos is a principal architect,
Yeah.
I think it's very important for me as an engineer who gather all this big data and to understand what's going on. Well, how do you see the trend? I think climate change and as well as all these ESG, SDGs are coming in as policies quite soon and quite fast. So your experience in factoring in environmental and climate change, is this where the investment going? I mean, the data in terms of designing, in terms of factoring in human factors and ensuring impact of human and also environment. Are you seeing this is going towards climate technology or factoring in all this climate impact? I mean, how do you see this?
So definitely I would be saying that obviously all this data helps us to take the very right measures. But a counter to that, normally what people always think is like, okay, I do have an investment. So somebody is investing in my product. Now, normally what will you do is like, you will go, okay, I need to increase the infrastructure. I need to increase the number of people because I want to grow. Now, that is a very wrong insight. Okay. First of all, is like we need to understand what are the investments needs to be kept for a particular product to grow. It is not only the infrastructure or looking into certain decisions and thinking that, okay, everything is going good. We have, let us say, $1 million with us. Investor has given us $1 million. Now, we should be expanding. Means I have seen clients who got the funding, who had a team of 20 people. They expanded to around 100, 150 people. And then after a year, as the funds got free, means they were completely exhausted, then they said, okay, we need to ramp up now. Now, we don't have any other options. We don't have funds. We don't have the profits so that we can sustain with this team. Now, that is the very normal equation which comes out in real life. Yeah. So it is not what we need to look into. It is much more how the architecture is built up. Right. So at any given, I'm also an old school guy. So during when I created the products, at the time we were not having, you can say, luxury of having, let us say, 32 GB RAM machine or vCPUs, n number of vCPUs, having load balancers, etc., etc. We were not having those kind of luxuries, right? So in order to ensure that the whatever solution we are doing, it has to be very lean, it has to be very much productive, and we are able to manage it very well. What we did is like we optimized the solution to the nth level. So whatever optimizations we did, it was always a better than that. Option was always available. So we did it till that level, whatever level was manageable, whatever level was possible, and that is how we scaled up. So normally what happens, like people go and say that, okay, we have 80% CPU usages. What typically the developer will come and say, okay, we need to go and scale up the infrastructure because that is required. We are hitting the 80% margin. So, and if the users are coming much more, we would be probably down, and that is what we don't want. They never go and see into the problem, what is causing the spike of this 80%. That's where the problem is. Okay. So a very basic question to you guys also. What are the trend which you are looking into? So a $1 million question. Yeah. if you have a funding of $1 million, what are the data points which you would be looking, ensuring that you are investing that particular money in a right way to get a very right outcome, which would be much more scalable and which will be helping the investors also. Because when the money comes, it is not only the money, it is the responsibility which comes in. Because it is the investors for whom we need to look into at any given point of case. So how we would be tackling those things, what are the points which you check at any given point of case? Apart from, see, sustainability is something which every company, every government is trying to put on. That is a mandate which comes. But sustainability also, it is probably many times people think that, okay, it can be done at a later part. Yeah. But these are the very crucial things which comes into the place whenever you have the funding part. That is the first call which any founder has to take. So I would like to understand in that particular manner if, yeah.
Yeah, interesting, Hanus, because yeah, of course, in terms of policy and many businesses moving towards this green and sustainability requirements, but at the same time to really understand the cash flow and also the core stability, the stability of the core. Of course, diversification and also transformation is a key factor to, for example, for us to evaluate before we reinvest, and data sets that required. For example, is it human, or is it are we considering assets, and all these important data sets have to be really clear. So does not mean meaning all organization must quickly transform, because there is also, of course, risk in any investment and also any decision according to whatever data sets we refer to. But yeah, to me, I think this is a very interesting discussion, conversation we have. That's why I think this, the most important discussion here, for example, especially to for example, Susan, because you are, for example, involved in managing sovereign wealth fund, meaning these are all risks and decisions that involve managing assets and involving risks. So yeah, to me, data and especially to have that data sets that are very dependable, credible, and for example, for our case, we are moving to what we call sovereign data solutions. So sovereign data solutions means when we have this class or cyber, land, air, space, and sea data, that data is that belongs to us. We can pretty much trust the data, and the data is ours, and we can pretty much have our level of confidence in the data. So that is what is going on for my case, where we do work with government and also organization, and to help enable or to develop solutions for startups, and also for them to get into the infrastructure and to deploy the solutions. So yeah, so I think Susan and Hanos, maybe what should be, for example, the key ingredient of this when we talk about data decision making, data-driven decision making, and this idea of reinvestment, or should we continue to reinvest? Because I think reinvestment, there is no second thought. We must always reinvest, but like Hanos and data-driven or the data that we refer to is very important. So how should we reinvest, and what do you think?
So a point to be added over here. So normally what we see is typically in economics, plugging back of profit. That is what comes in. Like, so whenever we are making profit, we need to plow back certain profit, which will be a reinvestment into the product in order to ensure that it is scaling. But now, what should be the percentage of plowback? So typically, if I say the cost of acquisition for a customer, if it is higher and the LTV is lower. Now, this is what we can get from the data at any given point of case, because this is the beauty of data. We can look into that, we can check the charts, graphs, etc., and make a very right decisions. So if cost of acquisition is higher, LTV is lower, probably we should be investing, means plow back a less amount of profit, so that we can always have some, you can say, margins. Plow back can help us sustain much more. It will be helping the product to beat the inflation, XYZ, all those things comes into the place. But we won't be plowing back so much money into the product that ultimately the founders always remains penniless. So that is not something which is required, right? So that is which comes into the part. Many times it also we have seen, like, people always see that, okay, I do have a very great sales right now. This is typically happens when B2B or B2C. In B2B, we see a very large pipeline that, okay, for the next quarter, we have a very big pipeline. Now, we should be investing in people. We should be investing in technology. We should be buying some more assets. If it is a production, let us say, manufacturing unit, then they would be thinking that, okay, as there are so many pipelines, we should be investing in new machineries. We should be looking into, means n number of equations comes into the place. But that is not the pipeline which you should be looking into. Logically, the pipeline is always a good measure to check, but you should always check what are the profits or costs involved in order to get that particular pipeline into your business, which would be generated via invoice, and ultimately that invoice getting paid. Generating invoice doesn't mean you will be getting paid. There is a very big difference between them, because it happens like you generate the invoice and you don't get paid. Now, instead, means you were thinking that, okay, it is a very big quarter. It was a very nice quarter. Now invoices are not getting paid. Now you are in a very big burden. So we need to understand what are the data is saying, what is the optimization cost, what is the productivity of the resources, what can be the optimal point where it can be reached, and probably take the very right decisions in order to ensure that the product or the founders, whatever they are creating, now product, it can be a SaaS service, it can be a physical product, XYZ. It can be much more measurable. It would be a very right decision, and that will help in a very nice success. You can add into that, please.
Yeah, interesting what you're sharing with us, and the way I think about it. And again, being a partner in PwC and lived an era where, at the time when I started with the firm, there was revenue was a couple of $100,000 US. The business grew obviously to millions of dollars, and you know this was the task that I had to achieve. Now, it's interesting when you are a startup versus when you're actually working for a firm that already has the data, because you mentioned maturity. So what's interesting is that as a startup today, with my small business that I have, the struggle is as follows. One, everyone asks you for proof of concept, and I have, that's another area that the poor startup business suffers with, because how can I tell you that I've got a great story that you should be buying that, be it product or service, regardless. So that is one showstopper. The other thing is, what data do you have? Where should you be going? And when I was in PwC, I was able to say, right, I'm based in this country and the region, and who are my clients? I was able to do that very, very quickly, because that data was available from the firm directly. When you're a startup and you just have that concept and you want to sell it, you need to say, what is my, and you touched on it actually, and I like that. What does my operating model really look like? How many people should I have? What systems should I have? Who's doing what? When do I expect my profit to turn up? When do I expect my cash to be collected and my cash flow and so on? All of that in a larger setup such as these companies, it's not what you're facing. What you're facing is basically trying to position yourself against your competitors. But as a startup, you're not even thinking that. You're saying, I am unique and what I offer is unique. So how do I go to market? Now, with very little information available for you as a startup, it's all about how do you stand out from the crowd? How do you distinguish yourself? And how do you separate yourself from such a crowd? Because and again, I was actually part of my strategy for my firm. I asked who are my competitors. Believe it or not, my firm came back and appeared as number one in my competitors. And I'm thinking, no way, I'm just a few handful of people. How can I compete? But it said that the only uniqueness you have as a startup is what is your story and why is it you think you're different from the rest. And that comes, again, AI helped me to think in the right direction. I used AI to tell me what should my strategy be, what should my operating model be, what is my marketing strategy that I should be looking for. Today, I lack that data. I'm building that data, and once I built enough, I should be in a position to model that, like I did in my old days in PwC and other sovereign wealth fund, to say, what is this giving me? Because in everything that you do with data, there is something that stands out, be it an opportunity or be it a risk. Most importantly is, what am I gathering, one, and secondly, how reliable is it? And how complete is it, and does it need to be sanitized and cleansed? So that's how I would approach it as a small enterprise.
Yeah, very interesting, Susan. I think this is very short, 30 minutes. I really get to share and to listen and to have this conversation, because basically reinvestment and data-driven decision is very key, what I understand here. Meaning, this will affect, or this, if without really careful consideration, it will go up, the risk and opportunity will go up until the operational level. And also, if it is moving good, in a good direction, it's going to be a transformational, or else the best is always to stabilize the core. Yeah, so I think many maybe have this experience where you see some data and you see some news, so you could be influenced because of there's always some emotion in this information and in all this news or data. But however, to have your own trusted and credible source of data, and to understand the core, and also are you able to transform, that is very important. I think we have a very good 30 minutes discussion session here, even for myself, even though I'm also building these capabilities in my organization and universities doing research. But this session is, I think, to me, very resourceful, very rich. And yeah, I think this is a data decision based on data-driven decision for you to consider and for you to evaluate, to reinvest is very important, because it will accordingly define either you will be able to survive and scale, or and become strategic, or you will be not able to scale and remain status quo. But yeah, thank you very much. I think maybe we can have any questions. Yeah.
We have a time for questions, so please, anyone would like to ask the panelists? Yes, please, go ahead.
So there are very interesting points that came to fore, ma'am, especially when you spoke about adapting to new technology to analyze volumes of data and make very strong decisions. Now, my thought process comes from only one thing. Most people today who use AI have started using it as an accelerator or a replacement for Google, where you find a lot of information quickly. And experience says that, yes, this kind of data in large volumes can also hallucinate, which can probably, if we use that same foundation, becomes a garbage in and garbage out. So how do we kind of, deal with that situation? Because when we are talking about reinvestment in business, data-driven decision-making, it becomes all the more crucial for accuracy and, data sanity. So how do we address that?
So normally, Sorry, I would like to answer that.
Sure.
Apostle, yeah. So when we talk about data, so typically AI is something which is into existence since 2012, 2013. So it is not something new. It is much more about the generative AI, which is much more hallucinating. So when we talk about the patterns, predictions, etc., that is with what AI was helping us since a decade. So it is not something which is new right now, but it is always good to cross-check. So a very similar question on that particular pattern which follows up is like, you used certain AI tools. Now that AI tools gave you a very nice sales pipelines, okay, which are near to conversion, or let us say converted. Now at the time, most of the founders or most of the people always get excited thinking that, okay, it is a very big win. Now I should invest on people, or let us say XYZ things. But that is where you should take a pause, stop, and ask, why? Is it like the pattern for the sales is for the month itself? Is it the retainer thing? It is like it is going for a lifetime. What will be my strategy next in order to ensure that such type of sales pipeline are coming throughout? Then your investments or reinvestments would be in a very right direction. Else, it can, typically your product or your service won't be failing, but you won't be that much profitable. Yeah, that is.
Yeah, I think very interesting when we are talking about data, because normally then to my experience, it's always about as well people. So the capability of the people to understand data is one of a very important factor, meaning to be able to run some research and to have these research capabilities. Meaning usually, for example, government or business operations does not have so much resources to spend on research. But we understand that's why, for example, myself from university, we can come in and help organization. Meaning, usually for businesses or industry or startup company, they will, most of the time, for example, they start from university. They started out from university and then they have some capabilities there. Then they go out into businesses and they scale up. So that is much a safer or a less risky route, or less risky, but they build the capability of the startup. But yeah, to understand clearly that the data and how you how you understand what is going on and the environment, that depends on ability to translate and to understand what is the environment and the factors influence. Maybe, yeah.
I was just going to add, absolutely, I fully agree. And I think that's why I'm trying to, and maybe I'm not trying to promote, but for you to check sanity of the data, and indeed, you can get, whatever you input, you get rubbish and it doesn't make sense. And that's why in my previous position as a CRO, what I was trying to do is to say, let me sanity check this data. Is it really true? Is it really telling me what I should be understanding, what I should be using to drive the decision? So unfortunately, today where we are, many of these AIs are not going to give you everything. Data sets will. And why I'm saying data sets is because when you look at the data set, the size of it, sheer size of it, gives you that comfort. If I want to understand an industry-specific area, I buy the data set, and unfortunately, you have to buy it. So the assumption is, what is this data telling me? Is it telling me something that makes sense? And then I would challenge. You really have to challenge that data as well. You cannot just walk away and say, I believe. And I've done this even in my risk management. I was trying to build an article, and I challenged AI, and I took it to the end, and in the end it said, I don't understand your question. But subscribing to data sets is critical, because you at least get that extra layer of information and data that you can, in a way, justify why you think you're heading in that direction.
And whether you're small business or you're small enterprise or a very large multinational company, data sets are actually the solution other than, as you said, Google search or AI search. Yeah.
Thank you so much for our panelists for sharing such a great secret. And let's give a warm of big applauses. It's almost last panel. Thank you so much. Please do take a picture for your memories. You can stand up forward and our photographer will click the pictures for you. And we are moving forward for our last panel for today. And it's kind of interesting name. I think it's from yesterday also, crossing with the Brian. Disrupt or be disrupted, navigating emerging technologies. And ladies and gentlemen, I pushed, yes. Are we gonna be here until 9 or something? There is extra list. Aha! It's just like so much papers. Alrighty. So, why female leadership matters now more than ever. That's the correct one. Okay. And welcome on stage with a round of big applause, Sweta Bansali, founder and director, Swab Nano Solutions Private Limited. Laura Trendall, director and strategist, the Game Changer Consultancy. Thank you. Sharmila Suresh Pandit, founder and director, Core Taxis Solutions LLP. Let's not stop our applause. This is the last for today, yeah? Matthew Birney, faculty and founder, building Multuality PTL Ltd. That's a difficult one. Vijayashri Parameshwaran. Did I make it well? Oh, crazy. Founder and CEO, Alcor Consultancy. And Goon Chantamuni, founder and CEO, FanEye Thailand. Welcome, Thailand. Nahla Mahmood, founder and CEO, Vibe Creators for event organizing and marketing. We have enough chairs, yeah?
Okay. Do you need paper? No, I'm just going to moderate from here. Yes, thank you, ma'am. Hello, and welcome to Power in Perspective. Why female leadership matters now more than ever. And what I would like to do, and thank you all for your time and your patience waiting for this panel, but I'm going to hand over to our esteemed panelists to introduce themselves, starting with Sweta.
So, hello everyone. This is Dr. Shweta Bansali, and I'm a founder and director of Swab Nano Solutions Private Limited. Our company's motto is to find out solutions by combining nature and nanotechnology together. So green nanotech is what we do for solutions in pharma, cosmetics, paints and coatings, and any industry that you can talk of. And along with that, I am a person who believes that women means only wonderful men talking about women. So WAO stands for wonderful men who always believes that yin and yang all resides in all of us.
Hi all, this is Sharmila Pandit, founder and director of Core Taxis Solutions. We are the provider of US tax compliance and governance solutions. And I have done masters in US taxation from Golden Gate University based out of San Francisco. I have a deep expertise in audits and governance and risk exposure. And I'm here and really excited to talk more and more about female entrepreneurship. After going through the experience of starting this organization, I think I have a lot of things to share with you all. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Matthew Byrne. I am visiting you here today from Sydney, Australia. I'm a father of 2 wonderful children. I live in Sydney. I deeply value equality and inclusion. And that has given me a strong interest to be curious about how we can actually advance that thinking around inclusiveness and equity in the work that we do today.
It's not. Yeah. My name is Nahla Mahmoud, founder and CEO of Vibe Creators for event organizing and marketing. My journey started as a volunteer in the community and became a community leader, where I discovered my passion for the community initiatives that empowers the people and building the healthy lifestyle. And then I discovered that I need to establish my company, led me to establish my company for meaningful events. And we care about the communities and how to support them, how raise awareness, how we empower the community and unite the diversity. And I'm here to speak about about how women leadership matter nowadays more than ever, because from the perspective of the marketing and the event industry. Thank you.
Hello all, I'm Vijayashree Parameshwaran and I'm from Bangalore, India. I'm the founder and CEO of Alcor Consultancy and Alcor Media. I'm also a serial entrepreneur with a background with manufacturing and exports. This is my 2 latest ventures and I'm representing from Alcor in this conference. My work, apart from scaling my own business, has been helping organizations scale their business and their leadership. And we also have a podcast that is launched called the CEO Effect, where we bring in entrepreneurs, leaders, founders, the CEOs, to inspire the future generation. So that's the work we do, and I would love to talk about women in leadership here. Thank you.
Sawasdee ka. I'm Gan from Bangkok, Thailand. I am a founder and CEO of FENI, Future Education Network International. What I'm doing is to bring the personalized learning and entrepreneurship together to groom the children from the young age. By doing that, I create a ecosystem of the parents, educators, and the young learners together with entrepreneurs. So I basically deal with a lot of female leaders from the family perspective, which is the mother, and also as entrepreneurs from the organization perspective as well. And it's an honor to share my experience and opinions with you guys today. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'm Laura Trendle. I am the director and strategist of the Game Changer Consultancy, author of Game Changer for Women, former chair of the British Telecom's Women's Network, with over 30 years of experience working in organisational strategy, change leadership and business growth. So I think you can agree we've got a great panel here. In the interests of time, I'm going to ask that everybody keeps their answers brief and concise. As we move to the first question, to Gun, I'd like you to tell us, how do you define leadership today? How is this changing in the current landscape that we see?
So to me, leadership is very meaningful word, and it can go small just as individual, like we lead our life every day, you know, to wake up, to do things in the morning, and also to go big as an organization that we lead the team, we lead the people to make some change. And nowadays, I think leadership is not about titles, hierarchies, or the positions anymore. It's more about how that person see the world, how that person handle with change, and how that person could cope with the transformations, and as well as how that person could make another person grow. And it's also, we see more the female leadership nowadays compared to like back in 19th and 20th century, and I think that's the reason why we are on this panel today. Yeah.
Absolutely, thank you for that. And I think what we've seen, and particularly here in the GCC, those themes of women's empowerment and inclusion, which are echoed in all of the nationalities of our panel, but what women really bring is emotional intelligence to leadership. So, Sweta, I would like to ask you, how does women's emotional intelligence contribute to entrepreneurship and business success?
That's a very interesting question. First of all, it's literally an honor to be sitting with such esteemed panelists, literally, for me. And secondly, I would say that it is as important as any intellectually taking decision will need this for. Because when your EQ or emotional quotient, when we say, is high, you make the people feel that they belong. You make the people feel that they are free to speak to you. You make them feel that they are equal. Whenever you are talking to your team, you don't make them feel, oh, you are junior. No. Tell me, what's your idea? There is a difference. And when they tell you the idea and you take it further, they are a step higher in their careers as well. So treat everyone with equal aptitude, I would say, and with gratitude, take them along. Because when you are emotionally highly intelligent, you know that what you can do, anybody else will also be able to, if you give them the space to grow.
Wonderful, thank you. And Sharmila, I know you had some fabulous perspectives on the balance of power and grace that you shared with us yesterday.
Absolutely. So I come from a background where art inspires me in and out every day. I love dancing, and I think what I have experienced as a dancer is leadership is about using power and grace in its right balance. And when you do that, that's when you get the modern style of leadership, where it's not anymore the loudest voice in the room, but it's more about the one person who gives you direction and makes sense out of the, uncertainty. So that's how I look at it.
Thank you. And Nala, I know you were keen to contribute a perspective on this, and particularly your industry is marketing and events and bringing people together. Let's hear from you.
Okay, so I think that when we speak about the emotional intelligence, we think that emotional intelligence brings the ability for better understanding from the human and people feeling needs, how to support your team, how to collaborate with them, and also how to understand your customer needs and how to meet their expectation, and in the same time how to build the trust, long-term relationship with the customer and with your team. Work from your heart and with care and empathy can enhance the teamwork, collaboration, and also can deliver a product that touches the customer heart, and that can make your brand in a different and unique position in the marketing. Also, when we speak about the decision making, it's give a new perspective because we make the balance between the logic and emotion. And that is very important nowadays in the business, especially when we make the decision, we need to put the human needs in the center of our decision. In short, now emotional intelligence, it's not a soft skills, it's an asset for the business.
I would agree. I think it's a prerequisite now in leadership. Matthew, to your expertise, diversity and cultivating emotional intelligence in organizations really requires equity and inclusion. How can organizations measure real progress? Now, I've certainly seen a lot of tokenism and gestures. How can we make sure it's really happening and having a lasting impact?
It's a really good question. There are two things that I can contribute to this. In organizations, we focus on what we are rather than who we are. And so the conversations go around capability, they go around what we produce and how we show up. And often when we talk about what we are, then also our gender becomes visible. Often when we talk about who we are, we create a greater sense of shared understanding of who we are as individuals. And the moment we start to see ourselves as individuals, and we can see beyond the what we are, and we can connect with who we are, then organizations find that at that moment, equity is starting to be produced, and inclusion starts to happen. One of the things that in Australia we're learning at the moment is that we've played a lot of lip service to this, and to to be honest, most organizations in Australia are still very much male-dominated. Our statistics and diversity have been going backwards, which means that women are not breaking through, they're not coming through, their leadership is not recognized in the same way. We suffer in the fact that women are far more harshly judged for their actions and decisions than men are. And so therefore that's starting to create a defensive action by women who are not willing to take those type of risks. Yet in the future, what we do need is the female leadership, because women leaders tend to be, in Australia, from our experience, far more resilient, far more capable of scaling large organizations than men are. Obviously, one of the things I'm trying to do now is help men understand that a little bit better in order to make way for the women to come through, because we need a different type of leadership now. We need a different sense of leading that needs to take place. And we need to become students again and learn from great leaders how to become better and maybe connect with who we are rather than what we are.
Wonderful, thank you. And Shamila, I know you had some perspectives on this. How can we measure the ROI of inclusive leadership?
Absolutely. So coming from an audit risk governance background, I have seen that we have measures and standards to value everything, put a value on the money, the assets, but humanity is something that we haven't been able to measure, which also means that it is at a very big value, which cannot be measured, and it really depends on you, how you take the value from that person. Having said that, I think the value lies in the details. An organization can set rules such as, measuring the diversity of a group, and let's say also seeing if there is exit at an early stage, why did this person leave and what happened? And then that can be attached as an output and an outcome that can be measured. And I think there are some intangible ways to do these things. It's not very common and there are no standards yet, but I think we can get creative around the valuation for sure.
And I absolutely agree. Part of my background was around profit improvement and risk management. And I will absolutely say that when we have balanced boards and balance throughout the organisation, we demonstrate better results in terms of how we create psychological safety, how we manage risk, how we manage client relationships, actually. And there's more value to be captured, as you say, around those intangibles. And perhaps this is where we need to apply a little more thought. Mm-hmm. And so I'd like to move the next question. Key qualities that make women's leadership essential today in startup ventures. Shri, I'd particularly like to hear your perspectives on this, please.
The key qualities that women bring to the table.
Yeah.
Women bring an organizational permeability by bringing in together all their teams in a very cohesive way, one. Second, the psychological safety that they bring to the organization is also very different and very inclusive, and brings in the cohesiveness that is needed, the agility that is needed, the vulnerability that is needed, the care and compassion and empathy that is needed. So what happens is the whole climate in the organization shifts when a woman leads with empathy and compassion. And that increases the agility, that increases the awareness and the ability to handle conflict in the organization, and also increases the creativity and the agility towards result. So emotional intelligence, as we were talking, is not anymore a nice-to-have feature. It is a direct impact to the bottom line. Mm-hmm. Because your performance increases, it impacts the result, and it impacts the bottom line. And that's what we as women bring to the table.
Mm-hmm. And Gun, what would you like to add as a startup founder yourself? What are the skills that you've relied upon in that journey?
Yeah, so first of all, let's talk about what is the success skill of the startup venture, right? So we all know being a startup, the key success of startup is to do whatever it takes to make sure that we achieve the goal. And when we said whatever it takes, it's combine everything: agility, empathy, collaborations, emotional intelligence, and everything. And I would say we could see that very obvious in the female leader because it's come by nature. So let's just give very simple example. I also like leading the team with Have a Gen Z, which they are value on mental health, holidays, vacations, corporate activities more than financial benefits, right? They love to have the package to go massage. They love to have the package to have the team outing or to have the team lunch together to spend the quality time. Compare this when the female lead the team, it's very easy because we lead with care and the empathy. So we can provide that, what they are looking for. Why the male leader, I'm not saying like they not care, but sometimes it's very, very small details that sometimes men might not be able to think about. You know, they just love that when the pantry full of drinks and snacks. So the ability to care that is come by nature with the women. So that's what I want to add on, that we really lead with care and empathy. And to me, it's not about choosing male or female, but it's about the very good combinations to fill in the gap together to make sure that we care the teams just as much as the result and the progress. Yeah.
Okay, that's great. And I'd like to also go back to Shri. Women facing the broken rung between man is the one, very brief, structural intervention beyond mentorship that companies can do to overcome this?
Beyond mentorship, beyond coaching, beyond having just the thought of being inclusive, I think there needs to be an active sponsorship system that enables and scales women because we have certain life challenges which is not easy to navigate, which we cannot predict either. We have marriage, we have childbirth, we have hormonal issues and a lot of life circumstances which can come in our way, and we need organizations that are able to predict and support and also handle the navigation that women go through when they come back. How do we handle them? And without usually women give, it is not that they give up because they cannot raise in the ladder of leadership. They give up because when they navigate these challenges, how do I come back and in what position do I come back and how is the organization going to handle it? So if we facilitate the sponsorship, that would be fantastic.
And I'd like to add a perspective on that from what I've seen is, and we said this on the panel this morning, assume nothing. What I see is companies with great policies, but they're working from a level of assumption about what people need, and that's not inclusive. And it's not just about women or returners, it's about everybody in your organization. You must listen first to deliver the employee value proposition that's needed. I'd like to move to Matthew and Sweta to answer the question on AI. We're hearing a lot about it in the integration into hiring. Now, again, I've seen it reinforce biases in the hiring process. What do you think the best advice is to women leaders to be actively aware of this? And how can we mitigate this? And I'm not going to mention the social network with the new logo.
Yes. May I first say there's some excellent points that have been mentioned on this panel that I just wanted to echo. The understanding of when we're in complexity of being able to bring people along on the journey and to be able to mobilize teams into action and to be able to generate real outcomes, I believe is at the moment a real core strength of women leadership. And I do believe, like Gun, you're saying that this will be, you know, a part of a great characteristic of male leadership as well, but it's not yet there. And Tracy, you were talking about, you know, setting meetings from 10 to 3 and creating the environment for equality to take place. And I believe that example you were quoting is about 20 years old, and 20 years further on, in Australia, we're still not any further ahead. We're still going backwards, and we're still having those same conversations over and over and over again. And so one of the big risks that are coming in when we talk about AI coming into that is that we go back to our traditional biases. And one of the things that we as men have not yet done is we have not yet lent into those biases to understand how our biases are truly driving decision making and how we are actually enabling or disabling women to take charge and to exert their power effectively in order to drive organizations forward. And so therefore we ourselves lack the capacity of understanding how to connect with our own resilience. And when we are in fear, we tend to bring in people who are like us rather than people who challenge us. And when we bring in people who are like us, we tend to get more of the same, and we just get the same stuff over and over again, rather than bringing in people who challenge us. And the people who challenge us require us to be able to be at our best, to be able to harness that diversity of thinking, and to bring people into the room who will really struggle to work with each other and to actually get them to work on a complex problem together. That, I believe, is where the future is. And until men understand how they can actually change and vacate their current position to embrace a new position, we will probably see more defensive behaviors from male-driven corporations that will be trying to keep women out of the executive leadership that is so deeply required at the moment.
Wonderful, thank you. Sweta, your perspectives and how you're countering that in your own organization as a science-based leader.
Yeah, thank you. I would like to say, like what Gun said beautifully, any leader or anyone who has started the startup, the one thing that it takes is whatever it takes. And whatever it takes comes from passion to serve. If you don't have passion to serve, whatever it takes will never happen.
And I think that is a beautiful closing takeaway. I'm very conscious of the time. I'd just like to hear one takeaway from each of you, if you can literally keep it to 5 seconds or shorter.
Okay. I would say connect, co-create, and collaborate, and see us as humans, not women or men.
Thank you.
I think leadership is about orchestrating intelligence, and the more and more we nurture human intelligence, that's when the globe will come closer and grow into a better place to live.
And to a lot of male leaders, I would say, stop judging, stop trying to be in control, stop exercising your power, understand your limitations and that you need help. And women are here to help.
Okay, thank you. So I think that women and men have different skills, but they need to collaborate for better outcome. So everyone needs to only work and develop his skills for the equity.
My learning in the journey has been, and this is what I would also share as a takeaway to all, leadership is a skill. It is an art, and it can become an art too, and it is not gender-based. And women need to know that. Women need to know that leadership is a skill, and it can be learned, practiced, and mastered, and it doesn't matter where you are, what you're doing, and need not be biased or be a limiting belief that we are in a man's world. Second, beyond leadership, entrepreneurship is a different mindset too. And that's something which you will have to build that capability on, something to work towards.
Thank you. And Gun, your final thoughts, and if we can keep it brief, please.
Yes, so to me, to encourage every organization to bring together the synergy between female leaders and also the male leaders, because the woman is very, I have this word that I use all the time, is kind but firm, right? So women have the kind thoughts and well thoughts, and while the male, they have a firm decision making. So then if that coming together, then we all together in the organization could lead with care, and we could lead well by using our heart, not just the rules. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'd just like to close by saying, assume nothing. Listen with compassion and care, and you will create more inclusive cultures. I think you would all agree our panel have shared some fabulous perspectives. If you could give them a big round of applause, and thank you again for your time.
Because all day long we hear this, so I just went there to see if maybe there's a lottery that we're missing something, but it's not. It's just another MC jazz way of talking, let's say. Yeah, let's clean the stage, guys. For people to come in, I have not 43 people for recognition. How it was this afternoon, it's way less. I've been informed from our organizers that we have lots of people who are flying, so we need to be a little bit more faster. And I guess I'll give 30 seconds for each nominee to say a few words and appreciations. Let's not drag it longer. I pushed it again, and then I'm trying to blame someone. You see, my generation, we blame someone, not like I have to find what have I done. All right, so I would like to welcome on stage David Korf. We remember a great author from yesterday. Round of applause for a beautiful gentleman on the stage. He'll help me with the nominees. So the first one is going to be awarded Rashid Maliki. Please welcome on stage if you're in the room. Rashid? Okay, so I'll ask you, please help me with that. Give me a wave so I'll understand, and I'll push this beautiful audience to give you more round of applause. Guys, it's the last one. Let's do it together. Rashid Maliki is a supply chain strategist and the founder of Infinity Prime, a boutique consultancy that transforms operational complexity into competitive advantages.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. I'm grateful to be here. This actually award is dedicated to my family, who've been supporting me for the last 27 years. And my company does help founders and leaders actually turning their supply chain anxiety to brand confidence.
Bravo, thank you so much. Congratulations once again. Thank you. Next up on stage, it's already well known, Alan Leroy. Please come join us and get your award. Guys, welcome. I'll just remind you who is Alan. He's a founder and managing director at the Venture Philanthropy Blueprint. He's a strategy plus tech plus OPS advisor who equips undervested founders and impact entrepreneurs with the systems, clarity, and tools to scale solutions that transform industries and communities. Bravo, Alan.
Thanks, everyone. Appreciate the opportunity. I think this is an amazing conference. Diverse people from various backgrounds, countries, geographies, ethnicities. I gave a talk earlier today, and my book is called Venture Philanthropy Blueprint, Builders, Backers, and Believers. How do we build and scale what we call impact ventures, profit with purpose? 85% of the entrepreneurs that I talk to that are, teenagers, they all want to make an impact and make money. Why is that so hard to do? We created a model around that, and that's what is revealed in the book. It will come out in spring 2026. So everyone go out and snatch that, and I appreciate your time today, and I appreciate the opportunity to talk to you, and I'm humbled by the award. Thank you.
Much, Alan. Thank you. Next up on stage is Dr. Ali Huerta. Dr. Ali Huerta is the founder and CEO of AIM Colors. She's not here tomorrow. Next one is Altemisi Nicole. Are you here? Alrighty, that's great. Dr. Ali Huerta is the founder and CEO of AIM Colors. Please come up on stage. Let's celebrate your success and victory. Welcome a beautiful lady with a round of applause. Would you like to say something?
I just want to thank everyone for being here. This has truly been such a valuable experience. The networking has been phenomenal, and everyone that I have met has just been such a pleasure and joy to get to meet. Entrepreneurship is not easy. It is not easy. It is an adventure that is a wild ride. However, it is definitely worth it. So I encourage everyone, as you are building your organizations, as you're building your companies, keep going. Even when it's hard, when it's difficult, when the sun is shining and when it's raining, keep going. Thank you so much.
Congratulations. I like how you support each other. Like, she saw she's not here, and she said, wait, it's so lovely that you already make friends and you really feel and support each other. Lovely. So next up on stage is Babita Remith. Thank you, Babita. I see you. Babita is a founder and a director of Sapiens Minds Private Limited. With over 20 years of strategic HR leadership, she enables organizations to transition from founder-driven to process-driven models. Congratulations, Babita.
everyone. So I think I'm incredibly happy and grateful to have been recognized here at Founders 2.2 conference in Dubai. I think it's just not my personal recognition, I would say. I think it's a recognition to my entire journey so far and my journey as an entrepreneur since 2 years now, and the team efforts who contributed to the success of Sapiens Minds till now and to go forward. So cheers to more and more success to us and to the team. So, and I especially thank my dad and my husband over here to be always supporting me morally at home as well as at profession since the time I quit my corporate job and started my entrepreneurship journey. So it's really an adventure, somebody said now. Yes, it's an adventure. And thanks for all the support. And thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Cynthia Saber. Cynthia, are you here? Yay! Such a shy lady, please, beautiful. Cynthia Saber is the head of marketing at Sunset Properties and founder of Cisain Dubai, has worked across industries from environmental entities and technology to women's empowerment.
Thank you so much to the 2.0 organizers for according me this beautiful space. Honestly, it's a beautiful experience and to meet like-minded people, and I feel very honored to receive this recognition right here. To be an entrepreneur, as others mentioned it, it's an adventure, and most importantly, when you have a responsibility towards your team to lead by example and also to be always attentionate to their needs and to see which strengths fit in which category and to really push them forward. So I really feel incredibly honored today, and also I want to thank my family, my mom that's filming me right now, and my team, of course, my dad, my brother, and I think 5 years ago I would have never imagined myself being on stage and even being able to share my story with you all, and today I am, so I feel really privileged. So thank you so much and keep going on all of your journeys.
Thank you, Cynthia.
Thank you.
Next up on stage is Hanouze Mistry. Do I see Hanouze Mistry? Nobody waving me. Hathim Shihab. Yes, Hathim. Hathim Shihab is a general manager at Bright Future Consulting. Progressed into organizational transformation and change management after a successful career in human resources management.
My name is Hatim Shihab, and it's called, it's a meteor, it's a falling star. Thank you very much for this wonderful award. This would have not been achieved without resilience, grit, and fortitude over many years. And this could not have been achieved without the support of many of the people that had a transformative leadership with me, because I have coached a lot of entrepreneurs, and I promised them, I will just mention some names. Some of the people, they go back with me.
Hold the mic close.
More than many years. It started with 2015, so thank you for Saleh. Saleh, I met him and I rejected him in an interview, and that rejection has turned to be Saleh today is a CEO, very recognized Saudi talent. He's leading a company of hundreds of people because of that rejection in the interview in 2005. And he insisted that I would tell the story of his rejection. Thank you for Nuha, Bushra, Dalal, Azhar, Khulud, Sarah, Saleh. There are two Salehs actually. Maryam, Hadi, Sultan, Muhammad, Fawziya, Majid, and Osman. These are 16 people over many years. The first story of entrepreneurship was in 2005, as I said, and they have all had transformative leadership transformative journey with me, and this is the I really present this award to all of them because they have told me so many success stories and so many things that I could capitalize on. Thank you very much for this wonderful experience.
Thank you so much, and congratulations once again. Next one on stage is Gleb Praknitsky. Gleb, now I haven't seen. All right. Emmanuel Williams. Any waving? I see. All right, Emmanuel. Emmanuel Williams is a founder and chief visionary officer at Emmanuel's William Management Consulting.
A 10-year-old boy wrote a poetry out of passion. Life is full of struggle. It's always full of battles. But if you try and race it and face it, you will always race it. No prizes for guessing who that 10-year-old boy is. And today I stand in front of you representing Emmanuel Williams Management Consulting, an executive coaching and training company based in 3 countries and 3 demographics. We coach people in what we call as power skills, from communication, leadership, to public speaking and mindset building. I have a ton of people I'm going to thank, so bear with me. To start with, to my mom, who's watching me all the way from India, the resilience that she's instilled inside me. To my partners, Mustafa and Aditya, you are the foundation. To my friend Beena, who believed in me when the rest of the world didn't. To my ever hardworking team, Casey, Piyush, Aditi, and Kalpana. To my marketing partners, Penovate and Nirmit Ark, who have brought this digital company so far. And to every client who placed their trust in us in the last 4 years in their transformation. Without a doubt, we have delivered and we will continue to deliver transformation year after year. I manifested this time in my life, but it's only about 4 years since we started what we're doing at the moment. So this award is definitely worth sharing with all of the people that matter. And to an ex-company of mine, which said they did not believe in me, today, this is the validation the world does. So this is on your face. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you so much, Emmanuel. I like when you guys are so prepared. The next one is Kayakwangun Chantamuni. Is here? Nobody waving me, all right. Catherine Tuminen. Catherine? Yes, please. Round of applause. We're still here. We're still doing this. She's the founder of Culture Cure and founder and creative director of Catalyst Brand Strategy.
But very exciting. I am so grateful for my family for standing by me through every step of the way. Obviously, being a founder comes with its ups and downs. And I'm extremely grateful for the team, especially a big shout out to Gina, who's here with me today. She's our tech officer and she's been there from day one. We wouldn't be here without you, Gina, so thank you.
Thank you so much and congratulations once again. Next one is Kai Rogala. Kunal Panchamiya. Yes, Kunal Panchamiya, welcome on stage. He is the founder and the CEO of eProtect 360 Solutions.
Good evening, everyone, and thanks, Saunders 2.0, for this wonderful recognition. I consider this as a God's love letter to me on this day, to work more hard. This award I want to dedicate it to my parents, my eProtect family, my spiritual guru. Because of them, I am here. As a founder, I just want to share 3 things which I have adopted. Believe in yourself. You can do, right? As a founder, this is what you read every day. So believe in yourself. Stay positive, whatever is the situation. Even if you lose everything, next day is yours. So believe in yourself, be positive, and for that, please believe in God. That's the only way where you can get all these things. So I want to share with all my founders here on this day, and wishing everyone all the best and endeavor futures. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much and congratulations. Next one up on stage, Miki Bito. Nobody waving. Miriam Schneider. Prakash KV. Prakash KV with us. He's a founder and director at Adachi Sweep and Green Private Limited. He's a serial entrepreneur and a technocrat with a strong track record of building innovative, sustainable ventures.
Good evening, everyone. Special thanks to Founders 2 team for being with us for months together to bring it to this stage, identify all the potential, future entrepreneurs and trying to promote them. This is the first occasion I'm sharing that the team has done a wonderful job. Thanks to all the founders whom I met. It is really encouraging and motivating for us to work hard and do better and motivate everyone. Among the ventures I have created, say, as a team, one thing which is making a lot of hopes for future generations is called Tigreen. Technology we invented is called Tigreen. Tigreen is the technology which can resolve all the water crisis around the world. Remember tigreen.in. It is our own invention, took more than 10 years, and you can understand the pain points. There are no returns, 10, 12 years of research and innovations, and trying to protect future generations and nature. It took more than 10, 12 years. We started selling those machines last year. I am on that platform today here with all of you, that I will assure you that entire water crisis around the world is resolved from our end, from Bangalore, from India. Thank you very much.
Wow, congratulations. Thank you so much. Prem Chander. You don't wave me, Prem Chander, wave me. Prem Chander is the CEO and founder at Initial Consulting UG. Has over 18 years of experience in software engineering and business development.
Thanks. This award is very special to me because my entrepreneurial journey is not so easy. I just born in India, a small town in India, and then flew to Germany and started a company and failed, learned. Again, I just started a company, failed, bankrupted, and again, now this award really is so special, really so special to me. And thanks. And I dedicate this award to myself because I was not giving up myself every time. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Rehabs Agarwal. Yes, I see you. Thank you so much for helping me to see you so far. Rehab Agarwal currently serves as a partner of international taxation and PIPS and corporate structuring advisory leader at GTP and Global Transfer Pricing Network.
Thank you so much for the organizers and to you as well to take my name correctly, about 80%, so it's fine.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's Rishabh, but whatever you say, it works.
I really try my best, guys.
Yeah, and I'll thank my parents, my friends for this, and the lovely lady who's recording me somewhere, I don't know where she is, and one of my special friends, Khan Saab, who has pushed me to limits to come here and show up every day. And of course, whenever you look for expansion and whenever as a founder you wish that you go beyond your home jurisdiction, that's wherein you just Google Global Transfer Pricing Network or GTPN on LinkedIn and you'll find us. And thank you so much for being very patient and being here in the late evening.
Thank you so much, Rishabh.
100% now.
Wow.
That's progress.
Thank you so much. Next one up on stage is Satish Pedada. Yes, I see you. Thank you so much. I like your cooperation. Satish Pedada is the CEO of Strategy Stack Consulting Private Limited.
Hello. Thank you. I'm really honored for this award. I would like to thank my team who's behind me, doing all the work for me. I would like to thank my business partner, who's my brother, who's supported me all through, and my family, my wife, and my son, and last but not least, my parents, my mom and dad, who supported me all throughout. So thank you. Thanks.
Thank you so much. I really love it how each of the nominees, they are not so selfish. They really think to all their families, their friends, and they remember each and everyone through such a difficult, I believe, journey. Appreciate it. Thank you so much. Next one up on stage is Tabitha Noel Kolodzei. Yes, she's here. The beautiful blonde lady is coming out on stage. She's a founder and the CEO of Awakened and Align. It's a globally recognized award-winning leader in excellence in health. Round of applause for Tabitha, please. Thank you so much for your support, everyone.
Thank you, 2.0. I am so honored and so grateful to be here with so many amazing people. The road of an entrepreneur is filled with so many highs and lows. You know, the blood, the sweat, the tears, the sleepless nights that go into running a business. And something that I've often reminded myself of that I want to leave here with you guys today is I think that we often have this mentality that in order to be successful, we have to go 0 to 100 overnight. And something that I remind myself of that I'll leave here is ask yourself each and every single day, what's one thing that I could do today that's 1% better than I did yesterday, and let that be enough for you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Such a meaningful message. Thank you. Next up on stage, Vijay Anand. I see you, Vijay. Vijay is a trade commissioner to Africa at the India-Africa Trade Council. He's a distinguished leader at the intersection of technology, trade, and a global strategy. Welcome, Vijay.
Good evening, everybody. Thank you for this award. I see a few names who are missed out, so I can take that 30 seconds of their time. See, I'm here representing Indian Africa Trade Council, and we can support any Indian company who is interested to come and explore the opportunities in Africa. We'll take you along as a government delegation, or we'll share the opportunities and everything. But I would like to give you an example of what we do. So I have, see, all day long you heard about AI, EI, and all those stuff. Now I'll tell you about SI. So this is synthetic intelligence, okay? So this has a difference. So can I call up somebody on stage? I think it's the last one.
Please ask them if they will
I have
allow
two
you.
wonderful
I have no
personalities
power
here.
in this anymore.
Yeah. I have two wonderful personalities here that actually visualizes dedication and commitment. Sir, we call him Hajika. Please come to stage. In 1967, he crossed the waters swimming and reaching UAE. He is the name which is known for dedication and commitment. Still, he is in business. And I also call Mr. Biju. He is the CEO of Palana NeuroSync. 26 years of research in Vedic history and knowledge. Came up with a neuro app which is now in 26 countries. Please give them an applause. Really wonderful team for dedication and persistence. Thank you so much.
I do apologize, but I just got information from organizers that we have no right to speak more because we have people who really need to leave for flight, so we really need to move forward.
Thank you
Thank you so much,
time.
Vijay. Thank you. Next up on stage is Vlad Lauchin. Vlad. I actually mix you up with Vladimir because Vladimir stand up, but Vladimir from Romania. And I was like, Vlad, I haven't seen you. How come? Where are you from, Vlad? Ukraine. I'm from Ukraine too. So I was like, okay, interesting. I haven't seen you guys. Okay, so Vlad is a founder of MLTune, is a visionary data science and AI leader with an extensive experience driving enterprise scale. Vlad, say us 30-second something.
I will not take too much time. I'll say thank you very much for organizing such a wonderful event. It's been a pleasure to meet founders and leaders that are actually bringing value inside of this room. I feel the energy is right here, and it's very nice to have everyone together to share their stories, especially about their passes, about their leadership decisions that they took. I really want to thank again to my family, to my members, to my teams, to my girlfriend. It's very wonderful to have something to fall back on, but it's in the same time not optimistic saying. So I will be always telling, don't have anything to fall back on. Always stay ahead of yourself and be brave. Don't be shy, don't be hesitant of doing your business decisions. This is what makes you forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Vlad. Don't be shy. That's, I guess, a great message. Do not be shy in anything. Thank you so much, and congratulations again, Vlad. Next up on stage is Vladimir Grvo. Vladimir, I saw you. Yes, a founder of Tweak East. Has over 18 years of experience. Guys, we have left 4 nominees. Let's be more supportive and give more applauses for Vladimir.
Good evening, everyone, and thanks for holding up for so long today. It has been quite a long journey today. I want to thank Founders 2.0 for making this beautiful event possible and for getting the opportunity to meet so many amazing people and exchange so many insights and thoughts and ideas that could actually help us make not only our businesses better, but maybe a better world. I want to thank, first of all, to my family, my wife, my mother, my kids, whomever supported me. And 1 year ago, Tweakist was born after spending 20 years in corporations, working with so many leaders who actually, some of them were my heroes. And then later down the time, I decided I want to be my own hero. So I founded Tweakist as a desire to actually help other startuppers, small and middle-sized enterprises to become heroes of their own. I think in each one of us there is a hero, and all of us can be a hero. I would encourage that you think about your heroic acts every single day and how you can become a hero every day for the better ones, for the ones around you, for your customers, for your communities, and for whomever you want to be a hero for. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Very catchy and interesting t-shirt. Right marketing. Bravo. Congratulations once again. Next up on stage is Rishali Tejas Molai. Rishali Tejas Molai is a founder of Regatta Consultancy Services and HR Solutions. Welcome, Rishali.
Thank you so much, Founders 2.0. Thank you, audience, for staying this far for this recognition. I'm really honored with this award, and I have big gratitude towards my family, my supporters back in India, my team. Thank you so much. This was difficult without the entire support which I had. And this is a recognition for consistent effort, collaboration, and support. Thank you once again. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Rishali. Next up on stage is Yatar Garg. I'll see you. Thank you so much for your cooperation. He's the founder and the CEO of Synlex Technologies, parent to Synlex Intelligence. To hashtag, share the pictures, share the memories, connect with all the panelists, moderators.
Thank you so much for this award. I would like to dedicate it to my parents, my father, my mother who are present here. And yeah, just enjoying the journey. It's been a little over 1 year and just seeing where it goes. And yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much. Our next nominee is Yashdeep Jadan. No. Yusuf Avusi Kisi. You're Yashdeep. Wave me, please. Guys, a small request. Help me, please. Yashdeep Jadan, founder of Creosphere Tech. Also the founder and CEO of Sigma Value.
Thank you, Founders 2.0 Conference, for giving this wonderful global platform where we can exchange our ideas, collaborate with the people, with the like-minded people working on different industries. So, first of all, I would like to express my gratitude to my family for showing consistent dedication and determination for my idea. And though founder, they get the credit, but it takes a lot for other people behind the founder. A lot of sacrifices are there, a lot of struggle. So we are just the beneficiary of all the struggle, all the challenges that our parents, Sigma Value team, they have gone through. And the most beautiful part of the journey is you learn from the experience. You learn to fail, then you learn to rise again. And once you start believing in your vision, I mean, belief in your vision does not come from first day. So it takes a whole long journey to believe in your vision. So thank you so much, everyone, Sigma Value team, and especially my sister, Subrata, who is over there, who has always encouraged me for this wonderful initiative. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I would like to ask you a question. How many nominees do you think I have more? Just give me numbers. It is one, the last, no, but not least, Yusuf Ovusi PC.
I will start by saying that entrepreneurship is very much like life, in that you're going to have many different ups and downs. And sometimes you can be smooth sailing, where things seem very nice, there's a very clear road and path ahead. And then there are other times whereby you feel like you're in a storm and you're just having to deal with the weather, stay resilient, and continue to endure. And so what I would say is that a calm sea never made a skilled sailor. So when you're in the rough and you're going through tough times in life and in business, stay focused, stay resilient, remember the path that you're on, and continue to chart forward. I would have to start by saying, of course, with my thanks, Alhamdulillah, for everything. Thank God for this moment, for this opportunity. I'm very grateful for my mentors, Dan and Eddie, who have poured into me so much business acumen. My business partner, Cash, who I began this most recent journey of Streamline AI on. And of course, behind every entrepreneur is an incredible support network. So I have to say a massive thanks to my family, my close friends, and last but not least, my wife. She knows everything that happens behind the scenes. And I'm incredibly grateful for her and all of the support that she's given me. And of course, everybody else that's been involved in this journey. I also have to say a massive thanks to my teacher, Ustaz Hilal, for all of the guidance that he's given me to stay on a very good path, building business in a halal way as well. So thank you for everything, alhamdulillah for everything, and thank you for this incredible event and award.
Thank you so much, Yusuf. And whoever is left here, please join to make a group picture with all your awards. Yusuf, please stay. Let's join everyone who has the awards. Let's make this memorable picture of your success and victory. I would like to invite everyone who is in this room to make a picture all together for our LinkedIn, for our social media, YouTube. Please come on up on stage. Let's share these moments together. Oh, this is so cute. You're the smartest, huh? Patience. That was the best. Oh, thank you so much for such a comments, for your cooperation and patience and being respecting each other, that we really brought it up almost on time.